Haya, karibuni. Nashukuru because we always do this show together. So hii show ni yetu na ni yako. Yeah, and I want to take this key time to thank everybody who follows our show and say thank you, because without you we cannot be positive about what we do here. Whatever happens here, it is because you are involved, you are enthusiastic, and you feel you can participate in Kenyan democracy. So congratulations, Sana. Yeah, I also want to thank some of those people who are now willing to bring one-term politicians here for us. I appreciate it. So in advance, I want to thank Innocent. Innocent has said or has committed he will bring one guest here for us, and we welcome them. So Innocent, thank you. I've just seen your message now. Yeah, ile wakati niko kwa kazi, I'm not able to look at my phone. You send me a message at 9 a.m., almost 6 hours from now, and you indicated that a guest could land to us here anytime. Thank you for that, and thank you for that commitment. Na kama pia kuna mtu mwingine yeyote yako hapa na anafikiria ama anaona ya kwamba hako na uwezo wa kutuletea mgeni hapa, people who can come so that we can also start feeling what politicians are thinking. We start showing the politicians what we are thinking. We show them our way of thinking. I think it will be good. So kama uko na uwezo wa kuleta Gachagua hapa, mulete. Kama uko na uwezo wa kuleta Kalonzo hapa, mulete. Kama uko na uwezo wa kuleta Matiang'i hapa, mulete. Kama uko na uwezo wa kuleta Martha Karua hapa, mulete. Kama uko na uwezo wa kuleta nani Eugene Wamalwa, mulete. Any person, we welcome them. So tusifunge hiyo nafasi tuseme ati we only want to be here alone. Hii ni kama injili, ienezeni kote. This is like gospel. Yeah, so Ruto is really struggling. Anajaribu kujifanya ati he can even. Ruto, stop promising. Ruto anataka kukuambia sahi. Unajua Ruto, we have decided to tell you the truth. Ruto, hata upromise, even if you promise the second coming of life, no one will take it. So wewe Ruto, even if you promise life after death, no one will take it. Bwana Ruto. So I don't know why you are wasting your time with the same stretch which Kenyans have rejected, promising sijui hawa wapewe SHA, sijui wapewe. Leo Ruto amekutana na village elders. Wacha tu niwaekee musikie mapromise. Kama wanaitwa chiefs. Wacha niwaekee hii speech ya huyu beshte na machief, usikie mapromises. I want you not, hii ndio ile inaitangwa desperation et al. Desperation in steroids. Ndio hii.
Na hawa wakora wale wanauzia watoto wetu madawa, wale wanauzia watu illicit brew, wale wanatuletea matatizo pale katika vijiji. Sasa tutakuwa na uwezo na namna ya kukabiliana na wao. Ile mmesikia, hakikisha kwamba tumeweka kila kijiji wawe na hiyo administration police unit, ndio tusaidiane na machifu wetu na tusaidiane na ma-assistant chief na wale members wengine kuanzia county commissioner, deputy county commissioner, assistant county commissioners, ma-chiefs wetu pamoja na assistant chiefs, tuwaunganishe wote katika hiyo msururu ya kuhakikisha.
Ukisikia Ruto akitumia the word tuwaunganishe, hiyo ni ujinga.
Kisha ya kwamba Kenya inasonga mbele. Kwa hivyo bila ya kusita, nataka sasa niwaambie hivi. Mimi nimependekeza ya kwamba tuwe na mjadala kama wananchi wa Kenya, mjadala kuhusu mambo ya uchumi na mambo ya maendeleo, na hiyo mjadala ianze pale kijijini. Tunataka tukubaliane, kwa sababu sikizeni ndugu zangu, Kenya yetu hii ni nchi ambayo iko na uwezo mkubwa sana. Kenya yetu hii vile
sasa sasa ndio Ruto amejua Kenya iko na uwezo mkubwa sana after kutuibia. How can a country be having all that potential you are talking about and all what you have been doing for the last 4 years is stealing from it? Unajua jamaa anaonanga watu mavi sana kwa vichwa huyu, bateni wacha aendelee.
Tulipigana tukamuondoa mbeberu, tukajitawala.
Tulipigana tukatoa mbeberu na tunatukutoa. Sijui kama ananielewa. Hello, tulipigana tukatoa mbeberu, na hivyo tulipigana tukatoa mbeberu. Hata wewe you are not an exception, hata wewe unangolewa. So hii story ati ya kufikiria ati tulitoa mbeberu sasa tukarelax hivyo sasa ati sisi maneno ya kutoa iliisha. Tulitoa mbeberu na sasa imefika time ya kukongoa pia. Now the time to get you out is this one. So hiyo history venye mbeberu alingolewa hata unangolewa. Okay? Sawa Ruto? Utukome sana.
Leo tunataka tutawale uchumi yetu na maendeleo yetu. Tusitawale tu siasa. Sijui kama tunaelewana. Nataka mnisikize kwa makini. Na nasema nikiwaeleza Wakenya wengine, sio ya demokrasia peke yake, iwe ni nchi ya demokrasia tajiri na yenye uko na maendeleo. Ni mnanielewa? Kuna watu wananiambia hatuna haja ya kuzungumza kuhusu uchumi na maendeleo ya taifa letu. Ati inatosha tuongee tu.
Mwizi anatuambia nini bwana? Mwizi anatuambia nini? Unajua saa zingine your character dictates everything. Can you imagine ati Ruto akisema hizo vitu? Unajua saa zingine I cannot even listen beyond that. Ruto anakuambia Ruto sells hope to you. Bwana, vitu zingine bwana tu tuache bwana. Afadhali hata tu uende tu hapo, kama kuna jamaa akili yake hayuko sawa, enda usikilize mwenda wazimu town tu pale akikuongelesha. Ruto and hope in the same line. The most corrupt man ever born. Bwana. Huyu jamaa bwana acha kusoma watu bwana. Anyway, but whoever went to listen to him, hiyo ni shida yake. Hiyo ni kusikiliza ujinga tupu hapo, hakuna kitu unasikiliza. So the guy will come with his lies as he want, but we don't care. Let's hear Didinyoro, and we try to connect with what he is saying.
Sold Vision 2060.
Tuko 2060 sasa. Singapore tumeondoka.
Kenya just changed its bedtime story again. First it was the hustler and his wheelbarrow. Then it was Singapore, a first world Kenya in our lifetime. Now we're being sold Vision 2060, and the man laughing loudest at the flip-flop He's in the opposition benches. He's the same man who once built the last dream. Kiharu Member of Parliament Ndindi Nyoro, architect turned arsonist, has lit a match under State House new slogan, and Kenyans on X are passing around the clip like contract band. Tuko 2060 sasa, Singapore tumeondoka.
Sasa tuko 2060. My goodness. Haya. Oh my. Na hii number 6, I think tubadilisha kidogo. Tuna misuse number 6.
We Mwangi, ile kupotea umepotea, endelea kupotea. Ati wacha nikuambie, Ruto hata campaign wapi? Ruto kura hapati. Unasema tupatane next year, ni sawa? You think Ruto ndiye ako na monopoly ya ushindi ama ya kufanya anything? Ruto is a dead horse. He cannot do anything when it comes matters politics. Siasa yake imefika ukingoni. We will be here. Na kama unataka kuingia studio kuja utuelezee how many people have you had even trying even, na hata hii statement umeandika hapa, najua hata mkono inauma ukiandika because you know you are just lying. But anyway, let me not listen to you because you are just wasting time. If you think online doesn't work, why are you here online?
Kama si number 6 hapa, number 6 hapa, hata hapa kwa 2060 kuna 6. Those who know what I'm saying.
Rewind the tape. Ndindi Nyoro wasn't always the man throwing stones at State House. He was one of the masons who built the house. Back in 2022, Nyoro was a chief mobilizer of the Hustler Nation gospel, the wheelbarrow, the Mama Mboga, the Boda Boda Rider, the whole bottom-up economic transformation agenda sold as a war against Kenya's political dynasties. He didn't just cheer from the sidelines, he chaired the powerful Budget and Appropriations Committee and very engine room of government spending.
Ukienda mbele, ile changamoto iko sana nchi ya Kenya. It is an economic problem. Unemployment na kijumla mashida ya economy. Mheshimiwa Deputy Rais, I have sat with you and I know your agenda. And I know for sure you are crafting a policy of bottom up to marshal the entire population of Kenya into prosperity. I want to quote Mheshimiwa Deputy Rais, one of the examples that I have seen you are referring to. One is that of South Korea. And in you, I see General Park, who delivered South Korea into a country it is today. In you, I see Deng Xiaoping, a person who led China from 1978 to the China we know today. And I know for sure unemployment rate will come down like it has gone down in Vietnam in the recent years because of your leadership.
But somewhere between the promises and the pay slips, the marriage soared. By early 2026, Nyoro was a changed man, publicly slamming heavy borrowing, the rising cost of living, and gaping holes in education funding. He accused his own former allies of choosing PR over performance, of polishing the microphone instead of fixing the potholes. This wasn't a quiet grumble in the corridors. This was a man walking away from the tables he helped set. And here's where the wit turns surgical when the government unveiled its Singapore dream, a colossal 5 trillion Kenya shillings infrastructure and transformation roadmap approved in late 2025, promising first world status in our lifetime. Nyoro didn't just roll his eyes, he did the math out loud. Singapore, he argued, is a tiny island nation sitting on the 90th $1,000 of GDP per person. Kenya limps in at around 3,000. Comparing the two, he said, is like comparing a Land Cruiser to a bicycle and asking why the bicycle can't do 90 on the highway. He pointed instead to South Korea, a country with a population size Kenya could actually relate to, as more honest industrialization model.
Have you ever wanted to see your home from space? With this free satellite Earth Maps tool, you can zoom right down to your
Other people also see the fellow citizen, I think yesterday. Hii Kenya iko na maneno sana.
By mid-2026, the break was total. Nyoro formally quit UDA, publicly regretted ever backing Ruto, and started window shopping for opposition space, insisting it was the party, not him, that abandoned the original economic gospel. He skipped key votes. He kept his distance from presidential functions in his own backyard. The prodigal son had left the house.
And therefore, in terms of you've asked the relationship between the president and the former deputy president, the position I hold is that I respect every leader. And I could have things I need to talk about. I could have reservations on decisions made, but I don't think it has been within my role.
But Nyoro's punchline didn't land in a vacuum. The slogan, "War has a battlefield," and it was said days before he ever opened his mouth. On July 30th, hours before Ruto was set to address the nation from State House, former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua threw the first grenade. He claimed publicly, loudly, that Ruto was about to unveil Vision 2060 and even planned to hand the reins to former President Uhuru Kenyatta to lead it. Gachagua called it exactly what critics now believe it is: a shiny distraction from debt, insecurity, suffering farmers, and a mountain of unfulfilled promises. His message to Kenyans was blunt: you don't eat a thirsty-year horizon, you eat today's dinner.
Sasa leo, he has come up with another con game deception. Very big one tonight. Ameita mativi saa moja. Saa moja leo. Amepanga wa Kenya the way he'll con them and deceive them. Sasa leo saa moja. Nimwambie nisimwambie? Ati ameita State of the Nation address. Do you know what he is coming to do? Ati to launch Kenya Vision 2060. This guy thinks Kenyans are fools. Ati is coming to launch Vision 2060. Ati apangie wa Kenya vile watakaa from now to 20. Ile 2030 aliua. Si ilikuwa 2030 ya Mwai Kibaki? Ameua hajaua. Sasa wewe umeua Vision 2030. Tonight you are calling Kenyans to deceive them that you are launching Vision 2060. The third part, which has made me very uncomfortable, that he wants to appoint retired President Uhuru Kenyatta as to be the team leader. Sisi namwambia my elder brother President Uhuru Kenyatta, please usikubali kuingizwa kwa hiyo matope. Wakenya watakuchukia na watakudharau. Si ni uongo? Ati 2060. Ile kazi tumekupatia umefanya. Unatuambia mambo ya 2060 ya nini? Na kuna kazi tulikubaliana ufanye. 4 years down the line you have done nothing. On 10th, nitatoa taarifa Ruto at 4 years.
That evening, Ruto took the stage anyway. He admitted in his own words that Vision 2030, the grand plan launched back in 2008, was running out of road and falling short of its own targets, including the dream of upper middle income status. Instead of retreating, he doubled down, inviting Kenyans into what he called the most consequential national conversation since the 2010 Constitution, a new long-term development charter built around a prosperous, industrialized nation within a generation. Public consultation, he announced, will kick off on August 12, 2026. He framed it as a people's charter, not a government gimmick.
A country whose development is sustainable. And that is the conversation we are going to have as a nation. It is not going to be a conversation about leaders. It is not going to be a conversation about political parties. It is not a conversation about 2027. It is a conversation about the future of our country and how together we must drive that vision into the future.
So here's the real question hanging over Kenya as August 12th approaches. Will this national conversation actually build something that outlasts the politicians pitching it, or will it become just the next slogan waiting for its own mocking punchline? Because if history is the judge, the goalposts in this country don't just move, they sprint, and Ndindi Nyoro Once the loudest cheerleader on the pitch is now standing on the sidelines with a scorecard, and Kenyans are starting to read it out loud with him. Newsroom, Maisha TV, Mesh Simbi.
People who have a lot of credit card debt.
Ruto.
That can be thankful for this. There's something called financial hardship that allows Americans to get.
Anyway. Kata seove, unajua mnanitumianga vitu mingi sana. Acha niwatumie vitu, niwaekee kitu hapa mshtuke kidogo. Haya. Whoever ako kwa show amenitumia hii, ngai yako radhime. Mungu abariki wewe. OCS Kenya. OCS Kenya ndiyo hii. Nataka tuwasome, nataka kuzumu vizuri tuwasome. Hawa ni OCS Kenya. Nataka ukisikia Mtaita, Mkamba, Mkikuyu, Mmeru, Mkisii, Mundigo, unasema nimesikia Mundigo. Please, nikisoma. OCS is Officer Commanding Police Station in Kenya. Central Vision Angoya. Pangani. Zile noma Pangani. Na ujua ni watu wa kukula kula, au ni wale watu wanakula vinoma. Ujue hii ni mabanki hii. OCS, Angoya Central. Pangani, Kandie. Kilimani, Kipchumba Koech. Buruburu. Our fathers used to call it Buruburu. Sang. Kasarani, B. Embakasi, Rotich. Rangata, Ketel. No money, no man. No money, no man. Pakrans, Bet. Kamukonji. Rangata, Green zone zote. Jogoru, Kozgei. Industry. Sasa hapo wamebadilika. Industrial area kuna Shamara sasa. Hapo UN Kirui. Karen Mutai Kile Ngeno. Kumbe Runda Boit Riruta Yego Kangemi Rangata Waizaka Bachok Mutwine Kayole Chepkonga Dadola Rangata Kariomangi Biret Uruma Korin Makonge Shauri Cherona Jiru Kipchumba Ruai Kemboi Mukuru. Sasa Mukuru ndio tumekutana na Mukikuyu wa kwanza Ndegwa. Kawangware Kipchirchir Zimmerman Kipuronage Zurai Rugut Umoja. Mukamba ameingia Mutua. Deputy Police IG Elio Dragat. Manze, hata kama Gachagua ni mkabila, hata kama Gachagua ni mkabila vile munasema, hii nayo mumeona hii? Hii ni ile you don't care. You just say, can you imagine out of 33, na wewe Ruto, hii ndio ile kura utapata. Out of 33 people, only 3 are not carrying it. Mutua, Ndegwa, and Angoya. Out of 33 OCSs in Nairobi, 30 are Kalenjin. Let's look for the ratio. 30 divided by 33. Ruto, ukisikia tunasema uende, unakuja kutuambia ati this Kenya has to change. How can Kenya change with this stupidity? So unataka kusema Kenya ina watu wengine wanaweza in any case, kwani usiweza anafanyanga kazi gani hiyo ngumu isipokuwa kupokea bribe ili muanzie ati kujifanya? Kwani are Kalenjins the only qualified Kenyans to be OCS? Divided by 33. 90%. And somebody is busy here telling us that Ruto lazima arudi. Where is that stupid man who was here? Samuel Mwange, you are so stupid. Mtu anaajiri watu hivi na nimesema hapa, mtu yeyote ambaye anakampenia Ruto, huyo mtu ako na makamasi kichwa. Look, why you must be look, even at the height of Ukabira, I've never seen this. I've never seen this. Even the most tribalistic nations in the world have not seen this. Even Afghanistan have not seen this. Out of 33 OCSs, watatu ndio pekee yao sio wakale. Ruto, wewe unaenda nyumbani. Unaenda. You must be very foolish to support this. Now, let's hear our fellow brothers from Meru and some from Embu claiming Gachagua is overshadowing them by telling them to hold their parties. Let's listen. Then I don't know if Gachagua told them to fold their parties or it is the heavyweight ya Gachagua inawafanya. Kuna pahali Gachagua amesema watu wafunge vyama vyao because pia hapo maybe I don't get it. Gachagua is just saying hapa ni DCP. Wewe you have no problem unatokezea useme hapa ni NAK. Hapa ni NAK, hapa ni NAK Kenya. Hapa ni bus. Why don't you want to get out and say that?
ChatGPT, what's the best high-income skill to learn in 2026?
We need everybody on board, and with a lot of respect to Mheshimiwa Gachagua, we are telling him to handle people with respect, restraint. Let him discipline his tongue. Let him put some discipline on his tongue when he's speaking about other people, about organizations, about other parties.
Isionekana kama iko kando.
Sawa sawa. Party of National Unity, PNU, and with me is Lenny Kivuti, the party leader of the Bas Party, and Speaker Justin Muturi, who is the party leader of the Democratic Party, DP. And therefore, I'm issuing this statement on behalf of those three parties. They have asked me to read the statement, and then they can also comment us. And senior officials of duly registered political parties have noted with concern the remarks attributed to the de facto DCP leader, Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, at a church event in Meru on Sunday, 26th July 2026, calling upon the Democratic Party, the Party of National Unity, PNU, Umoja and Maendeleo Party, and Bas Party to dissolve and join DCP. We wish to state unequivocally that every political party is an independent institution established under the Constitution and the laws of Kenya with its own members, delegates, elected officials, and governance structures. Consequently, unilateral pronouncements by one political leader purporting to direct, dissolve, merge, or determine the future of another political party are not only legally untenable, but are also deeply offensive to the thousands of members, delegates, and officials who have invested their trust, time, and resources in building those parties. Such decisions can only be made by the lawful organs of each respective party in accordance with its constitution and the Political Parties Act. Article 38 of the Constitution guarantees every Kenyan the freedom to make political choices, including the right to form, join, and participate in a political party of their choice. These political rights are both constitutional and statutory and cannot be diminished by the personal ambitions or preferences of any individual. Honorable Gachagua, therefore, has neither the legal nor the moral authority to prescribe the existence or future of other political parties. While we remain firmly committed to the broader objective of providing Kenya with alternative leadership and ending the failures of the Ruto administration, such unity must be anchored on mutual respect, consultation, and voluntary cooperation, not coercion, political ultimatums, or demand.
Yeah, and I want us to react on that. First of all, maybe for those people who listened to Gachagua on Sunday, because, on Sunday, where they say that Gachagua demanded them to dissolve their political parties, and they joined DCP. Unless maybe my ears are deaf, I don't think I heard Gachagua directly saying, or maybe it was not reported to us, without defending Gachagua, because I don't know, maybe there could be some undertones. I've not heard Gachagua telling people that they dissolve their political parties. What I know Gachagua has been doing is that Gachagua has been mummifying them. Gachagua has been like bulldozing his political party in Mount Kenya. And that one is right. You can bulldoze your political party. Munya is free to say that chama ya Mulima, Ninak. He is free to say that. So I don't know why some of these people who we are having in opposition, they don't want, personalities do not change. And I think I've learned to appreciate, nimekuja kujua, wacha niseme hii sasa hapo, unajua I have also to, lazima pia niwaeleze psychologically, learn people. Now, and today I want to give the psychology of Gachagua. I don't know how many people will be able to understand this. And actually, I'm feeling obliged to actually explain to people the mind of Gachagua. Because if you understand the mind of Gachagua, you will learn you will appreciate how to work with him. We never work with the people because they are good people on every corner. And you cannot be good on everything, by the way. We work with the people because we can tolerate some of the things they can do, but there is much of the things where we agree. But we never work with the people because we agree on everything. So this idea where people feel like disagreements are always there, So this is the psychology of Gachagua. Gachagua is that man who is if Gachagua was a footballer, ni yule mchezaji ambaye anaweza kunyima mpira na anataka kufunga. Akifunga, glory. Asipofunga and you get eliminated, it becomes problematic. So that is who Gachagua is for you. So what do I mean? Is it a bad character? No, it is not. Is it a good character? Neither it is not. Is it the best? You can't say. But why? But we have to learn to tolerate people and work with the way they are. So I do not expect Gachagua to change. Gachagua is that man who prioritizes his own actions against others. So it is you to learn how to fit yourself within Gachagua platform. I don't think Gachagua has capacity to fit into your platform. And I'm sorry to say this. And we have individuals who are like that. Individuals who they feel whatever they are doing should take the corner of the day. And those guys become very effective when the war is very ruthless. When the war is very ruthless, you need such guys. Because what happens is that when mukiwa na historia this, and I will give again an example of football. Mpira ukiwa mgumu sana, you will see now Messi or Mbappe making his own personal decision. Hii mpira hakuna mtu napea, nitachenga watu wote na nifunge bao. Messi can do that decision when the game is very hot. That is what happened. So what I would tell Munya to say or to do is he should not think that Gachagua is preventing his party from thriving. And in this life, by the way, and if you say that somebody is preventing you from succeeding, you're also having a problem in life. You should also ask yourself, what am I not doing right not to succeed? But this idea where you want to belt accusation on other people, even because like Munya, DCP has not been here for years. DCP has not been here. DCP has just come. So NAC has been here as far as 2007. Has DCP stopped NAC from thriving? You guys, you have not sold your parties well. And this idea where you want to pretend that DCP has been blocking your success is legitimate. Yes, DCP, DCP might have become that big political party and is overpowering you, but it never prevented you from thriving. You are the biggest time ever in your life to have your political parties. I think that is distasteful, and I feel it is not right. It's not right, whatever they are trying to do. And I don't think Gachagua has a right to market his party. And Munya has a right to market his party. But they should not show this weakness that lazima waachiwe sijui nini. Unless they want now to tell us we start now the same dialogues or the same discussions which are being done in Nyanza. We want zoning because this is our zone. Unless that is what they want. We want zoning because this is our zone. Wacha niwaeke. Unless this is what they want.
We are not in a hurry because
and this is what Munya wants.
We are going to negotiate on policies. We are going to negotiate on development programs. We are also going to negotiate on sharing of positions, which includes sharing power. We are not expelling anybody from the party, but anybody who feels that he is uncomfortable with us can leave if he likes. I don't know why some people are saying that we are in a hurry. We are in a hurry going where? We are not in a hurry because everybody is now preparing for next year's election. And ODM cannot be left behind. We are going to do our own thing. Please, if you are not part of us, do your own thing. Let us do our own thing.
Demands for surrender. It is equally contradictory for Honorable Gachagua to advocate for the dissolution of established political parties while simultaneously hosting elected underlinders and engaging senior government officials, openly inviting them to his residence. If he genuinely believes in political realignment based on principle and the sovereign will of the people, then he should encourage those elected on under tickets to resign and seek fresh mandates through by-elections. Democracy is strengthened by the ballot, not by negotiated defections, photo hoops, or selective political convenience. The standard must be applied consistently to all. We also reject any impression that Honorable Gachagua has been appointed or mandated to speak on behalf of all the people or political parties associated with the Mount Kenya region. No such meeting has ever been convened, nor has any consensus been reached conferring such authority upon him. Indeed, even Presidents Jomo Kenyatta, Mwai Kibaki, and Uhuru Kenyatta never sought to compel other parties to dissolve or proclaimed themselves the exclusive political leaders of the region. Leadership is earned through service, humility, and consensus, not through declarations of supremacy over independent political formations. We have deliberately exercised the restraint of our members and supporters, despite repeated subtle attacks directed at our parties and their leadership, because we believe that the interests of our people are best served through unity rather than unnecessary confrontation. However, restraint should not be mistaken for acquiescence. We call upon However, restraint should not be mistaken for acquiescence. We call upon Honorable Gachagua to desist from divisive pronouncements and instead embrace structured dialogue, consultation, and respectful engagement among all like-minded political parties. Durable political partnerships are built on equality, trust, and respect for institutional autonomy. It is worth noting that we cannot pretend to be growing our parties while simultaneously locking out others in order to own specific regions. While we have no differences with our partners in DCP, it is necessary to make our communities feel comfortable, secure, and free to make political choices. We must stop threatening those of diverse backgrounds and beliefs about our political standing in order to grow our democracy. It cannot be one is okay joining DCP, but bad if they join other parties. One people, one agenda, and prosperity. That is our underlying principles. So kwa kifupi tunasema tuheshimia na heshima si utumwa. Sindio?
Never do these 3 things after a car accident if you want to potentially receive any money at all. Number 1, never.
Heshima is a two-way traffic. Kwa hivyo madharau vya hivi vidogo, sijui nani mdogo, sijui nani, creating narratives that are intended to serve your own personal interests are not going to help us, our people, to be together, and it will not help in the bigger agenda of trying to change the country and removing a dictatorship that is causing havoc across this nation. So that agenda is very serious, and we need everybody on board. We need everybody on board, and with a lot of respect to Mheshimiwa Gachagua, we are telling him to handle people with respect, restraint. Let him discipline his tongue. Let him put some discipline on his tongue when he's speaking about other people, about organizations, about other parties. It is good for him. It may help him ascend to wherever you want to ascend, because you ascend by riding on the shoulders of other people, not by deriding, besmirching, condescending behavior. Thank you. Track our agenda of working together to ensure we deal with this disaster called UNDA government is still there, and we are still in talking terms. We thought it is important we publicly express ourselves, because he seems to be consistently talking about this wherever he goes. You can see we haven't talked individually. We consulted and thought we need to make this statement. With a lot of respect to him, we don't have anything personal against him. We are just telling him he needs to carry himself with dignity while dealing with other leaders. I mean, you can't have a region where there is only one leader. We are all leaders. And the communities in Mount Kenya have lived that way for many years. Our values and the way we operate, even our traditional values, is always elders respect other elders.
So Mwange unakuja kutuambia ati they cannot unite against who is the anointed one? Ni mwizi, niyo mwizi unatuambia story yake. I will get you out of this show. Who is anointed? A thief. I'm banning you. Siwezi sikiliza matope kama hiyo. Ati anointed one. Who is anointed? A thief and a murderer. Ndio unakuja kutuambia hapa anointed one. Kwenda kabisa. I cannot tolerate that. Sijai ban mtu kwa hii studio, lakini hiyo imenifika hapa. Mtu akuja kutuambia hapa ati anointed one. Mugani huyo? Mwizi. Ai bwana. Mungu anoint watu kama hao bwana. So that one is coming to our nerve. Coming to tell us that people cannot unite against the anointed one, watuambia. Kwana kabisa. Na usikuje kwa show yetu. Na mtu mwingine akikuja hapa kuanzia kutuambia ujinga, I will ban you. Nayo, I will not allow you to come and tell us those stupid things there. We are dealing with the collateral damage of a human being who has destroyed a country. Wakuja kutuambia hapa. Kwani huyo mtu anointed hivyo tu, and the people are just gnashing teeth. Wewe unasoma Biblia yako. When the wicked are in power. Yeah, because let me put for you, it's a Bible verse. Because unafikiria sisi hatujui maneno ya Mungu, wewe unajua. You are so Proverbs 28:28. Hii nitakusomea because unafikiria wewe ndio unajua Bible you know the Bible more than any other people. The anointed one. Go away. This is your anointed one. Huyo unasema your anointed one. Kwanza nitoe munya kidogo. Hii nikusomee. Mwange, wherever you are. And you other stupid followers. When the wicked rise to power. Ruto sasa hapo. People go into hiding, but when the wicked perish, the righteous rise. When the wicked rise to power, people go into hiding. I think this version has not positioned it well, but other Bibles they say either people gnash teeth ama watu wanaumia. In other words, nikwambie kweli, we have a wicked man in the throne bana. So wache ujinga yako. There is more than meets the eye here. All these men have access to RG, but they chose public route. Over the weekend, Mother Karua expressed, what I express, they can do whatever they are doing, Madam Wairimo. They can do whatever they are doing as long as it is within the confines of opposition. Lakini kama wanataka kwenda kwa Kasongo pia waende. But kuna kitu mimi mwenyewe sielewi, or I'm not appreciating from them. All these political parties which are crying, some of those political parties are 20 years old, 10 years old, 15 years old, like DP. DP is a 1992 party. DP, Democratic Party, is a 1992 party. Why should it be crying? DP should be having structures. Wawache ujinga bana. Wawache ujinga. DP muende muji. You should be having functional platform. NAC 2007. No, 202. Hizi machama zote zinalialia saa hii. They are not baby parties. Bana, hata nyinyi mtuache sasa bwana. No one has stopped you from marketing. And by the way, Munya, you can declare yourself the kingpin if you want. These are pronunciation. Unajua, saa zingine, human beings do not understand the psychology of behavior. Hii kitu ya sijui viongozi na nini, because in Kenya or in Africa we are not doing this overwhelming like anointing of somebody. Gachagua has just declared himself. So it is you to choose to believe it or not. Gachagua akisema mimi ndio kingpin, mimi ndio mshemaji hapa na uamini, it becomes a currency to him. Hakuna Muturi. Let me put for you Muturi here. Who opposed this? when this was happening, kidogo, we have also to be honorable to people. It happened 5 years ago. So Muturi, hii kitu yako iliflop ama ilienda wapi? Here, Speaker Justin Muturi coronation as Gema spokesman full event. There was a whole event of coronating Muturi 5 years ago. Ndio hii. But this event was not serious. Hii hakuna. Hapa kulikuwa na kitu. Mbona hii kitu haikustick? When Muturi anakuwa, I don't know. I think they were doing this way because maybe they were preparing him to work with Ruto. I don't know. Muturi had also an event, maybe because that time, let me tell you the reason why this event was done. Event, they were thinking because Muturi was number 3 third time, and Ruto is number 2 because Najui was the speaker. So, and Uhuru is going away. So the thinking was Muturi can inherit the leadership of Mlima Kenya because he was the most senior politician at the moment, because he was number 3 as a speaker. That is why now, because these people, or maybe they were misled, because the Council of Elder, the Kikuyu Council of Elder was misled by somebody. Ama pengine walipewa pesa. I don't know. Something happened here which was not serious. Muturi was made a leader. Hakiwa hata hajafikisha kilo. He had no influence. He had no support. That's the reality. So I still ask myself up today, can you tell me what was the importance of this event? Ni swali nauliza. So kuna event, this happened 5 years ago where Muturi was done kiongozi wa watu ya Mlima. Unaona hata Profesa Naituli ndiye huyu. No. You guys, you have to be serious. Muende hata nyinyi mutafute kura, mutengeneze chama zenyu, make your parties popular. This idea, for me, hii ni wivu sasa. At times pia lazima ifike level, you have also to appreciate capability ya watu. People have to appreciate capability ya watu. Kama uwezi jenga chama na ikue kubwa, wacha kusikia wivu ya wale watu wanaunda vyama na zinakuwa kubwa. You can also learn from them. On that one, I don't agree with them. Learn from what is Gachagua doing. You know, maybe in school hata tunaambianga wanafunzi hivi, ukiona huyu mtoto anapata mahesabu kukuliko, learn from them. What do they do? Take their paper, see how they answer their question, see how they approach of answering a question. Lazima unajua watu wanataka wafunzwe kila kitu. At times sio kila kitu you regret or you start saying sijui nafungiliwa. Vitu zingine you have also to learn. And I want to tell the opposition, ukiona mwenzako ni kama yake inakaa mzuri kuliko yako, before complaining, can I learn something from him? What is this Gachagua is doing, which is making him to start a political party and it is becoming a juggernaut? It's a question you can ask yourself. Ask yourself, mbona Gachagua amejenga chama sahi ya juzi, a party which is less than 1 year ago, and it has become a juggernaut. What is he doing right? Lakini sasa ukikuja useme sijui he is forcing people, he is coercing people. We have to be serious. And I want to tell people the reason why DCP has become huge. Why DCP is becoming bigger than life. I want to explain to people why. And why even these politicians, they have to learn how to deal with that. Otherwise, kama wewe ni mtu wa kiburi utoboi. Saa zingine lazima ukubali. People are gifted differently. And Gachagua is very good in mobilization. Gachagua messaging is good. And then his sharp attack on government has also given him a windfall of support. So parameters are not the same, Bwana Muturi. This one, you guys, you are not serious. Hii bado. Mimi nitawaambia tu muevaluate. Yes, and I have told you, you people, you have to learn to work with Gachagua the way he is. Lazima mufanye kazi mukijua Gachagua ni mtu ya kiburi. Itabidi mukubali. Na binadamu wa kiburi wako. Lazima mukae mukijua Gachagua ni mtu wa kujisikia. You have to learn how to work with him in those parameters. Ni mtu wa kujisikia, ni mtu ya kiburi, na ni mtu wa kujituma. Vitu ngapi? Sikuwa niseme hizo vitu, lakini nimesema wacha niseme. You have to work with him knowing that. Gachagua ni yule mtu ambaye he believes whatever he is doing will always work. There are people with that spirit. Na mimi si wahukumingi, by the way. Kuna mtu ambaye anajuanga kile anafanya lazima kifanye. So and that is a spirit which is at times which is needed in a very bad war. Kama una watu kama hao, when Gachagua comes and says, huyu Ruto tunamalizia, we are waiting for the next government. Somebody might take it as overconfidence, but there are people who are built that way. Kuna watu hawaonangi vizingiti mbele. Kuna mtu akija ile barabara anapitia anajua hiyo ndio inaenda. Kuna binadamu kama hao. I have interacted with such people. Huyo mtu hata akianzisha biashara anakuambia bwana Njiru ni either muingie hivi ama mtanikuta ile pande nyingine, mimi nikiwa already I have gotten my money. Yeah, kuna watu and politics, by the way, in real life it might not be good, but in politics it's a good character. Hao watu wa kujisikia na kuona like what they are doing is the right thing. You need, if you don't have those people in politics, hakuna kitu mutafanya. Hamwezi fanya chochote. So ni wewe ujue how to work with those guys. Because those guys have a lot of determination. Those guys have a lot of determination. And those are guys who actually can guide you to winning an election. How much because already he has already blurred his vision. Yeah, on history ati mnasema sijui ati Ruto ndio nimekuja, even when like I started hearing Gachagua akisema hata Ruto hakuna kitu atapanga, ndio sasa nilianzia kumwelewa, because Gachagua yeye anaona wakiwa wanaenda State House. So Gachagua aoni ati sijui Ruto atapanga guns sijui nini. Yeye Gachagua anaona wanaenda State House na huyu mtu atamshinda. Stories zingine yeye hata mkimwambia sijui nini atatoa watu Uganda, yeye aoni hiyo. Yeye ameshikilia huyu mtu ni kungoa. You need such people because they are not soft. They just take over and they just go. So that's why hiyo character ya Gachagua hata kama ampendi, hiyo character ya Gachagua hata kama amuipendi is very good and is very effective. in a very dangerous institution like this one. You might not want your husband maybe to have such character when it comes to a relationship, but in real life and in politics, you need that. Huyu jamaa mnasemanga na support. Hiyo uchaguzi anga shida isipokuwa ni hiyo kujituma. Because unajua hii kiburi ndio inaletanga hiyo kujituma. Hii kitu we will, na sio kiburi mbaya, ni kiburi ya kusucceed. We will make it. Huyu mtu lazima tuongoe. So and then hiyo kiburi unapelekea watu sasa. So ukienda and then people because watu wako na mashida mingi, now watu wanaanzia sasa, they start now vibrating with that message, unawaambia huyu mtu asubuhi tunangoa. So that's how it started. Gachagua was the first person to actually give Kenyans hope. It is possible to fight this. Yes, Wakenya overwhelmingly walikuwa wanajua Ruto anaweza toka na hakuna mtu alikuwa anapenda Ruto. But the first man to show it is possible was Gachagua. So saa zingine even when we are forgetting hii kiburi ya Gachagua, what it has given us ni kujikosea. Na mimi naweza ambia Gachagua hiyo kiburi usiache. You need it. Lakini kuna mtu ataniambia sasa, wewe unasema nini? Sema hata wewe unafanana na yeye. I don't know, but unajua mtu ajijui ni watu wanakuwa. I have analyzed Gachagua. Yes, he is proud, but that pride is needed right now. Otherwise hiyo chama yake, it will be mummified even by UDA. Gachagua asipofanya hivyo hata UDA itamlemea. So Gachagua continue working that way. Lazima ujitume bana. Muturi lazima atokezea aende pale mbele. So hata hiyo like in mbele. Why is DP not popular? Why is it like why are we not seeing huo msukumo wa watu wakitaka kukua kwa hiyo DP yake? Please. Even wale watu werevu walisema isiponyesha inaanzia kusema ni mawingi haikuwa mingi. So please give us a break. Hapana, ni kila mtu afanye kazi yake man. Kila mtu auze chama yake bwana Kagiri. So this idea, because I don't like it when personalities cannot be changed. Unajua Kagiri, you have to learn how to deal with somebody. Hii idea ya watu wanataka. Let me tell you, I'm not saying that the character ya Gachagua ni mzuri sana. But huyu ni mwanaume wa miaka 60. Kagiri. Gachagua ni mwanaume wa miaka 60, 61. Hiyo kiburi yake anajua kule imemtoa na kule imempeleka. Kama hiyo kiburi yake ndio imemfikisha mpaka hapo amefika, aendelee nayo. Gachagua is not a 4 years old. He is not a 4 years old that we are trying to shape his character. Gachagua ni mwanaume wa miaka 60. You cannot shape his character. So I would say like what Americans said at one time, let Trump be Trump. So let Gachagua be Gachagua. Wachaneni na Gachagua, wacha akaa hivyo anakaa. Let Gachagua be. Wachaneni na hii ujinga ati sijui Gachagua is proud, Gachagua is this. Ni wewe ujue vile. Kwani hata kwa maboma zetu hatuna watu tunajua ni proud. Me I have relatives who are very proud, lakini najuanga huyu jamaa nampitanga hivi. Huyu jamaa naye kama if I have to work with him, we learn to appreciate and to appreciate vile huyu mtu anakaa. Unajua like mayanko anko wangu wa Mombasa apendangi hivi. Yule anko mwingine like yule anko wangu wa Nairobi, I can approach that one. Yule anko yangu ya Nairobi huyu on this one I can approach. Lakini yule anko yangu ya Kitui bana, huyu nisumbua, acha niachane naye. Nisimwambie hiyo story, wacha niachane naye. So let Gachagua be Gachagua. If he is a proud man, it's okay. If it is helpful. Wachane na Gachagua, because sasa watu wanasema sijui Gachagua this, sijui nini. Gachagua hata yeye ndiye amezuilia chama zenyu zikuwe kubwa. Gachagua is not your manifesto. Gachagua is not your party leader. So DP muende, DP you are from 1992. Ebu kama mmeshindwa na kujenga chama yenu, muache kuwekelea watu wengine. Murudi muunde chama yenu. My friend Kagiri, muache kushinda mkisema ati Gachagua ako na kiburi. That's what is pissing me off. All the time Gachagua ako na kiburi, Gachagua ako na kiburi. Hata hao viongozi nani ana kiburi yake? All of them, are they good? Munya the other, even Munya himself is a very proud man. I've heard him talking. So Bwana Munya, grow your party. We can come to your party. I can join any party within opposition. Mi sina briders, lakini tunataka mujitume. Uko Meru, make it your territory. Make it your territory. Ken Daniels ameagree na mimi. You know, and I have started saying we have to start now teaching people to appreciate people the way they are. If you don't appreciate people the way they are, ndio unaanzia kusema huyu mtu ni mjinga, huyu mtu sijui ni nini. Saa zingine eleweni watu vile wanakaa. Na tuache story mingi. I have looked at Gachagua. Kama nyinyi watu mnataka Gachagua abadilike, mtafute Gachagua mwingine. Huyu hawezi badilika, huyu atakaa hivyo. Huyu Gachagua atakaa hivyo, and we have just to learn how to work with this guy. Sasa sijui sasa mimi nimwambia, so achana na story mingi. Ya kama Gachagua ako na kiburi ni sawa. Saa zingine kiburi usaidia. I always say, hata wamama. Hello wamama, kuna wamama hapa? Hello. Unajua sasa nawaingiza kwa psychology kidogo sasa. Wewe kama ni mama na una kiburi. Ruere, 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 oh. Ruere, ruere. Wewe, sometimes pride inasaidia. Hii kiburi. Haya. Utajikuta wewe ndiye sie ronde ama wamama sijawaambia kitu. Kiburi is your venom. Unasikia hata saa zingine akina huyo mama ni mjinga sana, anaringa. Njoo hiyo maringo yako imekusaidia. Huyu mama anajiona sukari. Hiyo. Umesikia? Umejiokoa. Saa zingine sio kila saa ati kiburi ni mbaya. Saa zingine kiburi inaweza kutoa kwa meno ya nyani ama meno ya shetani. Sijakwambia uende atukiringia watu tuambie sijui niko na pesa mingi. I'm not telling you that you be explicitly proud. That's not what I'm trying to say. But I'm talking of ring-fenced pride. Kuna ile pride hata inakufanya hata conman asikuibie. Mtu anakuja kukuuzia saa ya 500 hapo. Unamwambia my friend, unaniona mimi naweza vaa saa ya 500? Kumbe kiburi yako imekuokoa. Ulikuwa unapoteza 500. Na tutawafunza kila kitu. This idea whereby you people you want us, we come here and we start teaching you. Hiyo mambo mutaacha. Hiyo mambo mutaacha. Let me tell you something which happened to me. Hii nitawaelezea leo. hii nitawaelezea. Sasa we are in the we are in the university. No, not in the university, we are in a high school. Sasa high school tulikuwaga tunachagua courses. Tunasikia tunachagua courses. So ukifika form 4 lazima uchague zile course ungetaka kufanya university. So nilikuanga nimesikia, I don't know if that is what happened. Nilikuwa nimesikianga ukichagua courses kama ine, ukichagua courses kama ine, saa zingine wanaweza kuweka ile course utaki. Sasa na mimi sitaki kujikuta kwa kitu spendi. Sasa when we are choosing our courses, nilichagua tu course moja. Yeah, me I just like, because unajua mwalimu tulikuwa tunaambiwa do your first course ile unataka, then chagua, kama utapata hiyo chagua ya pili, kama utapata ya pili chagua, so you had to do 4. So there was a precedent that you get admitted in your fourth course na zingine hata ulifanya tu guesswork. So sasa mimi nikajiuliza hapa nitanavigate aje, na naweza jifanya hapa nataka kuchagua makosi 4 wasinichague ile nataka. Sasa mimi nikasema I will only choose one course. Tukasumbuana na mwalimu. Mwalimu akaniambia, what if you don't qualify for this one? Nikaambia mwalimu, I'm qualifying bwana. Mwalimu akaniambia bwana, Nanjiru, si kiburi yako ni kubwa. Nikamwambia mwalimu, nikamwambia hapana, I will not do what you are saying. Mwalimu akaniambia bwana, si kiburi yako ni kubwa. And let me tell you, wale majamaa wengine walifanya walijikuta kwa vitu hataki. Mimi na my only choice nilijikuta hapo, sababu yule mtu anaenda kuchoose pale, anaangalia sasa, anaona huyu mtu alichagua hii moja. Kwa hivyo ni kumaanisha this guy means what he want. But waeke hapo options. They will even put you in an option which you don't want. Utakuwa unasema guy, niliendanga university. That is what, and I'm teaching you, that is what makes people to go to the university. Na saa zingine unafanya ile course upendi, because wewe ulichagua courses zingine. You cannot be loving everything. I don't believe in choices. I believe in picking. There's a difference between a choice and picking. I don't want you to choose a wife. I want you to pick a wife. Wacha niache hiyo mambo. I don't want you to choose a president. I want you to pick a president. Because if you are choosing, it's like you, but if you pick, you are just taking what you want. But if you choose, you are comparing. Ni kama umepewa maembe na machungwa, unasema no. My character, even when like I go in the hotel, kama leo nitaipitia kwa hoteli. Nikitoka hapa kwa hoteli, siendangi kuitisha menu. I never ask for menu in a hotel. When I go to the hotel, I go nikiwa nikijua leo nakula nini. So it is the hotel to have what I want, not me to go and choose what they have. Na kama wana tunatoka naenda. Naweza sema leo nataka kukula pilau na kuku. So nikienda kwa hoteli, ni hoteli wakue na hiyo pilau na kuku. Sio kuniambia customer, juu hatuna pilau na kuku, unaweza kula madodo na matumbo. What are these guys? These people are changing my appetite. And wako na habari mimi pengine niko na kiu ya kukula pilau for the last 1 month. Alafu nakuja kuniambia customer unaweza kula matumbo. Pia nyinyi watu mnauzianga watu chakula kwa mahoteli, muache hiyo mchezo bwana. Mtu amekuja hapo anakuuliza, uko na yogurt baridi? Unamwambia customer hatuna yogurt, lakini tuko na maziwa hata inachemka pale saa hii. Muache mchezo bana. Ati kuna maziwa pale inachemka sasa hivi. Wewe unasikia vizuri, nimekuja naitisha yogurt, unaniambia kuna maziwa inachemka. Hatuna yogurt, hatuna hiyo yogurt tunataka, lakini kuna maziwa inachemka pale. Just tell the customer, boss, hatuna kile unataka. Usimpe options. And that is what I've even started learning in the business world. And the reason why I have seen like American businesses are succeeding compared to our businesses. It's something I've evaluated. Biashara mingi sana za wazungu, kama afanyi kitu, akwambii atufanyi hiyo lakini tunaweza fanya hii. Hiyo ujinga yetu. Huyo kama jamaa anataka gari ya Tesla, ama jamaa anataka Cybertruck, ama jamaa anataka Chevy, yeye akienda tu kwa duka anataka Chevy, anaambiwa tu hakuna Chevy. You not see this guy trying to convince him ati hatuna Chevy lakini tuko na Fortuner na zina behave the same. Would you consider wachana na customer achukue kile anataka? History ya kutaka kuconvince customer, these are the same spirits. Yeah, I work for Rachel, you give me there. Na huyo mzee alikosea huyo jamaa sana. He wasted 7 years for somebody. It's very bad to waste time. And that person needed to apologize. Why would you waste 7 years for somebody? I'm busy working for Rachel, you are giving me there. Mwache hiyo mchezo bana. So that's just like a side note kidogo nimewaambia. So hii kiburi ya Gachagua iendelee. Najua kagini siku hizi anipende lakini anipende Gachagua, and I'm not saying this because I'm a psychopath of Gachagua. I'm saying this so that you can be able to understand how human beings work. Wewe nikikwambia mimi sipendi hivi, wacha kuanzia kusema Njiru wako na kiburi. Me by the way, I've even learned how to. Kuna watu even in my village where I come from, people used to say that huyu mzee anakuanga na kiburi mingi sana. Nikaevaluate hiyo kitu, nikaona yenyewe huyu mtu ni operating procedure yake, sio kiburi. Sababu wewe unataka ufanane, wewe unataka ukikuja kwangu kuniitisha njembe, unataka tu nitoe. Kuna mzee anakuuliza, why do you need my jembe? Kwa nini hujanunua yako? Wewe unakuja kuniomba jembe, alafu sasa because huyo mzee is a bit inquisitive, unakuja kuniomba. It's in the village. We had a mzee who used to behave that way. Si atatakunyima, lakini kabla ya kupea njembe anakuprovoke mbaya. Kabla ya kugonga jembe anakuprovoke mbaya. Na mbona una yako? Unajua umeniomba jembe miaka 20 sasa. Unajua umeniomba jembe miaka 20. So I grew up knowing that huyu mzee ni sumbua sana. Until I became a friend to that mzee. Huyu mzee tukaelewana kabisa. Huyo mzee tulielewana. He is one of my best friends. But he is now later, aliaga the other day. But nilikuja kuelewa hiyo kiburi yake. Kumbe saa zingine unaweza sema mtu ako na kiburi because you are just a lazy man somewhere. Unasema huyu mtu ni kiburi. You don't want to do things the right. So saa zingine kabla ya kusema mtu ako na kiburi, seek to understand the way they are looking at issues. Expectations za binadamu ni tofauti bana. Human beings have different expectations. Kama wewe expectations zako ziko chini, usitake kila mtu ashukishe expectations zake zifanane na zako ili ati tuseme ati ana kiburi. Kuna watu expectations zao ziko uko kwa roof. Wewe kama unataka kucheza ligi ya chini, hata even in life we don't have the same league. Kuna Champions League, kuna La Liga, kuna EPL, kuna Serie A, na kuna Kenya Premier League ile ambaye hata hakuna mtu anataka. I've even had the guys who manage Kenya Premier League hata wakiringa wakisema hii we have a very nice league. Have you had any mtu anatokezea, we are going to modernize this Kenyan Premier League. It is going to be one of the best league in the world. It is going to be the best. Utasikia watu wakisema hivyo, you always be hearing the corruption, pesa imepotea, wachezaji wana hii. Enda usikilize wase wa English Premier League wakiongea. We want this league to be the most competitive in Europe. We want to make sure that this league is attracting the best talents in the world. That's how they talk. Nimesikiliza movie za Kimarekani. Sababu najua pia wa Marekani wako na kiburi ingine iko pale kwa roof, na nimewasamea sana. Wale watu wamesikiliza movie za Kimarekani. No, wafunza kitu. Ukisikiliza movie za Kimarekani, this is how Americans talk. Wanakuonesha kakitu. Wanakuonesha they always say one of the best in the world. The biggest in the world. Even if wanaongeaga. The biggest in the world. The most fascinating house ever built. Even if wanaongeaga. The only one in North America. Even if wanaongeaga. Anaitwa Mumarekani. Hebu kutana na Mumarekani after ameproduce B2 bomber. Alafu usikia akifanya description. The only available aerial weapon ever produced by mankind. Mkute akikuelezea Harvard University, the best university ever to exist. Huyo ni Mumarekani. Akikuelezea story ya vitu zake. The best software ever made. The biggest company ever with a turnabout of $1 trillion. Simuenda hata msikiliza hata Steve Jobs the way he used to talk. Akilaunch zile ma Apple phone zake. Msikie vile alikuwa anaongea. The only touch screen available. If it's not in Apple, it's not anywhere. It's not available anywhere else. So, kiburi ni sawa. Nimeachana nyinyi sababu najua mwezi ingia show leo. Hiyo najua naye mwezi ingia sababu amudishiki. Najua leo mwezi ingia show na ni sawa tu mkae tu huko nje. Leo lazima niwasomee. Leo najua mwezi ingia show. Amwezi ingia show because mnasema nimekuja kupromote watu wa viburi hapa. Sasa kweli na kiburi kama ya akina Julia. Amurangi wenye Julia kuna kiburi noma. Nimeanzia kuwaita sasa. Julia, kuja uelezea watu hapa kiburi yako bwana. Unajua watu wajui hapa wewe ni mtu wa maringo. They are not aware. Ndio ulikasirikia Sifuna hapa mbaya. Anyway, wacha niachane na nyinyi. Others should understand that we are gifted differently as the effect of Gachagua will be felt in decades long after he is gone. Some of his characters, like Raila, Jaramogi, Muriro, will never be replicated. Sifuna will soon be in. Nasoma tu na sasa kumbe hata Ken Daniels mumeanzia kukubaliana na history yangu. You know I'm one of the guy who handles this tough topics. Me hakuna topics siwezi handle. So me I usually I can handle even this very tough topics amtaki kuongea. Sijui ati ati hautaki sijui nini. My friend, let me tell you. Wamama wale mko hapa wanajua. There is some element of pride kama hauna. Wanaume watakusamea. Wewe. Ni amujui bana. Wacha niache mambo mingi. Unajua tunaongea siasa. We are not talking psychology here. So, but I'm trying to help you understand how human brain works. And by the way, let me tell you, if you are not proud with what you do, hakuna mtu atakuja. Let me tell you some of the companies which I worked for when I'm doing the interview video, how watu wanaongea. Niwachekeshe sasa. We are one of the reputable companies available which does this. Na huyu jamaa anaongeaje bwana? Mbona, can you imagine? The TV is not advertising your company and you are not advertising your company. Who else will advertise your company? At least if the TV is not advertising you, advertise yourself. Advertise yourself. Majamaa amenifanya interview bana. Bana. Majamaa ananiambia story ya kampuni yao, anasema na mbona hii kampuni sikuwa nimesikia jana? Majamaa vile wananiambia story ya hiyo kampuni bwana. If that commodity has not been made here, don't trust anything else you see. Wewe, that is market inakaa hivyo bwana. Market inakaa hivyo. So you go and look at China and US when they are competing on this thing. Unasikia China wakitokezea na their AI DeepSeek. Unasikia China wakitokezea. This is a game changer. Hiyo ndio lugha bana. This is a game changer. Hakuna timseti you want to sell your product and your business saying, hii tu ni ile ya kawaida. Hii tu ni kama zile zingine tu mumeziona huko. Mzetu atafunga tu na aende. Mzetu atafunga. Lakini we jamaa marketing akitokezea tu hapo, this is a game changer. Nothing like this has ever been done. This will be a revolutionary idea for decades to come. In the next 30 years, we don't have a replacement for this. So, mwachane na Gachagua market party yake. So, Gachagua akitokezea huko kwa mlima na anasema, hapa hakuna chama ingine isipokuwa DCP. Wachane na Gachagua bwana. Usi hata utokezee na useme hapa hakuna chama ingine isipokuwa DP. Kila mtu auze mayai yake bwana. Even the famous wahenga walisema azimaliziani nyasi. Why are we pretending ni kama tunamaliziana nyasi? Nilisikia zinakuranga pamoja na azimalizianangi nyasi. Umeiona mang'ombe zikipigania nyasi? Binadamu ndio wako na hii ujinga ya kupigana juu ya vitu ndogo ndogo. By the way, if we were honorable like animals, tungekuwa tunapigana ovyo ovyo juu ya vitu kidogo. Haziwezi maliziana nyasi. We have 55 million people. Munya, all these 55 million Kenyans, they are ready for recruitment for your party. Toa lugha bana, ongea, waambie bana. Tokezea hapo Meru waambie bana. Our party is revolutionary. There has never been a party like this one. This party is going to change Kenya. This is your party. This is your party. I can tell you, there is no any party which exists, which will ever come, which will be like this party. Hii ndiyo chama ya mwananchi. Hii ndiyo chama ambayo lazima uingie. Kama utaingia hii chama wewe umeisha. I can tell you, even don't waste your time vying. If you are not in this party, I can tell you, you are not succeeding. Najua kuna mtu ananiangalia. Sio kichana niko nayo. Hiyo kichaa niko nayo. Haya. Wale ambao wanashikanisha, they know what I mean. Unajua kuna mtu anadhani na sio kupayuka na payuka. I'm trying to show you what mtu nitokezea hapo. Market your party. Anzia kusema kama kuna chama inatoa kasongo 3 AM ni ama munipe kazi ya kumarket hizo chama zenyu juni kama mmeshindwa. Lugha bana. Lugha maneno matamu bana. Of course you have to combine rhetoric with action. So wewe Munya, tokezea, market your party. Show people that is where they need to be. Gachagua afungi watu nyororo kama umbwa. Anawaambia ingieni DCP. Gachagua anafika Embu anasema harambe. Hata nitawakia video ya Gachagua hapa when he's marketing his party. Harambe. Hapa iko chama ingine. Hapa iko chama ingine. Sasa mnataka Gachagua akienda aende hapo kuanzia kusema hapa vyama ni ngapi? Give us a break man. Kweli bwana, mnataka tucheze game soft man. Hii wacha tuliona tumira ati Wairimu ati anasema sasa watu wameanzia kureact sasa ati Njiru ati when Americans say that it's mostly based on fact, it raises expectations. We are all measured based on productivity. How many productive hours are lost when a Kenyan president hosts 10K? Wacha niona. Wairimu wewe kutana na Mumarekani akikuelezea story ya kitu. Wewe. Wairimu nimeinteract na Wamarekani. Mumarekani akikuuzia kitu, utabeba. Utabeba. Mwingine bwana ametumaketia kitu bwana. It was a software bana. Namwambia bana hiyo kazi tunafanyanga. Kaniambia no, we are not talking. Can you give me 5 minutes? I explain to you the capability of ours. Kumbe nimejiroga. Jamaa tukumalizia tukumake tu kitu tu yake tu hivi. Unasikia tu akisema, can we have a trial for it? Leo acha tucheke. Wacha tucheke. The party, this is the party. Ati is the party, is the party, is the party. Wow. Anyway, please let's learn to appreciate people. So tusipige Gachagua sana. Ati wamesema ati sijui afanye mdomo aje. Kuna kitu wamesema mdomo. Yule alisikia walisema hata sikusikiliza. Ati mdomo. I think in Kiembu we say kunia mdomo idhege. He said something, I think, bwana Munya bana, market your party bana. Bwana Gatirao, and you are young by the way.
We need everybody on board, and with a lot of respect to Mheshimiwa Gachagua, we are telling him to handle people with respect, restraint. Let him discipline his tongue. Let him put some discipline.
Nataka munielezee hiyo. When he says discipline your tongue, what do you mean? Discipline your tongue. Yule ameelewa hiyo statement. before I give and explain. Yani nimewapea hiyo information yo. Oh yeah, at least nimepata subscription moja. That one is good. Yeah, at least I deserved a subscription. This show deserved a subscription. Acha tusikie, acha nione Kranzi kanasema ati at this did the party ujinga kama hiyo hatuta tolerate. I will ban you and delete your comment. You cannot come to disturb. You cannot come to disturb. By the way, this is a very serious show. Sasa hata mimi nitaanzia kuweka kiburi sasa. I have not seen any other serious show in Kenya than this one. And I'm very serious, by the way. Nime scroll my YouTube, by the way. I have not seen a serious show like this one. Yes. So, and if you are listening to YouTube in Kenya, matters politics, you better come to Kenyan democracy. There is no any other show bigger than this one, serious than this one. Yeah. Yeah, sasa hata sisi tuweke kiburi sasa. Nawaambia wa Kenya, hakuna show ingine Kenya you will see like this one. It will take years for guys to come together and assemble such a show. Najua mniamini unaangalia Njiro pia hata umeanza kiburi. Sio kiburi, nawaambia ukweli bana. It will take years for another human being or other human beings to come and assemble such a show. Ni either mukubali hii show, musubscribe, ama muende musikilize the ones which are fall short. I'm telling you, you will not get any other show like this one. It will take years. Najua watu kwa wananiangalia wanasema, bwana, Njiro bwana, sijameza kitu. Najaribu kuambia, najibu hata hiyo mkitaka kusema ni kiburi nimepokea. So when Gachagua is marketing his party, leave him alone. Yeah. Wacha aweke kiburi hapo kabisa. Hata ile wakati mwanaume anaenda kujitetea kwa mwanamke. Alafu the guy is busy saying, by the way, but I'm seeing another person. But they decide, jamaa anasema mimi hata ajuje mimi sio kama huyo. I'm the serious one. The serious one has just landed. The serious one has just landed. You will not regret your decision. Sisi ndio tuliokuwa na ndio sisi ndio hawa sasa. Wachana na hao sasa, wachana na hao sasa. Sasa ndio tumefika. Sasa ndio tumefika sasa. Now this is the group you are waiting for. Huyu sasa ndio ulikuwa unangojea sasa. Sasa mchezo inaanzia hapa na inamalizikia hapa. Sasa this is what you are waiting for. Wacha ati kusema ati unipe time, ati nikupe time. No. Mwenyewe ashafika ndiye huyu. Msichana tu akao anasema, okay. 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 Jamaa saa hiyo tu ana punch tu ana punch but you men you are liars unatoa hiyo but you men you are liars jamaa anasema but sio mimi, I'm not like them. Mimi sio kama hao walikudanganya ama hao wanadanganyanga. This is a real deal here. Nimeacha. Nyinyi mnaendelea kuniprovoke hapa. Na mimi sitaendelea na provocation yenu. You people I'm trying to show you the psychology of thinking but najua tu mnaniona tu ni kama tu niko na kichaa lakini tu is okay. Mtu ajimarket bana. Umesikia tu venye Sifuna amegonga ile unavoidable house one touch. Hata sikujua. Kiburi. Let me tell you, Kiburi, when Sifuna said, by the way, Sifuna aligonga hiyo manyumba ya Ruto na kiburi ya Uluya. Sisi Waluya bana tuwezi panda na makuku huko juu. By the way, na huyu jamaa anatusoma upara, yani anataka tuende tukafuge kuku 12 pro. Hiyo kitu iliingia hivyo. Stone PK ameingia. Unajua hata Stone anakuanga na kiburi yake pia. Amaje Stone? Karibu Stone PK. Si hata uko na kiburi yako. Kuna binadamu kwa hii life hana kiburi.
Habari gani everybody? Mi sina kiburi. Because I don't have kiburi unless people misinterpret things. You know, human beings, it depends on which school you went. Now, who taught you English or who taught you Kimbere or Kiswahili. So people interpret words to suit their own situation. So maybe, so I don't know. Mi sinaga kiburi. Even anytime mtu akiona kiburi is by mistake. I would never intend to have a kiburi in life.
So let's say you don't want something.
That's my philosophy. That's my principle. If I ever appear in a kiburi,
but you know, kiburi is an interpretation from another person.
Exactly. That's what I mean. So whatever, but there is that which is generally defined as kiburi. There is a standard. There is a definition of kiburi. And it's good we go even to Kiswahili, Sanifu, or English, pride. You know, define it properly.
Give me that standard of kiburi. Give me like, niambie huyu binadamu ako na kiburi kubwa, like your own measure. Give me your measure of a kiburi, of a serious man.
For me, I have no measure. What I do, I define as per it, vile imeandikwa. Because if we go to our vernacular...
But eventually you have to make your own judgment. Huyu mtu ako na kiburi.
No, si unisikize Njiru ndio to communicate. I know, I was listening to you, you've been ranting.
No, I'm not ranting, my friend. I'm just talking. Hey, mbona unasema na rant bana?
Anyway, you see, if you want to understand a language, if you want to understand a language, start from your standpoint, the easiest. Like now, start from Kiembu. What is kiburi? You know, that will give you the base.
Let me give you the deep word. Mwedhonoro.
No, read from a dictionary. Kamusi ya Kiswahili na usome kwa dictionary, Oxford Learner's Dictionary. Then from there we now move to where you want us to go.
No, go ahead.
See, I wanted you to read.
So which word do you want me to read? Like give it English word.
Kiburi na pride. In English usome pride. What does pride inasema aje kwa Oxford Learner's Dictionary? Not Google.
I do not have. Let me see Oxford.
I can also be looking it for you.
The term kiburi translates to arrogance or pride in English. It refers to the quality of being unpleasantly proud and behaving as if one is more important than others.
Period. Don't even go further. Weka hiyo kando. Pack it somewhere. And you underline those words. Pack it, because that's our point of reference. I go to Kiswahili. Hata ungeiambia tu interpret hiyo ni Kiswahili.
I'm sorry, your point should be home, right?
Sorry?
I'm saying now with that in Swahili ni majivuno.
Majivuno. Yeah. I'm not trying to put you through a class in Juru, with all due respect. Nile tu nataka we build a conversation so that even people can come in and we hold a very nice whatever, because this is very serious. The situation is bad. And for Kenyans, would be one of the worst moments if such things are not corrected. And it is the high time that we stopped burying our heads in the sand and pretend, underline my usual favorite word, pretend that things are normal. And it is the worst thing you will do, even in a family. Kuna kakitu, Jiru, you are a family man, most of us are family man. Kakitu kadogo, if it goes unaddressed, ndio inakujanga kuwa the cyanide in the glass of water. And remember, Jiru, I think what we are hearing is what has been happening in this show of yours. In a happen hapa, people discuss, then you see some people getting annoyed, others misconstruing others, and others, I don't use the word judge because also judging is another term that is misused. But you know, people fail to understand what is a conversation. When I say people, some people, of course. Why do people, as they are discussing nini, then you see blows flaring up? Unaona? Na ilikuwa mnaongea kwa meza vizuri, then all of a sudden kana flare up, kana tamba, yani blows zinaanza kunini. It's when something is underlining and somebody feels like it is not being addressed. Ni kama kamwiba, Njiru, unajua umeshawahi kuwa kwa shamba, ukadungwa na kuna tumwiba twingine ni kadogo tu kana kudunga, lakini uchungu ile unasikia ni kama umedungwa na kitu moja kubwa sana. Na hata kakikudunga, ukilala usiku unasikia mguu yote inatuma. Kitu kadogo. So in a social, even in politics, such tiny things which look tiny yet lethal are the ones that put everything in a disarray. Imagine, Njiru, you could be addressing people, alafu mtu anasema, kwani Njiru anafikiria yeye ni nani? Somebody makes that comment. And then you ignore it. The thing is, huyo mtu ameuliza hivyo, it's good to have a follow-up. Ujue, sasa, out of 50 people I was addressing, kuna jamaa amemake ka loud nini, akasema, Njiru na kekweshi iragiane wewe. Yani, for those who don't understand that German language, is kwani Njiru ama stone pike yeye ufikiriaga ni nani? You've heard people even here on our show, Njiru, watu wakikwambia huyu anafikiria he knows everything. Yani, you should ask yourself, mtu anatoka
unajidai excess kwani
you know, by the way, na hii ni deadly. Hii inakuaga serious sana in a society, you know, because huyo mtu ndio unasikia Waswahili wanakuambia, kwani huyo mtu ana kinyongo na wewe, you know, is there anything? And truly speaking, there is always something, Njiru. And most of the time, if you address it, you triumph, you win. Because the thing is, like a boil, it reaches a time when you have to pierce it, so that inatoka hiyo usaa chafu, inanukisha nyumba for a short while, then you clean and you are good, mguu inapona, ubundo unakwisha, and now there is calm, both in the environment and on the victim that had the boil. That is my way of understanding things that you would want to encourage and, you know, use others. Like in politics, you cannot do it alone. You can't do it alone. In places of work, there is no one given time. And that's why, Njiru, some of the qualities of a poor manager is when you hear somebody saying, Njiru, you can leave. Who do you think you are? If you hear a supervisor, you are any supervisor, hata akiwa ni mkubwa aje, mtu anajiita supervisor, hata CEO mwenyewe mwenye kampuni, when he or they use that language, that tells you they have some miss in terms of proper management. There is a book I love, my pet book. It's called Idiots Managing People. You know, I always, that book is wherever I am, I always read a page or something. I've been reading that book for the last almost 20 plus years since I got to, since it was referred to me by a friend. And that tells you that the fragility of building a consensus should never be underestimated. And that now teaches you that sometimes I'm in your team, Njiru, not because I fear you, I do this, but because maybe I respect the objectivity that we are supposed to have as a team, you know. And ndio unaona nitakuwa tu, na Mswahili ndio unasikia anasema nitakuwa mvumilivu ili tuweze kushinda. When you have 11 players in a soccer, they are not darlings of each other, you know that, Njiru. But once they are in that team, they shared off. Wanaambiana, can we have the minimum, the basic, ndio tushinde hii team.
But there is a time when Messi wanted to score alone. Anaona hii game wezi kama sijafunga bao.
That now, that si mnaonaga na mnapiga nduru sana, na hata team ina jam, na hata unakuta hiyo inaharibu the motivation in a team. That's what I'm saying. That by itself, once you run away, digress tu kidogo out of the common nini, it affects and injured the team. It slows the team down. And it is something that even those who pray, wakiombea teams and all that, like now, the people who believe and pray that wakiomba Mungu anasikia, they should pray so hard for the Kenyan opposition, for Kenya. Because Mwananchi, God has answered Mwananchi prayer. That Mwananchi hates UDA totally. Mwananchi amesema UDA lazima iende. Lakini Mwananchi has to be facilitated to send this UDA home. So what is the Trojan horse here? Mwananchi ule anakura, amekubali. So what is it that these others who now we want to mandate cannot be able to build that? And that is why we want to see that rock, that, you know, yende mpaka tuone. But so long as they safeguard the ultimate objective of sending UDA home, we don't care what happens. Hatujali hata wakipigana mangumi, wengine watoke na manundu kwa uso. All right? So long as wanapigana ili Mwananchi's objective and dream and prayer is kuwe scattered, we don't care. And even we don't care whether some of them will die in this struggle. Mwananchi, we don't really care. Some wanaweza anguka na mahelikopter, wengine wanaweza enda, kama itakuwa ndio inasaidia to get to the target. Mwananchi doesn't mind. Back to you.
Well, no umekuwa brutal on that. So now, let's now go to the maiden story of the day. And I want to ask you a question and you help me to understand. When today there was a press briefing of two people, Munya Motuli and Lene Kevuti, who claimed, or who said, let me not say claim, who said Gachagua is overshadowing them, and is like, I don't know if it is despising their parties or how I want to put it. So the question which I want to ask you is, do those people deserve to come out? Because they came out today, and do you think there is something which Gachagua is doing which is blocking their own manifestation of their parties? Thank you.
Njiru, for me, I listened to that, and actually I watched it live. And number one, I did not hear of any term like overshadow. There was no claim of overshadow. Those are now, of course, subject to individual interpretation once again, interpretation. When I listened to what these gentlemen were saying, it's what most of us have been saying here on this channel, and you hear it in many other channels. There is nothing new these guys did. According to me, by the way, this is from my own way I've been looking at things. Hakuna kitu mpya Munya alinizindulia ama alininukulia ambacho mimi mwenyewe kama Stone PK nilikuwa sijaona, because I'm one of those who have been here, and I know, like, it has been obvious in Jiro. People have been saying, I don't support Gachagua, I don't need it, blah, blah, blah. Again, we say those are interpretation. When you don't just keep on singing, it's, hallelujah, then you are opposing. That when you question, and we kept on saying, we do appraise. Njiro, you came very strongly saying that we are playing down all the leaders. What we do here, we come to critique. And I told you that critique is an appraisal. It is aimed at strengthening. When I critique you, I'm not dumping you. I'm just sending a message that, please, this is what I see in you, and then it's up to you to decide what you want to do with it. So for me, my interpretation of that, I just took it at the face value. There is no one that is talking about being overshadowed, but they talked of something that is very strong, which I also personally oppose and vehemently oppose. You don't, and now you can't give me the difference between Gachagua and Ruto when you come into a region and you start saying parties should dissolve. Surely, that is the biggest blunder Gachagua has made in his journey. That he should have refrained, which he has been refraining for quite some time, although it has been coming out through his other expressions and all this kind of a thing. And remember, we kept on saying, how do you come to a wiper perceived area and you start saying that kila mtu hapa ni DCP and all that, and you are there with the leader of another party and this kind of a thing, that you can underline it is disrespect and demeanor. All right. So whether you like it or whether people like it or not, when you come, I come to Njiru's house and I start posing like I'm demeaning, nina reduce Njiru hata hawezi kuwa, all this kind of a thing in your own house. It means total disrespect, and I'm not recognizing. So this has now been, the bubble has been busted. And I'm so happy the way these guys have put it. They've said, there's nothing, this is part. Remember, wamesema this is one of the topics, one of the agenda in the meeting, in the retreat. Unless we want to blinden ourselves. Why would it be an agenda? Why would it be an agenda? It is when people take things for granted. And for example, how can I stand as a party, let's call myself Stone PK Party, that I go all over the country thinking that my party is the best and all that? It is the wrong way of doing things. It is a terrible way of doing things, and that's why you can see Njiru, unless utaki ama watu wataki, people waliregeza their steps. You could be running with people and then you see wengine wana reduce speed. Then all of a sudden unajikuta uko peke yako ukitembea. And I can tell you when that first signal came. The signal came when he realized that he was either people are not resonating. That is when he declared he will go for a retreat. You see, and I told you, Njiro, that anytime you have a leader who doesn't have a team of advisors that he can listen to, you have a team of advisors that you advise and you dictate, then you are on the wrong path of leadership. That has been seen. And more often than not, we have such people, and they're the ones you call dictators.
So let me ask you a question as you discuss that. So how should I market my political party? Like, is everybody, like, I think DCP is allowed to have members everywhere in the country. NAC is supposed to have members everywhere in the country. So, like, nikienda pari kama Ukambani as a party leader of DCP na niseme kama kuna mtu anataka kuingia DCP hapa aingie, kuna ubaya gani? Are we ring fencing or zoning without telling people?
No, there is nothing like that. You are free. The party is supposed to recruit anywhere, but the way you talk is what matters, Njiro. The party, you are supposed to go all over country, recruitment. You go, but when you go recruiting, you don't go posing as if yours is the best of the best. You don't do that. Just put it, and when people know, you even can say candidates that want kusimama na chama changu, you are all welcome. And to join any party of your choice. That is the word. Join any party of your choice. But I think DCP, sisi tunafanya hivi na hivi na hivi, we encourage this and this, like when they say all the people living with the disability, hatutawanini, we will not charge them. That is it. That's fantastic. Just like you and me going to a market, you are carrying mangoes, I'm carrying mangoes. All right? And we have the same customers. So how do you sell your mango? Do you sell your mango by saying my mango zangu za Njiro zimeoza, zangu ndio mzuri? No. You go there, unaeka mango zako hapo, and mimi next to you nina mango zangu, and we should learn from that kind of coexistence. That you don't go trying to downplay. I'm telling you, the worst statement, hiyo maneno ingine haina shida, is when you tell people to close. Unaniambia nifunge soko duka yangu Njiro, nikuje kwako, nivunje kwangu Njiro. That's one of the worst, and I don't know why Gachagua made that mistake, and I was crossing my finger he doesn't step on that very terrible wire. You don't go saying fall. Ruto messed totally by pushing that.
When did Gachagua say that? I would like to know, is there a speech where Gachagua is saying hapa hakuna chama ingine?
It's all over, yeah. Tuangalie the latest akiwa Embu. Why do you think that press conference came? It's there when he was in Meru. Unajua Njiro, wewe najua you are busy. But also be listening, because you are a moderator, you are running a show.
Let me ask you a question. Okay, I understand about that. Niswali tu nauliza. Then why is Munya also not strong with his political party in Meru? Why is he not saying hapa kama ni NAK? Why is he not also using the same strong one then?
Which one? Which strong one?
We haven't want to have people here joining NAK. If it's
no.
Why does he want to?
No. Munya is telling his PNU. PNU is even older than DCP. You know that.
Yeah, that's
so it is known.
Why is he not coming out strong also to do heavy recruitment of his party and also bulldozing? Why can't he not bulldoze?
Why should I bulldoze? That's not me, Njiro. That's not a way to analyze things. The fact that you are bulldozer doesn't. You want me to behave like you? No. There are people who have their own way of doing it. And by the way, PNU has members, wengi. DSP the same. So what you Martha Karua the same. What you need to do, Njiro, and that speech tena pia umeicheza na uisikize vizuri, is humility in what we are doing. There is no one party that is better than the other. In fact, for me, Njiro, personal opinion, they are all BS in Kenya, because they have not achieved what parties should achieve. In Kenya, we've not, just like though we've not achieved so much about democracy, then we cannot also say that we have made strides in respecting what parties should do. And there are all reasons, in Njiro, why I'm saying this. Because you cannot be in this other party and you are BSing this other side and you claim my party there. That by itself is nonsensical. It doesn't attract anybody to respect parties. So when I say parties in Kenya it's really, it's not anything we should go by. Mwananchi should go by characters, the people they want to elect, the people, the leaders. The characters. If there's an MP, you look at the character of an MP, MCA, and all that. Then put those good characters in that parliament or in that county assembly for them to deliberate on mwananchi issues. Not for them to deliberate on which party has more members than that. Because membership party is niduka, ni pesa. They look at more money, more money. That is what distracts them from performing what is meant to be fruitful for Mwananchi. Thank you.
So the question which I'm asking is like, you know very well, like DCP has become a juggernaut everywhere. It has become a big party everywhere. Like for instance, like a place in Meru, to the extent like it has. Let me use that word. And don't take it. Let's say it has overshadowed some political parties in Meru. So, what is the Gachagua approach when he is in Meru? When it comes to marketing his party, now almost everybody in Meru is in DCP, almost by look of things.
And you know, the perception created by parties, you are a scholar, you should not go by it. What is it that proves membership? It's registration, not putting on caps and t-shirts and all that. Okay? It is registration. And after registration, then when you go to election, the number of people elected in that party. That's when you can now underline that a party is big, is strong. DCP is yet to be tested. You can do like you dear. You can have everybody else dressed in yellow or green and all that in every meeting you go. That should not give you an underline that you are the biggest party on that. That's a wrong perception. People, you know, people will want to go around where Gachagua is. People will want to go where Sifuna is because that is the euphoria. All right. But let now pen come to paper. Through registration, we want to see that this party has this number of registered members, and then what is the criteria with which they are registering members? Because like most parties, to register is free. So I just go online, I register myself. So you can have as many people as possible register. Yeah, does that show loyalty? You never know. Like now, truly speaking, if you are in Mount Kenya. And the wave that Gachagua has created, any idiot, any sharp guy, any intelligent, any person, both idiots, both whatever, will want to go by that if they have interest of contesting because they don't want to lose. Look at even those who have been betrayed us, those who have been so harsh to us, are now coming to Gachagua, to the party that they see they will lose. Will that change them from who they are? Will that change them? Will that change, for example, if Moses Kuria joins DCP, will that change him from who he is, you know, from in terms of leadership? That's why it is, again, parties that have maadili, values, they censor, wanachuja members. There are parties in some countries, there are conditions that you are given, that sometimes you apply to be a party leader or a party whatever politician or vine and unaambiwa no, you don't qualify. Yeah, because again, if parties go by the values, what you've been singing for the last 5 years, you've been, let's say for example, causing atrocities, then you start saying nimeokoka sasa wacha niingie kwa this party. There are some parties that will tell you no, for what you did, will please go to another one, you know. So basically, I would not say a certain party is big as that. No. I want them to be tested come August. That's how now we will be able to define, you know. UDA, people say it was big, but look at what it has. The quality of leaders and all that. Is that what we want DCP to be like? And I think there was a topic we had here one day when we were saying that we wish that Gachagua doesn't welcome some of these very scummy people because they will dilute what he's trying to build, you know. And this is where now, like for me, I really part with embrace Sifuna when he keeps insisting on values, because it's from the values that we shall not be able to kill each other or declare people to kill anybody who is against us to be abducted and all that. So yeah. So for me, I think the best is to leave it to Mwananchi to make a decision. You don't have to be in a big party to be elected. That is what we should say. And so long as, like now in Kenya, so long as the party is in the opposition, And the opposition, again, let's not misdefine unity. The unity of opposition, it doesn't mean the swallowing of each other. No, it is the unity of a purpose. Purpose is what? We unite to be able to drive away the dragon. That is what it should be. And driving away the dragon means mine plus yours plus the other one. It doesn't mean mine swallowed by yours. That doesn't make us strong. It is 1 plus 1 that makes us strong. Notice when 1 is divided and made 1. 1 plus 1 is 2. 1 divided by 1 is 1. 0.
Wow, for the same stood that Duale and Sudi fed us the yeah, nimeona hawa wakia. Okay, so Bonaston, have you listened to Didinyoro today?
No, I didn't listen to Didinyoro. Personally, I don't follow Didinyoro because I find him akiwa kinyonga. And I've never understood what he stands for. But I don't mind listening if you want, if you put it. Personally, I've never understood what Didinyoro stands for. And for one, I would not even have him as my leader, because I want a leader that can be very assertive. And a leader is one who takes chances and says, I think this is the way to go. And you go. If it is wrong, you apologize. Like Mwalimu Julius Nyerere. It's not, you cannot be a leader when you are walking like a chameleon in Giro. Kembu, you know, unainua kukanyaga wali unarudisha nyuma. You know, you can go ahead. I'm not preempting you. Go ahead and tell me what he said. And while you are looking at it,
I also want you to react. Umesikia sasa passport za Kikenya zinarudishwa?
Yes, by the way, yes. Yes, I heard that.
The Somali government, their president, the president of Somalia told all government officials to return Kenyan passport. What does it mean? Your own analysis.
You know, when I had that very late. I saw it on you know, easy to let to clips tunaenda. But now, number one, kwanza nilistuka. You know, I was like, if I had, as a Kenyan, and I had a Ugandan passport, why would my Kenyan government tell me to return Ugandan passport to the owners? Why do they care that I have another country's passport? Like now today, those who have passports za US waambiwe na nchi zao warudishe. I thought you get a passport by becoming a citizen of that country. I thought that is the criteria. You know, a passport is given to affirm that you are either a citizen by birth or you are just naturalized and all that. So when now he tells Somalis to return, it's because he wants to actually, for example, ensure that Somalis are Somalis. And what is it that has made him detest those Somalis that have declared they are Kenyans? These are the big questions. Ni nini kimetokea? What's up?
Could it also mean that they are now seeing Kenya is no longer a reliable country and Kenya has now become a shithole country, and the Kenyan passport is not as good as it used to be? Kufikiria.
I did not want to say that, Njiru. I didn't want to say that. When I left hanging is because for me, nikisema Njiru, rudishia Stone PK hiyo suti umevaa.
You know, Somalis have been thriving for Kenyan passport for the longest. Every dignified Somali has a Kenyan passport. You know that. Every dignified Somali has a Kenyan passport. Imefikaji hadi Msomali anasema hii ni ujinga, wachana nayo. Like
sasa
Msomali amepata confidence wapi ya kusema passport ya Kenya ni kijinga?
Now, Njiru, that now the bad one is the reality. What value is a Kenyan passport today with the scandals that we have? You as a Kenyan, tell me, where will you be so proud ukipresent passport ya Kenya? Tuongee tu ukweli, self appraisal, ukweli tu wa mambo with what has happened.
Mimi itabidi ni present tu, munisomee tu, because I have any other alternative. Sasa itabidi ni present passport ya Kenya, muniambie country yenu ni wenye ujinga, Ruto hakuna kitu anafanya, na niseme ni sawa. Sasa ni ile like Stone PK, Kenyans at a level whereby you can only accept to be summoned, but you know that your country has gone to the dogs.
Exactly. Now, when you are giving passports to Janjaweed, Njiru, because you know you brought this. It's a very tough reality, Njiru. Ebu niambie passport ya hii inchi huko ndio ukuje kupata hiyo passport, kuna kuagaje, kunaendagaje?
Many people even take close to 10 years to get it.
Na hata hiyo 10 years ukipata bado unakuanga na confidence. Si kuna kawoga juu ya conditionality za hiyo inchi vile wameweka. Ikiwa wewe ni mwananchi hivi, kuna kaaga hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi. You are always towing like you are walking on a tight rope. Huwezi kukaa regerege ati carelessly ati ni America. Ukicheza kataenda. Unaona? Ukicheza ati umeanza kuenda huko kwa kina Arturo, unaenda huko Mexico behaving carelessly, katatamba na kataenda. Why? That is what now raises the value. The value. Why for a long time Kenyan passport was valued in Africa. Actually ilikuwa ni kama ukiwa na passport ya Kenya ni kama uko na ya US in Africa, African standard. Ask those who have gone around African countries. Unaitoa hivi kwa passport yote, whether West Africa, South Africa. Yani Kenyan passport unaangaliwa, okay. Yani the reception that we have killed
it. Even in the UN system, ilikuwa kitu ya noma. Passport ya Kenya, it was not a joke.
Exactly. Yeah. So na tumeua hiyo kitu. We are only how many years? 60 plus years of independence, created very good image, created our level, acceptability level in the world to be so high, rated very well. We've destroyed it, I think, in the last 10 or 15 years. Worse, we've killed it in the last 4 years. That's when we have nailed the coffin. The moment that now we started dishing it out to every Tom, Dick, and Harry because they have the money or they are bribing us. And then the way also, remember what we have decided to do with our ID. That now, Kenyan ID, hata ya shule ni mzuri. Ya shule pia ilikuanga restricted. Kenyan ID can be ditched. You can, yani, anything, anywhere can pick. What is that country's ID? Hata wachana na passport. ID of a country. It is supposed to be the definition of a citizen. Yani umepata ID. That is the adults, or these are the grown-ups. This is the population. 100%. Yani ID, ukiwa na ID ya Kenya inamaanisha wewe ni Mkenya halisi. What have we done? So for me, I think, we have now joined the league of rotten countries. We have joined that league. And you are being told to think Vision 2016. I mean, it is a lot of BS that we were hoping, and I'm still hopeful that we are going to change things with, by chasing away this regime. And that's why I want to encourage many Munyas to come up. we build a consensus to drive this rotten government away. I want by the time we now hit the ground running, people have agreed. Tunarespectiana na tuna one enemy. Like now in my small unit, people are talking. When I say my small unit, my ward, okay, they have resolved. Even those who want to contest, wamesema our common enemy ni mmoja, and that's what people are preaching. Ni mmoja ni nani? The current, the incumbent is our common enemy. So we will do all that we can. Okay, we will do all that you can so that we what we remove and chase that. Okay, so that is what I tend to think. All right, yeah. Now okay, there is there is Dark Kwenga is saying I talk too much. These are, sorry, I would say talk too much meaning what?
Huyo hawa ni wale watu wanakuja, alikuwa ananiforce nimfungulie, but I have suspected he is a very bad man.
Is not bad. You can use the harshest term. Is not anybody worth discussing. When you say somebody is talking too much, you want us to we keep quiet, Njiru? Let's keep quiet then. Will the show go?
Anasikia ukiweka ma injection. Huyo ni mtu wa Kasongo, anasikia ukifinya kufinya.
Mtu wa Kasongo, they are going. At you talk too much. That's a very, very naive statement to make if you are an adult. At mtu anaongea too much. What is talk too much? You must be really that somebody is talking too much. No, I find to talk too much.
Yeah,
na ameingia studio. Umeingiza hadi studio.
No, sio mimi nimemuingiza, tunajua ameclick link lakini unajua siwezi muingiza. Mimi ameclick
hapo si yako huko. Bado hapo huko nje. Wacha akae huko hata.
Hawa ni wale wanakujanga alafu anakufungulia, ukimuingiza anakuonesha zile vitu tunakataanga. Si unajua zile vitu? Ndio hao sasa.
Na tuliwaambia wafungue nini? Si tulisema watu wafungue channel zao za kuongea what they want to hear.
Watu wa Kasongo unafikiria wako na nini? Kasongo has nothing. Hawana material. Endelea.
Tuko 2060 sasa. Singapore tumeondoka.
Kenya just changed its bedtime story again. First it was the Heartland, his wheelbarrow. Then it was Singapore, a first world Kenya in our lifetime. Now we're being sold Vision 2060, and the man laughing loudest at the flip-flop is in the opposition benches. He's the same man who once built the last dream. Kiharu, Member of Parliament Ndindi Nyoro, architect turned arsonist, has lit a match and a State House new slogan, and Kenyans on X are passing around the clip like contraband. Tuko 2060 sasa, Singapore tumeondoka.
Sasa tuko 2060. My goodness. Haya. Oh my. Na hii number 6, I think tubadilisha kidogo. Tuna misuse number 6. Kama si number 6 hapa na number 6 hapa, hata hapa kwa 2060 kuna 6. Those who don't know what I'm saying.
Rewind the tape. Ndindi Nyoro wasn't always the man throwing stones at State House. He was one of the masons who built the house. Back in 2022, Nyoro was a chief mobilizer of the Hustler Nation Gospel, the wheelbarrow, the Mama Mboga, the Boda Boda Rider, the whole bottom-up economic transformation agenda sold as a war against Kenya's political dynasties. He didn't just cheer from the sidelines. He chaired the powerful Budget and Appropriations Committee and very engine room of government spending.
Ukienda mbele, ile changamoto iko sana nchi ya Kenya. It is an economic problem. Unemployment na kijumla masida ya economy. Mheshimiwa Deputy Rais, I have said with you and I know your agenda, and I know for sure you are crafting a policy of bottom up to massage the entire population of Kenya into prosperity. I want to quote Mheshimiwa Deputy Rais, one of the examples that I have seen you are referring to. One is that of South Korea. And in you, I see General Park, who delivered South Korea into a country it is today. In you, I see Deng Xiaoping, a person who led China from 1978 to the China we know today.
Haya, stonipike hiyo ni ya kwanza. Wacha nikuwekee Ruth Odinga because nataka kutoka and I will not get an opportunity to play the videos again. Wacha nicheze Ruth Odinga alafu we will have enough matter to discuss until we close.
This is what candidate must be the party leader of that kind of the party. We never talk about somebody else being a party presidential candidate, yet the party leader who is supposed to be the candidate is there. And I'm not afraid to say things because the truth must be said and it will not rot, the truth will remain. Party leader in the constitution, let us sit down, have an NDC, change the constitution and say that anybody else can become a party leader, a presidential candidate if it is not for the party leader. But before they change that, the only person who can become the party presidential candidate is the party leader of that party.
So anything presidential, deputy president, it is the party leader that is responsible, not Oparanya. Nyinyi Junet Mohammed, mbona mnasema ati Oparanya ndio inafaa kuwe deputy?
That is trouble in Odinga family as well. So can you discuss the Dinyoro and then you come to Odinga family?
Wewe Jiru, leo unajua leo ndio hiyo. I mean, I'm so happy. Hii maneno ya Odinga hiyo, you know, you see now these are things that have been underlying, and people have been saying iko shida, iko this, iko that. Why? Because people have not addressed the real cause of the problem. Now let me begin with Ndindi. Sasa Ndindi na lecture zake ni sawa, but I always ask myself, and I wait for him to land. You know, the way you are flying, throwing, putting very good point and all that. You teach, so you build very well, and then students wait. What is this that Daktari or whoever mwalimu has been building for the last 10-15 minutes? Nitaandika nini? Ini Kimbere tunasemanga kitu inaweza andikika. That means that it can make sense because you are able to write. But if you find yourself not being able to take any note, hakuna point unaandika hapo chini, it means you have had, you've had somebody talk so much, all this.
I'm not left you. I'm just taking a cup of water. 1 minute.
Ni sawa, hata mimi naweka kikombe ya chai na kunywa. So what happened is I don't, unfortunately, and I don't think, I don't know whether that is the way for somebody to pronounce himself as a capable leader. Because yes, you narrate to us the story of the way where China is, how it developed into what it is. But sasa hiyo ni kama unaongea tu na mafumbo. You are not telling us that for them to that journey as they are going, we want you to describe that as they moved from 5 kilometers to 10 kilometers, walienda wakakuta mines kwa barabara. What did they do about the mines? Wakaenda wakakuta a river that was flooded. Yeah, and they had to delay there, but eventually what did they do to cross that river? Or maybe they reached that river and the bridge ikabomoka. How did they? You need to tell us that journey to Singapore, journey to China. You need to really define and tell people, yes, China is where it is because it had this journey, and during that journey, this and this and this happened. Relatively now, in Kenya, because we want to reach somewhere maybe similar to that, Kenya has the following challenges, and the following challenges should be addressed in the following manner. And that way, if we do it, if we bite the bullet, then we can be able to say we are headed to where we would have loved to go. But now, ukianza kutuzungusha, unatuambia, like telling us, unaambia mtu, we want you to be of good behavior. Sasa, na umwambii mtoto, unamwambia, nataka uwe mtu wenye tabia mzuri. Sasa, na umwambii, tabia hizo zinaitangwa tabia mbaya ni gani? You are not giving examples. And neither are you giving examples of tabia mzuri. So what are you doing to that child? Are you empowering that child? Really? By just saying, mi nataka watu wa tabia mzuri. Watu wa tabia mzuri wanakaaga aje? Ama wanafanyanga nini? Inakuangaje ndio wakuwe wana tabia mzuri? Okay? Na hiyo inaitwa tabia mbaya. Je, watu kwani huwa wanadu? You know? So, and again, this has started happening in Kenya. And I fear we have entered the league of some of the countries in West Africa. I give a simple example. One of the countries in West Africa, they were saying that the word corruption, they don't know what it means. To them, it doesn't exist. Hakuna kitu inaitwa corruption. You know? So, a society or a community wanna decide that hakuna kitu inaitwa corruption. Corruption ni wazungu walileta hiyo word. That I was discussing with one of my very good friends, a friend that, you know, we were in very respectable positions or job. People you would, you know, somebody you would really wonder. Yani vile unasikianga mtu saa ingine anakuambia kitu mpaka unamwangalia mara ya pili uone kama labda ako under influence of something. Lakini unakudala ni Njiru na ako sober. You know? So somebody telling you that the word corruption in their area doesn't make any sense. So if you start talking about corruption, watu wanaanza hata kutoka wakienda juu they don't understand what you are talking about. Yeah. So basically, we have entered that zone in Kenya whereby we don't want to address things as they are. And I think that's why Ndidi is in that category of leaders who don't want to say that the country is rotten, or they don't want to say in words that the country has these ills. Yeah, anataka wewe ujijazie na isikue ni yeye. Just like the politicians, the way they want to castigate somebody, ati alafu anauliza na yeye ni mwi, then they put the mic to the people, alafu anasema si mimi nimesema ni nyinyi. I find that a very, very naive kind of statement, and I don't accolade it. Wewe unasema si wewe. What are you implying? So wananchi ndio wamesema wewe you still think is a good guy and all that. That is what it says. Because that which you can not pronounce with your mouth in Njiru, it means you are partisan to it. Yeah? Kama Kenya sasa tumeanza ku avoid. Remember, when we are talking of challenges in Kenya, na Njiru uanze kusikiza my advice. Hao watu. Hakuna mtu anaanza na problem ya Kenya number 1 ni corruption. I swear, for the last, I've been sampling speeches. Wameweka sasa the word corruption inakuja like and others. you know, that it has ceased to be our major problem. Now we are addressing other things as the major problem. Sasa hebu niambie kama sasa itakuwa to address corruption as the key and the source of every other problem that we have, then where are we headed? So ndio unaona niko na shida na bwana Ndidi Nyoro. Performing, yes, he has, you know, and I think that performance, anybody can do that who is willing to continue being re-elected. Yeah, you simply just, if you are supposed to dig a borehole, you make sure you dig that borehole. Yeah, so yeah, you can do that. Only that now, wale wako too corrupt, ndio our perform. So that is what I would comment about Njiru. I mean, Ndidi's the speech. And I would congratulate him for joining the opposition. Now, that is one decision that he has made by, you know, going. He has not implied. Although I did not watch that clip, but I'm told.
Are you sure he has joined the opposition? Because hiyo story ya kujoin opposition mimi sielewangi vizuri. He is speaking our language, Unajua sio wote wamwitao Bwana Bwana, sio wote wataingia mbinguni. Ama niache hiyo wimbo?
Hapana, ni hiyo sasa, hiyo umespice kabisa. Hata nilikuwa nataka kukuwekea bass ama alto.
You know, I used to be a choir master for so long, so bwana tunipike usinione hivyo. Naweza kuongea wimbo hapa mpaka unasema mbona wewe sio mnaitaje? Mbona wewe sio hawa akina, mbona wewe sio Snoop Dogg? Wewe endelea.
Usiringe kidogo. Sasa hapo ndio ile topic ningekwambia. Sasa wewe ringa kidogo. You are allowed kuringa kidogo. Geta kwa karige. Karige is allowed. You know, karige is spicing. Unaongeza kachumbari kidogo. Unaona?
Kwa hivyo umeseparate karige na pride,
Oh, no, karige is not pride. That's why I was asking you. Nilitaka unidefine pride ni mweteo. Karige is ushasikia mtu usiaradhi na karige. People admire you. Unaona? Karige, people they look at you and they say, wow. You know? It's like jealous and envy. Huko mara mbili.
Nimetoa. Ni vile nataka kusafiri na siwezi safiri kwa computer. I was connecting with my phone so that I'm still on. Good. It's on. Go ahead.
So I was telling you, karige is acceptable. It's ni kama ile umepika keki, si keki unafanya basic ina nini, then you dress it. Unaona? Una dress so that it appeals and all that. That is karige. Unaona? So nani njiru nani ndindi
ngoja kidogo, ile wakati unaringa na mtu wako hata hako ni karege bado. Ona mtu wako
hiyo si arrogance, hiyo si tena. Unaona, kwanza unamwaga, unasema mtu wangu, you know,
ama vile mapastors wanasema. Let me give you like how I hear pastors and bishops saying, unajua mapastors na mabishops saa zingine wana describing mabibi zao hadi unaanzia kuona kwani huyu mtu aliumbiwa akapewa.
Unaanza kuona wako ni kama hayuko mzuri.
Have you heard the pastors, like some pastors of bishops, when they are describing their lovers, the way they say it, the love of my heart, the only person who I couldn't miss and I had to pick.
Alafu unasikia baada ya siku mbili pastor alikuwa anapiga bibi yake, unashindwa. Wewe unaona bibi anakuja na black eye, amevaa goggles, amevaa dark glasses, unashindwa kwani ni aje?
Wewe hebu sikiliza pastor akiwelcome bibi yake hadi ndio utajiuliza I wanted you to tell me, is that karege bado?
No, yes, ndio hiyo sasa ni karege.
But
hiyo ni karege
overboard.
Karege, always karege it has never been negative, because
na sasa hii hapa Tanganga tutaita aje? Hii anaita watu kumbafu kwa kanisa.
Hiyo ni arrogance yake.
The other day, no, let me tell you, Pastor Nganga did a very bad thing the other day. Imagine anaambia mzee atokezee na bibi yake, alafu sasa huyo mama alikuwa na KCC kubwa. So I think Pastor Nganga got shocked juu ya vile mama alikuwa. So now sasa unasikia Pastor Nganga anasema hii ni ng'ombe ya wapi? Hii ni ng'ombe ya wapi? Lakini kweli kuna washirika watulivu. Don't forget, when Pastor Nganga will call you ng'ombe, nione ukireact.
Huyu anataka, unajua you know, he's in a state, actually he's mentally, he has a mental issue. Okay? Unafikanga saka unakuwa you know, when you start flowing because you think you have everything, now that arrogance inakuwa, you think people who are there are just desperate, they are nini, hata anakupiga kofi na kupatie pesa, anakutukana, una chakula na kupatie excuse me.
So wacha kuidescribe hivyo ati mtu ati anakupea pesa na anakutukana. Hey.
That's what he does. Anakutandika kofi. Anafanya hivyo.
Unapigwa kofi na unapewa pesa.
I'm not exaggerating. Wow. He does that. Na anakutukana. Kwambia yani wale si alita mzee mmoja hapo.
Hata unalita mzee hapo.
Alita mzee mmoja hapo hivyo akaanza kumridicule sana. Atina akampa pesa. You calling a 60-year-old mzee hapo unaanza kumridicule.
Na Sunday anarudi hapo tu.
Yeah, because they are desperate. They are tied there. You hapo ndio wanapata handouts.
Yeah. Sasa hii handout anatoa wapi? Na nilikuwa nikifikiria pastor kazi yake ni kupokea sadaka. So ikifika level where a pastor is giving you handout, where is he getting all this money from?
Imagine if you have
is it doing money laundering?
It could be, but without, because hatuna proof, but I'll give you a simple arithmetic. Imagine you have 3 sessions in a day, and each session una watu 100 on the very conservative figure. Una 3 Sunday session, na kila moja unapata watu 100. If they give you 50 bob each of them, by saa sita you'll have collected hiyo pesa. 5,000 times 3, you have 15,000. Na unakuwa na ingine ya jioni service moja, another 5, you have 20,000 on average every other Sunday. Saturdays you have 2 sessions. Every Monday to Friday you have hiyo Sunday watch, sijui week, hiyo masaa ya kuomba hapo jioni. Okay? Then you also have this session where unasemanga watu wakuje waombee. And watu wakikuja kuombea anakuja na sadaka. These guys are very rich. They have money. They have, na hakuna taxes wanalipa, hakuna. So somebody in a week you have 30,000 due. Kwa mfano, by Saturday, Sunday you have 50,000. Then all of a sudden if you take that basic, you have 200,000 per month. These people have money. And of course, among other things they do, which are hidden, which I don't want to mention.
Wow.
Yeah.
So now you can explain. So niliona hiyo karege ya Pasanganga ama ni pride ya Pasanganga ikanishtua sana because he arrogantly talks to his members of the church and it is unfortunate that those people will still return there. I was asking myself, is it I couldn't get it.
Yeah, that's the indoctrination, and it would be good for someone to research and get to see those who have been fulfilled there. You know, wale wana feel by being there, their life has changed or something like that. You know, nobody goes researching on that. And you know, because church is revered, people fear because you'll be told you are criticizing God, you are criticizing men of God. For me, I'm against that term, calling anybody man of God, because unless you call all of us people of God, women of God, I don't know what has qualified some people being called the men of God. That's because they have robes, they have put on those clothes and all this kind of a thing. Or just somebody has studied theology, now you become a pastor or whatever, now you are more of a God person than the congregation and all this. All these are just misconstrued perception about religion and all that. And a part I would not like to take because it's a personal thing, and it's an opium that unfortunately, very strong opium that people have been smoked with. Na huwezi kubadilisha. Mtu anakuambia hebu niache mimi bwana, hiyo ni maisha yangu. So unaambiwa hiyo ni maisha yangu na Mungu wangu, atajulia mbele. But that's the advantage now these so-called pastors have taken. Somebody coming and telling you have to come and give all what you have, ndio Mungu ajibu maombi yako, surely. Anyway, so maneno ya Ndindi ni hiyo. Unless you have any other question, we could go to maneno ya ODM.
Yeah, please go to ODM. Go to huyu mama na uniambie historia. Anasema nini?
Anasema huyu mama vile alikuwa, unajua watu wamekuwa akisema ati yeye ndiye ana rock the boat ya Odinga family. You remember? Yeah? You remember that? From the word go, they've been saying she's the black sheep in the family. And why have they been labeling her that way? Because she has been pointing out, she was among the first who were saying Sifuna is not wrong. You know, she came out akaambiwa, she was nini sana, alivamiwa sana. How can you do this? When she said no, listen to that voice of Sifuna as well. There is some sense in what Sifuna is saying. Yeah, so she has been pointing it out. Yeah, but now they had rather they all keep quiet and pretend that things are okay. Now this has come out when now people have started apportioning positions like the way they did to Raila. Remember, these so-called experts were not commissioned by Raila at all. They bolted and went to join UDA on their own volition. But then Raila, in his condition, he had to be forced. You know, he had to be forced to kind of be seen like he has authorized that. He never did. Okay, so they bolted there. So now this issue of deputies, vice and Nini going to run mate Nani UDA. It's akina Nani who are running for that. They are seeing an opportunity. Akina Karanga, no, not Akaranga. This whatever. They are the ones now. They are seeing an opportunity of them being grabbed by Ruto, so that Ruto, because Ruto is under siege, so they want to be an easy whatever caption for Ruto in the western region. So they are floating themselves so that they are the alternative to salvage, to be seen like the one they are salvaging Ruto. Now, this they are doing out of their own selfish and greed rather. Okay, it's not party position. That's why Nani Oburu sister is saying it. She's saying now for us to ratify this and have that this kind of decision are there, then let's amend the party constitution. Yeah, because whoever is supposed to be running for those positions is Oburu, the party leader. Ndio angekuwa sasa ready to be picked by Ruto as a running mate or whatever it is. Yeah. And that is very, very steady, what she's saying. Let's call the NDC. But they cannot dare call the NDC because there is no NDC anymore. Yeah. And now, this is the reality that this party is dead. What have you done now? So this is just confirming that the party is gone. It's on the docks. Pinganga said hataki associate na pastors watazikwa Langata Cemetery. That what have you been doing all these years? I told you guys, Njiro is a man of many talents. Oh, okay. Njiro hiyo ndio mzuri wa kazi zingine. Lo hapo. Speaker Gachagua goes to Embu and those doing for governor using this against Eli Kozuti. Njiro there is military DCP against Peter Munya. Kelele start to discuss. Peter Mbudia, yes, you follow these manenos very, 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 very keenly, and there is a lot of underlying, and you know, it is interest. But but then, sorry, when you go to some of these local areas, you know, there is the way they are looking at. Some communities want to get rid of the corrupt people, and in such communities, it's like, for example, Meru, where they don't forget who you are and what you once did. You know, and especially when your path is also not very clear. In some communities, they want to really rewrite their chapter. You know, they want integrity. And I just keep asking, when people want to build integrity in their leaders, and then you come against them. For example, they come and look at, you have 5 candidates. Okay, of course there is, they say, the euphoria. But among those 5 candidates, there is a hyena candidate. Okay, but he happens to be in the wave of the opposition. I mean, so do we forego somebody who we feel has more credibility, somebody who can be trusted by the community, at the expense of this hyena candidate who happens to be in a more loud party? These are things that if I had my own party, I would properly kind of almost keep aloof. And when you know the slogan, the DCP is very good. Skiza ground. What is it they are skizzering? If they are not able to tell the intricacies of the ground, you know, just because maybe somebody has brought so much money, now wewe unaskiza chapa au skizi ground. That is now the desperation that they are putting the leaders in, and that is what kills integrity. Because parties are not listening to mwananchi, they are listening to mtu yule ambaye analeta pesa. Okay, that anybody can quote me anywhere. I've been in some of these parties long enough. I know what it means. You know, you go for those meetings, and especially when you go to the office and you present, you tell them, by the way, I'm from XYZ and I'm contesting for this position. Do you know the first question they ask you? Somebody can write on the comment there. The first question, kuanzia pale kwa reception, utaulizwa swali which is terrible. Terrible swali. Kuna pesa. How do you begin by that? Nimekuambia ninasimama mahali kunaitwa XYZ. What has my money to do with you? What you should be telling me is that, oh, unasimama huko, okay, sasa party membership ni XYZ. For candidates, we are doing XYZ. It's not your business to ask me kama niko na pesa. Would I be coming nikisema nitasimama kama sina pesa? Na ni pesa ya nini? I know the money I need. Each individual has his own strategy of how he or she wants to run the campaigns. So definitely they kill people's aspiration by going for the people that are producing more money. Wale wana pesa nyingi kuliko wengine. And that's why you realize parties end up with terrible leaders, terrible characters, because they go for money, not character. That I can tell you, and you can check. Okay, so all you need to do is you go still look for money, iba, fanya chochote kile utafanya, and unajua tu wewe utaenda kupewa ticket na chama, because utaenda uambie ninaleta 3 kwa party, ninaleta this, kwisha, you will be embraced, whether you killed, whether you did this and all that. Alafu watakwambia chama kitakusafisha na tukikubaliza hizo jesi, kwisha, you will now become a new person, which is a very sad affair. Especially in our third world countries like Kenya, you end up not getting quality leaders because quality is mushroomed by the love for money. Okay, you have money, you can knock any door, even if you are a criminal. Once you have money, the language will change. They will start telling you Saul became Peter, Paul, and all these kind of things. And you will be accepted and you'll be the same person. Yeah. Look at some of these people like Akina Aisha Jumwa. and what they were doing and all this. Then all of a sudden people are saying, oh, they are welcome, all that. So can you trust these parties? Iko shida. And that's why for me, I would support independence as much as possible. And and capacity to scrutinize characters, so that at least someone is able to deliver services that are needed to Mwananchi. Unfortunately, Mwananchi is left alone all along. People try to pretend and saying they are fighting for Mwananchi, but that's a lie. They hardly fight for Mwananchi. It is all about self. The most difficult thing to swallow. What am I seeing here? What am I seeing on this comment? Comments. Ken Daniels ananiuliza, do you think the opposition will unite and come up with one candidate?
Stone PK, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I was reading a question, but go ahead.
Stone, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Jiro, I can hear you. Jiro. Njiru, I can hear you, Njiru. Njiru is having issues. Njiru is having issues. Meanwhile,
Stone PK, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Njiru. I can hear you. Njiru. But I can hear you are speaking your indicator. Just check out and check in again. Let me answer Kenny Daniel. Kenny Daniel. Yeah, your question is good. Do you think the opposition will unite and come up with one candidate to face Ruto, or we will have a situation like that of the 90s with the several candidates? Ken, this has been my fear, but my fear has been alienated or waived by the fact that there is the power of the people, unlike the 90s. You know, the 90s, we were wholly depending on the leaders, and we could not even be able to tell them off. Although there was the attempt that we saw during the Kibaki Tosha moment, when these people went for a meeting in Serena, and the crowd had already gathered at Uhuru Park, and they were saying that there is, if they cannot come out with a solution for one candidate, they should not come. Yes.
So, Stone PK, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. That time,
Stone.
I was hearing you all through. Ala, I thought there's something you are doing, Jiru. Hello. 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 Hello.
Stone, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, I'm asking you, do you think the Odinga family will be influential in this election cycle based on their behavior, which you can see now? Or they are just trying to survive right now? They are cooked.
My quick answer is there will not be. Yeah, the Odinga family influence on politics is gone because they made. You know, there is a step you can make on your journey which determines whether utatoboa ama utatoboa. Their influence is gone because they have continued to goof, including when the lady. Oh my God! When the lady. Oh my. There's a lot of echo, Njiru. Kwani una connect nini? Njiru, just switch off kabisa and relaunch again. It's really relaunch again. It's really. Njiru, ukisha sort out, let me know. Maybe I can. Yeah, I can continue discussing with. Let me see how many people are in the comment section. Press J77, nini mefanyika? We don't know what is happening. Njiru kesho, asante plus all load. Truth anaenda kwa heri. All kalau, whether weaponry is real tool. Mvua. Ken Daniels, if you are still there, I'll attempt to kind of address your comment or question. Yeah, I was saying this time around, the advantage is that the power of the people is real, and but then it's being eluded by some dark forces that want to take advantage to fragment the efforts of Mwananchi through some semblance of logic. Now, some of these dark powers are the powers like what you hear Ruku trying to propagate. You know, when Ruku comes, of course, there are some issues that are historical. But the moment we have now, right now, we don't want to address the historical injustices that have been meted by, you know, others to others, because if we start that, it's a Pandora box, which we would want to open that Pandora box with a proper constituted just government, you know, a government that would be ready to cure anything that has happened and gone wrong for the citizens of this country. A government that will not be biased. Mtu wangu, watu wangu, watu wangu. And this time around, we are at the verge of actually forming such a government that interest will be mwananchi wa Kenya, not mwananchi wa sehemu fulani. We are now at the almost point where we are building a very strong, resilient community that we shall now call Kenya. This is the moment. But now, with this kind of a good idea and goodwill, that's why you are having now people wanting to bring in this card, which is very, very, very lethal. Hii card ya injustice, card ya unfairness. This card iko kila mahali. So if every community or region brings this card, then we will not be able to achieve our objective, because the card is real. The card of marginalization, the card of misuse of resources, the card of over-resourcing other areas and forgetting others. Hiyo kadi ikitolewa, Northeastern waitoe, Central waitoe pia, because now pia kuna unfairness iko pande wao. Western waitoe, Nyanza waitoe. We shall have a totally broken down a group of people that will not be able to build what we have not been able to build for the last 60 plus years, because we've not been able to build a nation. Okay, in my own opinion, we've not been able to build a nation that we would call Kenya. All what we've been continually building and, you know, to some extent destroying the objective is we've been building a group of people living together, calling themselves Central, calling themselves Kikuyus, calling themselves Luos, calling, you know, that is what we've been really building, and it is very, very lethal. So, Ken Daniels, go to your point. Yes, we are moving towards achieving that, but the dark forces like the Ruku's ideologies, of course, of bringing in the marginalization card and all that, then other people will do that, is a threat. Is a threat. And why I'm accolading Munya and the Muturi and this other guy called Lenny, why I'm happy that whatever they have said now it's going to kind of neutralize the calls by people like Ruku, because Ruku needed a technical neutralization of what he's trying to propagate. Okay, so to the contrary now, Lenny, JB, and Munya have watered down indirectly what Ruko has been trying to propagate, because Ruko has been trying to, take advantage and show like, no, we should, East should separate from the West and that kind of a thing. And he was really trying to sell that. But now that is gone, because the three, Lenny, JB, and Munya have said, indeed, with all humbleness and due respect, let us address anything that is apachini that would hinder us from going forward together to remove the title. So what does that mean? Dr. K, will you support Gachagua if he is the flag bearer? Well, I'll come to that. So for me, what I'm so happy about is that the goodwill and the fight, the struggle to remain united is what is being addressed by Munya. For me, that is super. I would not, okay, I know people who are thinking, you know, fanaticism is bad. Fanaticism makes you don't see whoever you are supporting akikosea. Now, ask yourself why people have retreated. Why people, there has been, in this discussion, people have been saying, where is so-and-so? Why is so-and-so not with so-and-so? Why? There is always a reason. There is always a reason why I don't want to walk around with you. There is a reason sometimes when I don't want to sit near you, when you are saying certain things, because I'll be associated with what you are doing. All right? So when you see somebody, people, for example, not wanting to sit near you, ask yourself why. What is it? What is the problem? You see? And this has been building up. And unfortunately, some of us are too loud when such things happen. Personally, I have been so loud about the goofs of, let me begin to talk at those days of Azimio. I was so loud with the goofs of Azimio every minute until people are saying, Stone PK, are you in Azimio or not? But you could be in a team, but you see mistakes. So when you point out mistakes, doesn't mean you are not in that team. We were making more mistakes than successes. And that is what happened, including now lamentation, oh, hakuna my agent. Now, fast forward. When this very strong opposition ya mwananchi imeingia, you know, when Baba came and messed and did, we talked about it. We were in another studio where we were chased away because we said, no, hapa anagoof. We were told, no, nyinyi mumetumwa hapa, nyinyi ni wa UDA, you cannot say anything. Baba is always right. And we were shocked that we thought people of the intellect were in these studios. What result did we see? All what we were pointing out. Okay, all the groups. Similarly, now fast forward to current. We started saying, yeah, good, this, yeah. You know, Gachagua came out and started blazing and all that. Remember, before Gachagua, it was Kufa Dereva, Kufa Makanga, Baba. Then he jumped out, he came to our side, and there now he became the loudest. And people are saying, he is going to tell us what happened, blah, blah, blah. He was branded per mic. And some of us who are saying, yes, you are telling us X, Y, Z, you are revealing. Then it's equals to what? You know, yes, it is equals to awareness. Information is here. Now, what do we do with this kind of information? Then we went there, Andamana was neutralized. Oh, we cannot Andamana, we cannot. Oh, let's wait until 2027 because of, and some of us who are saying, then what's the point of, what is it that we are doing? You know, we are building towards what? Okay. Now, then all of a sudden things happen. We started seeing other people diverting. When Gino wanaanza, wana slow down, blah, blah. We go, bam. We hold some elections. This happens, we critique. Okay. Then boom. Then all of a sudden, it's about party. We questioned the number one. Yes, we went to a wedding without our vehicle. This is the reason we have this party. Fantastic. Yeah, but then we went overdrive. We said that everybody else should be in our bus now because XYZ and all that. You have forgotten the other buses in the state there. Passengers have a choice. You say you are going to Eldoret. Mine is also going to Eldoret. The other one, we have 3 buses going to Eldoret. So what we do is we don't drag people by force. We don't threaten people that if you don't board mine, you know, so those kind of very misplaced kind of statement and gestures started pushing some people away. And we could see some of those guys, 1, 2, unaona mtu anatoka tu, mtu anasema hapana, badala ya nini wacha ninyamaze. Then we started asking, where is so and so? And the moment you start asking yourself those questions, know that there is something. Panapo fuka moshi, panaficha moto. All right? And yeah, fast forward, thanks God, this is happening 13 months before, or 12 months before we go into the ballot. so that we are able to correct this. The danger is that the enemy may want to crack through, may want to sneak through the cracks. All right. So we have to be very careful. And this carefulness has to now be seen in the leadership. The candidness has to come out like what Munya has said here. That candidness tunataka kusikia. What Kalonzo, wewe unafilaje juu ya hii story? Okay, mother, wewe unafilaje juu ya hii story? Juu silence haisaidii. Yeah? Ndio sasa hata Gachagua na yeye kama ajisikii kuambiwa na yeye tujue wewe na wewe ni kategori hii. Somebody has said it. Ameuliza, is there a point of us jumping away from a dictator Ruto to a dictator Gachagua? You know? And of course, you know tendencies of a dictator. And it's a genuine question. Because if all what you are doing is pointing towards that, you know, you are saying that there should be no other party. There should be no... What are you telling other people? These parties are not formed in the kiosk. You see what the people have invested in them. It's a kiosk like yours. Yeah. So your kiosk, my kiosk, make, you know, all the 10 of us, 10 of our kiosks in this area can form a variety of what will serve mwananchi. Chumvi kikosa kwako inapatikana kwangu. So long as sisi wote we are moving towards one goal. Yeah. So basically, these things should come out. Now, somebody asked me, will they unite, Daniel? Yes, they have to, because currently and definitely this can be taken to any bank. There is no candidate here who will go alone and make it. Now, if they go like 1990s, that will be the most stupid thing that will ever happen. Where you had, and you know, we had intelligent people, Matiba, Kibaki, and all that, but they became
cannot support them.
They became.
Do you think
yes.
Kenyans can even support their disunity? Can Kenyans support a disunited opposition?
No. That's what. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. In fact, Kenyans, I don't know what alternative Kenyans will go for. Remember the bitterness. I don't know what I would want to kind of think in a room alone or with another thinker. What if these guys are not united? Wakenya watafanyaje? Njiro, I want us to explore that. Waende Gachagua, knowing him, aende aseme yeye anaenda. In fact, naweza taka hii koti mclear. Because we want to see the real Gachagua. I want him to be clear to contest. Okay? Akue anaweza contest. I want that. Then I really want to see ako kamchezo kataendaje. The guys will be fucked up by Ruto. Asubuhi na mapema. They will be screwed. They will lose. Ile jawai kuonekana. It will be the other way around. While Ruto is supposed to lose vile jawai onekana Kenya, if these guys unite, flip it the other side. Once they become stupid like 1990, where you had Matiba contesting. Yes, you are popular. And then people started saying it was Moi's the early influence. It was not Moi who influenced. It's the stupidity and the greed of this and chest thumping of the Kenyan opposition, where Matiba felt. Matiba, by the way, was a dictator, for your information, those people who didn't know him. He was a serious dictator in everything, because he's rich, he's this, and you know rich people are not told anything, all right? So he was a serious dictator, but successful business-wise, of course, yeah? So he looked at everybody else, nothing. Kibaki was there humble, knowing intelligent and all that. Then you had Raila. These guys would not agree on one candidate. That's why they were cooked like shit. The Kenyans voted for all of them. They had the majority votes. And for the first time in history, Kenya was ruled by a minority president. The most ridiculous thing that happened with people of very high intellectual capacities having cooked up the chance. Dumped the chance that was there for Kenyans to triumphant. And that's where we lost the direction. That is where Kenya now started moving towards the ditch. All right? Same thing would happen this time around when you have all these very highly intellectual leaders. Because I don't see we don't have a dump leader in the people who are confronting themselves. The Mother Karua, the Kalonzo, the Wamalwa, the Gachagua, and all that. These are not idiots. Okay? But if they go na easy style za Gachagua kwanza, and for me, I always point it out. Yeah? That playbook ya Gachagua can't work. Where you feel, every press conference unaongea is I and myself. Already you are calling yourself a king. Who pronounced you a king? Already you are calling all those accolades. Unajipiga kifua, unasema sijui nini, then you are all over, you are mulima. Every time you open your mouth is there is another Kenya bwana. Kuna watu wengine ndugu yangu. Okay, so yeah, this is the danger, and I kept on saying, if there will be anybody to rock this boat, and I said this can be taken to any bank, kama kuna mtu ambaye atafanya Ruto ashinde tena, it will be Gachagua through his blunders, either knowingly or unknowingly. You know, when you have now people running away from you because they are saying you are arrogant, you are this and that, you need to question yourself and retreat. You know, because what you say loudly, it should be seen practiced. Yeah. So yes, somebody asked me, Salah 2023, would I support Gachagua if he's given the flag bearing? I will do that. I'll vote for him because he will be the opposition flag bearer. That is obvious because we want to remove Ruto. I'll do anything. Let him go and become the dictator with the mandate of Kenyans. You know, yes, with the mandate of Kenyans, counting the votes, tukubali ni yeye, bas, we take that risk. We remove this other one, and then we challenge him. But then he has to go with this other team. And that team should not be coward. Okay? And this time around, I think Kenya will be in a way that we can even end your term before you proceed too far. That is where we are geared towards. Yeah. So yeah, Salah, I think I've answered your question. And Jiru, unless you have another question, otherwise I would pause there. Yeah, Samuel Mwaniki, 4151. Mother Karua already spoke about it. Okay, that's okay. Wairimo Derito. So as much as devolution has done, I think it has also entrenched division. We need to revisit devolution. The Majimbos are too ethnic, except our metropolitan areas, Nairobi, Nakuru, Mombasa. That's true. Yes, by the way, what we need to do, in my own opinion, to address devolution properly and cure what we have seen happen, because there are two things that have happened, Wairimo. There are two diseases that have escalated with devolution, in my own observation. The corruption. Corruption has really escalated because it has been devolved. Okay, imekuwa sasa localized. Ona hiyo sasa, na when you localize, then it inakuwa ina grow so fast because it is so fertile. It is fertilized in small 47 units of heavy corruption, plus now the 48th unit, which is the country called Kenya, the national government. So those 48 units, hiyo corruption ndio inaua mwananchi. So those two things, corruption na hiyo ingine nayo, it is the ethnicity. Okay? The ethnicity now has escalated, whereby people are now redefining themselves from where you come from. I mean, I am Mwembu, I am Jaluo, I am Nyanza, I am this. Now, this ethnicization, whatever, if there is such a vocabulary.
Sasa kama sasa watu wa Mr. Ngo wanasema sisi tutapigia Ruto mpende musipende.
Angoa, yes. Sasa ati to punish, underline that. Ninaenda kulete cobra iwakule, ama naenda kufaten cobra, I don't care whether itanimeza. Ndio Jiru akuwe punished. Usikie hivyo. Look at that. So we are goofing. We are goofing.
That is an explanation ya we are idiots. Tony PK. Hiyo ni explanation ya wewe ni mjinga sana. Exactly. Niko tayari to welcome a danger to eat another person, and you don't know that that danger can begin with you.
Exactly. Ndio sasa unaenda kulisha crocodile ati to fatten it ndio njiru ajue kuna nini, na alafu wewe ndio inakumeza kwanza and then iende njiru. So what have we gained? So those two things are the ones that, and I still have a lot of confidence with the build up that we have, that we'll be able to address this. Devolution is fantastic.
But unajua pesa inalala kwao. Walisema hivyo, pesa inalala kwao. Pesa inalala kwao.
Pesa inalala kwao, iko kwa bedroom yao. So for us now, how do we address these two things? We can visit our rules, our constitution when it comes to things like employment and recruitment. Okay, things like when we used to talk of universities and secondary school selections. Okay, we should now nationalize issues instead of coming to say, oh, sijui hii sasa watu hapa waitwe huku and huku. This county, if I'm not a Luo, I cannot work in Nyanza County. I can't become the accountant there. I can't do that. That has to be whatever. By doing what? We can have a national recruitment body that, recruits. It can have its offices in the devolution unit, but it's a national thing. Just like the way, for example, we have ministries. Ministries, the headquarter or whatever it is, it's a national ministry, but you have their offices in the counties. You have central bank, for example. Like you have a central bank in Kisumu, you have a central bank in Kisii and all that, but it is a national, whatever. So I tend to think if we had, for example, the Public Service Board with offices but now controlled nationally, so that it recruits, like the way you recruit youth service, for example. You recruit from all over the country and deploy them. So you can recruit me from Mere as a chief finance officer and send me to Kisii. All right. Now, then also when it comes to education, we go back to what it was. That you could now be called unaenda shule, maybe you a choice or whatever, what we used to call national schools, irrespective of where you come from. That is how now we can again go back to the acceleration of nationalizing our country and everything. Now I'm trying to answer that question which Nani Wairimo is talking about, the devolution. Yeah. So it is a good thing, but we need to cure what has emerged, and there are ways of curing it. If we go to a national conversation, it is wrong that unasikia mtu akisema wewe finance siuende ukafinance kwenyu. That language should not be there in our country, Kenya, if we want to grow. It's good nikisema jina yangu naitwa Arab Keter, then already wewe unaniona tu I can only work in Baringo, I can only work in Nandi, it is wrong. Wrong. And for some of us who are cosmopolitan, it offends us so much that my name now quickly dictates where you want to place me. It is very, very wrong. And that is a serious retrogression we have arrived. We came with that. The person that was supposed to turn that around was Uhuru's government. Uhuru Ruto government was, no. Initially, Kibaki was supposed to start the path of nationality, and he had done very well first term. Then Uhuru was supposed to take over and continue to cement the feeling of being a national, building a nation called Kenya. But these two presidencies did not, they lost the ball. Now the worst has come with this other third presidency of Ruto. This is the worst. That has now broken all the roots that were geared towards building a very cohesive nation that people would be so proud. Remember at one time, Kibaki's time, Kibaki's time, when we had one thing that I called Mutuafo, najivunia kuwa Mkenya. That was the mantle. That was the journey. That journey is what Uhuru Ruto should have really, really widened the road. Then Ruto should have widened it bigger, that we continue to be hiyo philosophy slogan, najivunia kuwa Mkenya. When now we even started wearing the bands we wear today, you proudly wear it. When we started proudly embracing our flag, that is the beginning of building a nation. That's how nations are built. Why do we have the Americans? You know, every sentence wakiongea wanasema the American people, we American people, the American people. That is in their tongue. Mtu anaota wanasikia we the American, I am the American people, and they are proud with the flag. Yeah, at one time in Kenya hata ungejifunga flag. Kwa nini? Ukiguza flag ilikuwa chief anakushika unaenda. I mean, those kind of stupidity. But thank God, now we have somehow turned that you can have somebody go flying the flag, holding it proudly, and that's it. That is what some of the correct value coded presidents or leaders should promote. But what happens? Watu wanaanza I myself. That's it. Yeah, men from that era tend to have dictatorial tendencies. Salah, maybe we will be a bit soft and say not dictatorial, to the authoritative tendencies or something. You know, people want to be authoritative. You know, I laugh, Salah, when I see people talking, and then you hear somebody out of 1 sentence with 10 words, 9 of them are about I and myself. I don't know whether people listen to themselves. Yeah, in speech writing and speech development, we do. There's something they call, like, you record yourself, address it, and address it, and address it. If you are not going to address it, going to read, you read your speech, unapatia mwingine asome na mwingine, at least 3 people, they read your speech, and then from there you do it. That's what we were taught, you know. But when you find yourself mpaka yani kwa press conference umeongea mpaka hata reporters wanaangalia hivi wanashindwa, sasa hapa ni aje. Now reporters wale tuko nao siku hizi ni waoga, badala na ndio wanatakiwa wasaidia hawa watu. Ati ukini interview uone nimekasirika na wewe unaogopa. The worst that I can do if I've invited you to my homestead is to say huyu reporter afukuzwe aende, but hawezi fanya hivyo because the others wanamulika. So hammer the person, mwambie so and so, wewe you are too full of yourself. It's not an insult, you know. Alafu uone vile atajibu na atakuuliza what do you mean. Mwambie sasa, since I came here I've only heard you saying I am the best, I am this, I am this, I am this. When is it that you'll appreciate others? Salah, hii topic ni kali bro. Ama ni dada, sorry. Ni kali. We have leaders that have a lot of deficit in terms of leadership and nationality. I'm telling you. And it is not that people of that generation, Nani, Salah, no. It is across the board. It is across the board. Look at the Gen Z when they were uprising. The initial, that which was good was very temporary. That which was good was interfered with immediately by poverty. You know, wakakuja unapewa pesa and then you change. If you listen, for example, to Samuel, with all due respect, would you really think that was the Samuel who came talking and giving so very eloquent things, and people are even calling him tomboy and all that? This shortly after you listen to what he talks about, even in town hall discussions, would you really side by side?
How you changed it from Samuel to Katumbo Samuel? I didn't.
Yes. You didn't know. I mean, and it's reality. Unamsikiza mpaka unaona labda niko kwa dream, unakuta uko kwa ofisi, uko job, ni vile umeweka kanini kakatokea ukasikiza, because you don't want to believe. Can you imagine now if that lady who was saying we lose our fears and all that, although I've not heard her come, and I think for her she kept quiet because she can't believe it. She can't imagine. She can't imagine they lost what they were really fighting for. I can feel her, and I can feel her properly. If she sees now what some of those young people turned to, you know, even people like Marara, you know, you turn and you start talking, like when I listen to Marara sometimes, I listen to him, I start asking. But you see, for me, when he came, I could see Moto ya Makaratasi. You know, again, Moto ya Makaratasi, you tell it when somebody is, again, I and myself and all that. I work very hard. I am rich. I became rich when I was 10 years old. Oh, you see, I have this, I do this, I do that. It is because I'm so this, I'm so blessed. And come on. So I could see that, and I didn't see it last. All right. So now somebody comes and says, you are given 10 leaders. You, a toddler, you come now, you start saying, what has so and so done? What has so? Come on. Can you be able to come and propagate what you are talking? His subject was good. It was about showing the wastage of public funds. Stick to that. It is so good. Then criticized everything. Then in the Uyo, ako kwa Jubilee na Matiang'i, and he was there saying Matiang'i has done nothing, so and so has done. Then now when he's asked, Allah, what changed? Then he starts giving. You are pretending to be clever than people. That now you are giving the excuse of you being there is because you realize there's nothing you can achieve without going to the old people who you are condemning and saying they are useless, they have done nothing. Now you are there, you are saying you have to work with them. Come on, man. Come on. Let's not jump. Sometimes you jump faster than the mouth, or the mouth moves faster than your feet, and you find yourself in a very, very precarious situation. Unfortunately, that's why people say, think before you talk and look before you leap. Careful. You don't have to run to issue a statement. And you see, fake politicians think by the more statement you issue, the more you become prominent. You better issue one statement in a month. It is not told. And that's why for people who have been saying, Kalonzo is not doing this, so and so it's better. Where is this? This man is lazy and all that. Those are lazy statements, lazy thinking. I don't have to shout because you are shouting. You have called a press conference as an Amina Naitana. What of if I don't have something to say? Or I think whatever you are calling to tell people it's neither here nor there. Must I join that choir? No. So let people have their own way. There are people their style is not calling press conferences. You who has chosen that niche, take that niche. There's other one who has taken the niche of town halls. Muachie hivo. There's other one who has taken the niche of going on top of vehicles, and in every market day ako hapo akiongea. Achana na yeye hapo. Wacha afanye hivyo. There's other one who has decided ni ako kwa Twitter, wacha na yeye afanyie hivyo. But let's see, mahali tunakutana kufanya nini? Kungoa mtu fulani. Stop criticizing my style. It's like when we are dancing, those days when we are young, at when a disco shule kwa hot, then you want everybody else to dance like stone. What are you talking about? Mimi na style yangu, mwingine style yake ni kutupatupa mikono. Huyo kutupatupa mikono tunampa space, na huyu mwingine hivi, and then so long as muziki ni moja, si haijawekwa turntable 10, so we are all dancing to one song. Whatever style you are doing ni shauri yako. So hey Njiro, sitaki kuambiwa I'm talking too much. I'm talking because there's nobody else to talk. Hata Njiro pia wewe utaki kuongea. Njiro, sema kitu bwana. Are we on the right course? Yes, we are.
No, Stony PK, that one is okay. You have to give me some few minutes. Karibu nafika, but kama una nimepatana na mvua mingi sana. That's what.
Pole. Yeah. No, I just wanted to know if you have something. I could still talk to Jesus. Kuna Jesus bwana. Kwa nini yako kuna Jesus bwana? Kwa program yako Njiro. Kuna mtu anaitwa Jesus. Anasema we need someone to talk about Karua, please. Yes. Why I'm laughing? I don't know. Jesus protects 143.8, whatever. Jesus protect. Do you want somebody else to talk about Karua, or you don't mind Stone PK talking about Karua? Tell me, yes, you would want me to say something about Karua, or we look for Kip to come and talk about Karua. Unatakaje Jesus protect? Or anybody write comment about Martha Karua. Yeah, okay, thank you, Jesus. Yeah, and anybody else on the comment section, ask anything about Martha Karua, write anything about Martha Karua, and because I mean, some of these things are, or they need to be talked about. Some of the observations we have on these leaders. Now, let me give my opinion on Martha now, and I'm not comparing her with anybody. We want to talk independently. We take each person and appraise the person, not against who, against the other. But appraise me. Okay? So we take a full scope. Martha Karua, advocate, articulate lady, a real fighter of human right. Corrupt, we may not say, when we talk of corruption, she's an anti-corruption per se. From her talk, from what she does, she has proven that yes, she can walk that talk. According to me, again, I'm praising her as a person. Tough, yes, she has proved a tough lady. Principled, yes, she has proved principled. What else? I mean, for me, I have seen in Martha all that I would want to see in my president. Okay? What I hear people talking about is that, oh, Martha is too tough, she doesn't smile. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? People accusing you, I feel like crying sometimes. People accusing you that you are so tough of the wrongdoers. So what do you want us to do with the wrongdoers, watu wangu? Kucheka nao? Unacheka na watu wameua Gen Z, watoto wameua watoto wa watu, unacheka nao? Unataka kucheka na watu wameshika watu wanawaweka kwa jela, wanaua mtu ambaye ameingia kwa jela akiwa mzima na anatolewa hapo kwa stretcher akiwa maiti, utucheke nao? You want us to laugh with people who are standing and calling every other person wajinga, hawajui kile wanafanya? Surely is that a laughing time? You know, for those of you who have not seen the conference where Nani was, when, oh, he has gone, but we'll talk. Well, that conference, Yamunya, when these others were making jokes and even the press guys, the reporters making jokes, Munya was serious. Because what the press conference was about was a serious issue. So I am of the school whereby there is a laughing time. You know, we can't be mourning people who have been massacred by the government. Okay? Njiro, can you add add Njeri akuje kwa studio? Hata nimepanda mlima sana peke yangu. Njiro, if you are hearing us, add Njeri, Julia ingie ndani. Okay? So, would you want us to laugh when all this evil is happening? Don't take things too hard. Then if we don't take things too hard and too seriously, we will be in the mess we are in. So, yes, what would I talk about, Martha Karua? That is what I see now. I see all what that I would want to see in a president. Njiru, ingiza nani, uplift nani aingie Njeri, ako huko kwa nani. All right? So, I would want to see a president that is no joke. In fact, I would want to have a president for 5 years that does not smile. Na acheki na watu. Ni kudeliver, kunyonga waizi, kufanya whatever. Very tough. I would want to see that at least for 5 years. Na set like what I saw in Wang Yu, the Singapore guy. I would want to have that same kind of a character. I would want to see a president that bangs tables, saying this will not happen under my watch. And ana bang table, anasema hautaleta upuzi, utaua watu, utafanya hivi. Wewe ni police inspector, please resign like yesterday if this happened under your docket. I want to see that for Kenya for at least 5 years. Then now we can say we are on our way. The journey to Singapore is there. That for me is what I would want to see in the likes of Mother Karua. What else haven't I said about Mother Karua? Elegant woman. Yeah. Brainy woman. Yeah. Able to, I mean, I don't see anything that Mother cannot do for this country. So that Jesus, I think, is what I perceive of Mother. You'll ask me about other leaders, and I'll tell you know, my observation. I can write a composition for each of them. I can appraise as a person the way I see them, the way I know them, and I'll tell you. If you want me to give the weaknesses, which is good to give, what I think are weaknesses, they are Mother, because sometimes when you do the SWOT analysis, then you must also talk about the weaknesses, and sometimes those weaknesses are always turned into strengths, because once they are addressed, then now they add into your whatever. The weaknesses from maybe Mother point of view is what? Is her strength. Because she's too strong, then people form it, they make it like it's weak, a weakness, because they think she can't forgive. I have heard people saying that, oh, Mother, it's too tough, she will not forgive. Yeah. Now that wanaiweka ati ni weakness. Yeah. That wale waizi wote wanafanya biashara za nini, the cartels, they think she's a threat to their businesses and all that, which is not true. You know, Mother is not coming here to deal some of those kind of worms that you people have had, okay? But what happens in most areas where you have correct leaders coming into power, what do they give monoratum? They say, okay, he has to stop. And if you are clever, you stop. And that's why in some places, people migrate. Stone PK amekuwa president, unaona watu wana migrate, wanaenda, wale hawawezi kusurvive, which is a good thing. It is getting riddance of the rot, getting riddance of that which is, you know, detrimental to the whatever. So because you can't stand that regime, wewe ama enda kule unaenda, which is it's allowed. It's allowed. Okay. So basically, Jesus, I think I've said the much that I have about Mother Karua, and I would whatever. I know there is this weakness that people have attached to her, that she did during Raila thing. Mother was supporting her candidate, and with your candidate, you do everything that you can. A candidate of your choice, you will stand by your candidate. And even those who say that, oh, Kibaki lost and he did X, Y, Z, but the Kriegler report said that all sides stole. So kila mtu alisimama na upande yake ile ana support. All right. Of course, two wrongs don't make a right. But what do you do at the moment when you have the two wrong? Yeah. The one wrong that will overpower the other is the one that will take the day. All right. And when people try to blame Mother Karua as a person for all that, it's wrong. That was an entire team of Kibaki supporters that was doing what they did. Okay. For me, I would even accolade her for standing firm with her candidate. That, for me, that is a strength. Yeah, I would not want a candidate or a supporter that would now start wobbling and running away and joining the enemy. Okay, so basically, that is what I think. I've never, by the way, as a person, I've never seen Mother's weakness. And if I'm given a choice, I think that is I would want to be under her government. I would want to be in a government that Mother is heading, or in a party that Mother is heading, because of her fragmentism and all that. So, I mean, that's my opinion. Jerry Karibu, maybe you have something you would want to say. Somebody had asked me about Mother Karua, so I was talking about mother na isikue misconstrued. Jerry, karibu.
Sawa. Habari zenu?
Nzuri.
Huyu ni Jesus anasema Jesus protect. Anasema ati Martha Karua can change our votes going to Ruto. So Jesus mkichagua Martha Karua ataenda kwa Kasongo, yani kuna Mkenya na exist hivyo.
Huyo si Mkenya Jerry. Mtu nani? Martha. Huyo ajui Martha.
Amesema ati Martha, unless Jesus, if I'm wrong, correct me. Martha Karua can change our votes going to Ruto.
Huyo ajui Martha. Or maybe we are misunderstanding his statement.
Yeah,
I don't know.
He can correct me, maybe we are wrong. So umesema kweli, Martha is a president that Kenya will not have, because Kenyans wako na kaujinga kengi kakubwa kabisa. Hata mimi nitaingia wa Kenya. Vile unasema pika ya Mara haongei na watu, Mara hasmile, Mara hana bwana. Unajua uto ujinga tu twingi.
Hana bwana ati. Sasa siuende ukakue bwana yake basi.
Kama hana bwana ama umtafutie bwana.
Ama umtafutie.
Ndio, kaujinga tu kengi kako na Wakenya tu. So I agree with you. Mother is a president that Kenya may not have because of their foolishness and mediocrity. Otherwise, she's the right person for Kenya. She's among the people I know that can change this country to what we want. Put structures without fear or favor. Huyo ni Martha Wangari Karua. Now, PK, nimekuja kuuliza maswali. Leo kumeendaje? Nimeona outburst ya Peter Munya. After that, nikaona outburst ya huyu mwenye anasimama governor Nairobi. Have you seen that?
Nani? Nani? Huyu Kachagua man anaitwa nani?
PK, what they've been saying, Mount Kenya region, they are so selfish. They think Kenya is in Mount Kenya. Let me ask you, PK. Right now, do we care about DP, DCP, ama we care about Ruto going?
Ruto going.
That we should start fighting. Ati huyu mwenye anasimama governor, ati anasema hata ingia Azimio. Nani amemwangia pia ingia Azimio?
Ameinvitiwa na nani huko?
Na nani? Nae nani? I don't approve of Gachagwa's behavior. Kabisa. But right now, it is unnecessary to pick those fights. What Peter Munya should do is also asimamishe watu wake. Juu hakuna mtu amekataza asimamishe watu wake Meru. Akona chama gani yeye? What is party?
PNU.
Yes.
PNU.
PNU. Hakuna mtu amezia PNU kusimamisha watu Meru ama Tharaka Nithi ama wherever, because we don't need these arguments. It is going to confuse the people of Kenya. That is my take. Nimeshangaa sana. I saw JB and Munya's outburst ati kuna mtu anaringa ati Gachagua sijui anasema ati enyewe Gachagua has been bragging, even called himself king, and who cares whether somebody is king or not king? By the king for what? Akona mshahara. So if I were them, I would just ignore those statements of Gachagua, because now they have opened a can of worms that we don't need. We need to forge one direction and decide who is our presidential candidate, who is our deputy. We need to decide that whoever is going to stand with opposition is the person we want, and whoever it is will support him to remove Ruto. As who wants to join Azimio or doesn't want to join Azimio, no, it's not Kenya. By the way, Kenyans wanakuanga na chama PK ama? Are Kenyans members of any party?
No, they are different.
Kuna mtenye umesikia ati ako so royal kwa party, kwa chama. Ako so royal.
Hakuna. No way.
In fact, depends on how you campaign.
Yeah, by the way, it's the... In fact, Kenyans have been shortchanged when they want characters. Wanakuwa shortchanged, unaletewa party. Yeah.
So me, sijui hizo outburst umeziona aje? Umeona ya Gakuyo?
Sijaona ya Gakuyo. Ya Muturi, I can comment a little bit because I have talked so much about you, Akina Muturi. You know, what happened, what I read, and what I even talked to some of these people, not the three guys, but I have a lot of interest. Yeah. So there are two people. One, kwanza, they alerted me, niliwatch live, and then I was interrogating after that because I wanted to ask, imetoka wapi hii? Now, the thing, this now I'm telling you, which may not have come out. You see, when Gachagua went out there, he's holding also some, what you would call consolidative discussions before he goes to address people. All right? And now, like when he was in Meru, there are things he was told. And akajam. You know, one of the things aliambiwa ni sasa, hawa watu, Meru iko kwa opposition 100%. Okay? Lakini usikuje hapa usianze kuonyesha ni kama mtu kama CDCP, because you see what he had talked in Mount Kenya hurt people a lot, Ile alikuwa anasema kama wewe CDCP wewe ni msaliti. You know, he didn't qualify. As much as he's a literature guy, he's also falling short. You know, when you say that, you should say kama hauko DCP na hauko chama ingine yote zile zinafanya kazi na DCP, wewe ni UDA na wewe ni msaliti. You see the difference. But when you say that if you are not in DCP and yani you are in any, you are then nini, that did not go down well. So in Meru akaambiwa don't, alafu alikuwa ameambiwa pia don't pronounce that hapa competition ya governorship hapa is so hot, it is so bad. Ya Meru, by the way, itakuwa ni kama ya Kasipulu huko. Iko mbaya because the guys that are going for the governorship ni titan of Meru, and Meru are looking at corruption record. So you don't come selling to them somebody who majority have blacklisted. Unaona? Yeah, so that akakataa. You know, alikuwa ameambiwa don't talk about Linturi, don't talk about anybody, because Linturi in Meru and even in Kenya, he has never cleansed his name. Unfortunately, his record is so bad, and this is what Gachagua is losing on. You know, amesahau haraka sana juu hata yeye mwenyewe amejisahau. Alikuwa makanga, yani alikuwa dereva na makanga, alikuwa anaambiwa aende. He has forgotten. So he needed not to kind of talk with that and kind of condemn people. Yeye angesema tu auze chama. Not that PNU they are worried, they are not feeling overshadowed, because whoever is PNU will remain PNU. By the way, because I come from that region, I know. Whoever is in PNU will contest na hiyo PNU. Ule ako DP ata contest hivyo. All right? And Gachagua should welcome that. He is obsessed with the two things. The tribal card, Mulima, and the party card, which is what Kenyans are running away from. As much as they are appreciating is the soldier in the front line. But now he's in the front line and others are retreating. Rather, they are slowing down because they are saying this soldier, labda hata to shoot, akishoot enemy, zile zinaitwa friendly fire, and we may not achieve. Because now he has started moving as if he is lone soldier. He is the only one who can remove Ruto. How? Hata Kenyans wanajua.
Umesikia, usikiza Kakuyo. Kakuyo has also made another outrageous statement. You see me, I listened to Kalonzo. People may not like Kalonzo or whatever, but Kalonzo said, I am going to reach out. He said, I'm going to reach out. Now.
Yes.
Then
yes.
Kakuyo is saying, ask joining Azimio. We cannot join Azimio. Kalonzo did not say they want them to join Azimio. He said that he's going to reach out. So
Kakuyo is illiterate. He doesn't understand English. That's another problem. Alafu ana ma-advisor because he has money. I talked about this, Julia. These leaders who have money, let me call them leaders, and they are so arrogant. Angeuliza, Kalonzo ana mean nini na reach out. You know some of these basic English words.
These Kenya leaders speak according to me. Hey, watamwaga mtama.
Watamwaga mtama, walai. They will rock the boat.
They are so selfish. It's like Kenya in Mount Kenya and Mount Kenya in Kenya. Because I'm just wondering, where is that outburst? Sisi tunataka Kasongo aende, na hatujamua tuko chama gani, by the way. Some of us here, we standing. We are still thinking. Because me, personally, I don't like most of those people who are in those parties. DCP, I know it's a Majambazi, Team Majambazi, UDA season 2.
Yes.
So let me say this. Me, right now, if I am to go back to Kenya and I'm asked to work with somebody, I can only work with Mother Wangari Karua. If I'm asked. Because if my heart, my concerns, my moral standards and expectations, that is where I am. Lakini saizi bado nitasema basi Gachagua I should continue fighting because he's fighting Ruto, but not like I like his party, not like I approve of Kalonzo and Azimio and the others. It's not like I approve everything they are doing, but right now our mission is to fight Kasongo, kutoa Kasongo. Sasa hizi outbursts zimetoka Mount Kenya region. Oh my goodness. Nimeshangaa, leo nimejionea kweli.
Na tulikuwa tumepredict Julia, you remember nikiingiliwa Stone is not supporting Gachagua. Wewe ulikuwa unaniokoa saa nyingine. People say Stone are oppose. When we are praised and say hapana, this is what we are seeing. The other people who will see it, and it's not in good faith.
It is not in good faith. No. Look at comment ya nani ya Wairimu Derito amesema something good. I think she's referring to Mother softly and elegantly criticize those who are trying to bulldoze others into a corner. And the way she said it, hata wisdom na masomo pia ni mzuri. Her statements were not divisive. I want you to compare how Mother approached that issue, PK, and how JP, how Peter Munya, and how we have approached it. Very different. Very different. Very different. Mother is very different. She's not that kind of a politician. She's not divisive. And she drove the point home. In fact, at one time, there was a funeral in Muranga, and there were DCP members. Akawambia hata mimi nitajitetea. You don't have to say 1, 2, 3 because hata mimi nitajitetea chama changu. And the way she said it was in point. She didn't sound arrogant, and she didn't sound like she was insulting anybody. But you listen to Gakuya today, nimeshanga nikasema hey, kwisha maneno.
Alafu Gakuya unajua illiteracy ni mbaya. You know Gakuya thinks anaenda kuwa governor ya Nairobi na kura za Wakikuyu peke yake. And that's what he thinks. And he has not even the dynamic.
I think Gakuya Stone PK. I think Gakuya needs to be advised because he could be in DCP, that one I agree, but he is one of the people, he is one of the person ambaye watu wako na raw opinion about. I don't know, mimi sijui kwa nini anaona like he is even qualified for governor. People have raw opinion about him. But history anafikiria sasa yeye ndiye anachaguliwa simply because he is in a popular party. It is misleading. On that one I agree. But sasa na Gachagua pale anatukosea ni sasa mtu kama huyo unaona sasa ni kama anamburudos kwa watu sasa.
Sijui ya pesa. Nimekwambia Gachagua, the party people, they look at money, not the character, and they should never lie to you. They are with the people. Some of us have been in politics. We know how they treat you when you are not bringing in money. Usidanganywe ati hii ni party ya watu. Hakuna. Kenya haijafika hapo mahali ati it is people, not the party. Sikiza even their speeches, it's about their party. So Gakuya has brought in money. Remember this guy of Ruiru, ule alitogoa mambo about DCP. Msimchukia kwa sababu ati alienda UDA, but he sent a message. He said it. Watu usahau haraka sana. Mtu anasema nileta hii pesa, nikaambiwa nilete hii, na tunaignore kwa sababu ni nani anaambiwa juu ya hiyo? Ni Gachagua, and we are crazy about Gachagua. We think Gachagua is the savior. So ukiambiwa the rot, the misfire from his we are ignoring. This guy confessed. At watu wakasema ni uongo. Uongo aje na amesema nobody can shut. When he said he did this with his money, Gachagua hakuja kukataa. Yeah? Because it is true. And it is after such things that they stopped asking money. Before they were asking money for you to have the mic in any meeting. I said that in some of these podcasts. Unaambiwa kama unasimama unatoa pesa fulani ndio upewe mic usalimie watu useme tu DCP hivyo peke yake. Unaambiwa utoe pesa 2000 or something like that. Yeah. As much as we would say, okay, your party support is asks us to raise funds, but it should not be in such a funny way that if I don't have that money, sitaweza kusimama kwa juu ya gari niseme jina yangu and the position I'm vying for. So these are the roads that are coming out, which is very good. For me, I'm so happy that they are coming out now. Why is it that Akina Martha Karua and all this, even Akina Kalonzo had almost seemed like they are isolating Gachagua.
Mother said
people are ignoring that.
PK, yeah. Mother needs to complain how it go. I don't know what to comment. Mother has been making sweeping statements at Gachagua. I mean, Mother has been complaining. Hata njia nakubalia hivyo.
Yes.
And you see, it is good they are doing that. There will be some humbling moment. And you know what I think, PK. I think because I feel like Mother Kalonzo and Akina Sifuna and Orengo and Akina Matiang, they are not so arrogant. I feel like it's possible for them to meet and agree on one candidate without fighting. And that is what they should do so that they make Gachagua understand clearly the expectations of Kenyans. Unajua mtu anaweza kujifanya yeye ndiye anawa control sana na kumbe hawa control. They should
Can I tell you something? Can I tell you something to support what you are saying? Ask yourself, when Mukisa Kitui was announced as the speaker of the joint opposition, why is it that ilikuja ikapotelea hivyo? And somebody in DCP akaanza kanusha hiyo kabisa Malala. Why do you think Malala alitokelezea? It was Gachagua, not Malala.
Yeah. And you see, Mukisa Kitui cannot take that foolishness.
Yeah,
he's
exactly.
A statesman. Mukisa Kitui is a statesman. He cannot take that foolishness. He cannot take dhagari. Unaona DCP na kina Malala iko na dhagari mingi sana.
Yeah.
People akina Mukisa Kitui, by the way, right now we are talking about thagari versus statesmen. That is what is happening in the opposition. Kuna wenye ni statesmen na kuna majambazi UDA season 2. UDA season 2. Unaona? So let me say this. As much as Gachagua is fighting Kasongo, and we can say he has achieved in fighting Kasongo, especially in Mount Kenya region, there needs to be some humbling moments so that before to figure 2027, tukuwe tumejua who is who and who is where. Tene ama aje PK,
Kabisa.
Tujue who is where. Tene mapema tu. So I think going forward, the Kalonzo team and Akina Karua should make moves, and they should invite Sifuna. Sifuna is not arrogant, and the Orengo team. Orengo is a statesman, but he's not arrogant at the same time. He's a statesman. Akina Matiang. Watu hana madharau. By the way, did you see when Matiang is ready to give up his presidential candidacy for Kenya? The only mimi leo nimeshangaa nikasema hapana. Basi kaende kwanza kwa upinzani ndio so that they come back to their senses.
Yeah, because if you the delay of the presidential candidate, I can categorically say here, from all the indicators, the impediment is Gachagua. Yeah, Gachagua
because he hopes to be cleared and he wants to bulldoze his way. In his normal senses, he's thinking that Kenyans in their normal senses can wake up and propose him for a presidential candidate. Kama mimi nimetoka Mount Kenya region siwezi, anafikiria ni watu wangapi hawezi.
So,
you can't claim that I am a tribalist, that I hate Gachagua for his tribe. It's just because I know where he's coming from and who he is. And people don't change in one day.
Exactly. Yeah, you are massacring Jews 1 minute and you want to tell us you have become Jesus.
No, Matthew may be a nice man, but poor Matthew, wherever he's working. So mimi nilikuja kusema hivyo, wacha nikalale, niko job imeanza, niko na stress ya kuamka.
Uko na stress ya lesson plans
na ya kuamka mapema.
Ulikuwa umezoea
kulala,
kuvuta ka blanketi mpaka saa ile utakaa. I know.
Nilikuwa nimezoea kuvuta ka blanketi.
I know. Yeah, wacha. Lala ndio uamke kutengeneza taifa.
Njiru.
Although wachatengeneza taifa lao, hawahitaji kutengeneza zaidi.
Watu wameweka structure. PK is there's something I admire in America is infrastructure. Umeona infrastructure inakuanga kwa hii nchi.
Yeah.
Kuna barabara natumianga. Hiyo barabara iko na magari nakwambia. Do you know you never see any traffic policeman there?
Okay. Yeah. Julia, I want to ask you a question.
Hiyo magari wewe inasonga.
Ndio anauliza swali.
Yeah, let me
ask. Ndio leo umetransfer to what gadget?
So what's happening to Manjiru? Njiru, what's going on?
Sijui anatumia gadget gani alipotoka ni.
Yeah, Sela or Kalau give us hope, but we need to sit back and talk to each other, not at each other, you know? It's a drama opposition wameleta kwa media, especially from Mount Kenya, didn't see poor sana. How do you think the followers of both sides are feeling right now? Bad.
And you know what? What, Julia? What I'm happy about is this was simmering. Unaona? It was simmering. It was there. Watu walikuwa tunaulizana hapa, atuwapi Kalonzo? Kwanza I was really censoring people who are saying so and so is lazy, so and so is lazy. Bwana, kila mtu ana style yake bwana. Sasa sijui nani anangojea atafutiwa. Hakuna mtu anangoja kutafutiwa kura. Kenyans know. By the way, you don't need to campaign today to Kenya. You don't. Because Kenyans know who they want to remove from power. That they know. Yes. Sasa unaenda kumwambia nini? Ati Ruto must go. Na ni yeye ndiye alisema hivyo. Yeye ndiye alisema. Mkenya ameamua. Who is delaying Kenyans to achieve this dream? Is the self-proclaimed leaders. Yes. Well, they have. Remember, I kept on complaining. What is it? Why would it take so long to decide on who is going to do this when Kenyans have already decided? It's selfishness. I'm telling you. Na itatokelezea, bado ijatokelezea yote, Julia. Utaona vile kataenda. I'm telling you, there is worse to come. Sa, wewe ngoja uone. Kuna watu watabolt out mbaya mbovu.
The better so that they do it early mapema ama aje PK.
Yes.
So that now we can reorganize ourselves baadaye.
Kwanza ningetaka honestly I would want Kanani Gachagua to bolt out. Then we have this other humble team organize themselves. Then we see Gachagua versus this team and Ruto. Then we decide by that time tunaanza kuimba fagilia fulani na fulani. Either fagilia Gachagua out, and then we keep whoever this other opposition will have appointed. That will be a very simple question. If Mount Kenya refuses, hiyo na si Mount Kenya yote, ile itaenda na Gachagua waende wakampigie kura ikue kama 1990, whereby intelligent people lost it to an idiot in the name of professor of politics, but it's because of their idiocy and selfishness that made him the president. You had a president ruling with a minority, and then you say ni clever. It was not.
So I think they should just that's like I've suggested. Akina Karua wakuwe too brave, sijui wanaopa nini. They know they can work together, they have no challenges working together. Karua, Kalonzo, Matiang'i, Sifuna, Orengo, they have worked together before. They just decide we are working together, and we are working together, sindio? Then they leave Gachagua to decide what he wants. He'll follow them.
Thank you. Yes. Wasianze kungojea Gachagua.
Usimngojea. Unajua bulldoze amewabully, niko na Mount Kenya. They should try it. Unajua you never know. I was telling Jiro here, nikiwa Kenya kuna mari niliogopanga kuendesha gari, nikienda kanisa. Niliogopanga kuingia mtaro. Siku moja nikajiambia I will never know kama naweza ingia hiyo mtaro na nitoke until I try. One day nikajipea psych. Na siku ingia mtaro. So,
alafu
mpaka ujipee psych, ujiambia hapana. You know they have been intimidated kwamba ati Gachagua kuna Mount Kenya region, sijui mtakuwa segregation na Mount Kenya region, sijui kutaendaje, sijui nini. Let them, they should just try it now. They should just call each other on phone, wakubaliane sisi vile tumekaa hivi, we are agreeing on so and so and so and so. So we are inviting the DCP to come and work with us. But hii itakuwa dozi mzuri sana.
Yes. Mother, Muturi, and all you guys, listen to Julia. Please hold your press conference kesho and invite all, including Gachagua, and make a declaration whether he's present or not. Then we see vile katapasuka, we will now repair the path.
Nauliza swali kidogo, even as you call for that. Naturally, in the theory of life, what joins the big one? Is it the small tributary or the big tributaries? Which one joins the big one?
Who are the big tributaries?
Who is the big? The combine all those we have talked about, they are bigger than Gachagua by far.
Yes. Tumesema Martha Karua, Kalonzo, Sifuna, Orengo, Matiang'i versus Gachagua.
Yes.
Nani wakubwa Njiru, according to you?
If they cannot be able to agree on basic right now, hebu nikuulize na nini wanashindania?
Where have you been? We have been analyzing the whole story.
No, nauliza like not we analyze this one nauliza what is like if our kama sisi story yetu ni kutoa Kasongo, tunataka kutoa Kasongo, what are they fighting for?
I know this is what they are fighting for. They are fighting for something called inferiority and superiority complex. Kuna mtu moja hata Njiru umekuwa umekisikiza. You had the Gachagua the other day interviewing with Professor Manyora. Akisema kwamba the king of the mountain has said. Si alisema hivyo? Ama ninamwelewa?
Ulisema yeah, yes.
Alisema the king of the mountain has said. The king of the mountain did this. The king of the mountain did that. Now, that's what he said. The king of the mountain.
Of course, Njiru in leadership, that's garbage. That's stupidity.
And then hiyo we were only hearing hisi kwa Manyora. Lakini underneath we don't know what has been going on. So what has been going on, Martha Karua mwenyewe amejiseparate. Anatembea mwenyewe akienda Murang'a na kwingine. Akisema yeye anasimama presidential candidate, okay? And Martha Karua has made that announcement saying that her party bado itasimamisha watu. Si kwamba ati chama kingine ndio kinasimamisha watu peke yao. I think she was referring to DCP, okay? Okay, Martha has been kind of very sober when she was saying that. Now, and today we saw some outbursts by Muturi and na Mutua na Peter Munya kwamba ati DCP nataka kuintimidate wote kwa bulldoze waingie kwa DCP waingie kwa DCP. Where was that coming from? Now, after that before that outburst, I think jana Kakuya akasema akamake outburst akasema wow, DCP haiwezi ingia Azimio. Now, Kalonzo previously had said he's going to talk on behalf of Azimio. He's going to reach out to Gachagua. He's going to reach out to the other members. He didn't say that he was asking them to join Azimio. Look at that, Njiru. Seemingly, kuna watu wana feel bullied. By who? By Gachagua. And they have a reason for that. And if they are feeling bullied, badala ya kukaa na hiyo kauoga wao wakisema wanakuwa bullied, wacha kiumane tu sahi. Let them call a conference and agree on their presidential candidate and their deputy president, after which they should later also invite Gachagua into it. They see his reaction. That is what they should do. Tene Muzane Mugiano. Ni kama bibi akikaa akikwambia ataenda na haendi. Ama
That's a very good one. Niĩ nĩngũthiĩ. Ndũgĩthiage tene tũmĩkinie tene ni tene man.
Si aende tu. Yaani unajua unafika kama mahali unaamua tu uone vile kutaenda. Sasa ukisema
sasa wewe unaongea kwa saidia wa mama ama kwa saidia wazee sasa, sababu naona sasa ni kama una
si nyumba zinakuanga hivyo. Unasikia kuna mtu anaenda na hajaienda.
Hata mzee akitaka kwenda
anangojea white itokezee ili aende. Tu anasemanga dike
na mzee anaogopa akienda. Mzee should also experiment what would happen if she goes.
Yes.
Ama let me flip the side of women now. It's like banako akikwambia ati wewe ukienda kuna vile unajisaidia. Wewe sijui ukienda sijui utaenda wapi. Sijui uwezi. Just go and see what will happen. You will not die. You just learn to work like other women have been working. But until you make that step. So Mother Karua and team should make that step so that we solve this problem now.
Yeah.
In fact, I can give them ideas. They should declare a Mother Karua Sifuna presidency.
I'm telling you. Nakatatamba hivyo. Oh, yes. By the way.
Dawa, sikashoka nataka kusimama. Si kama ile ya Uhuru na Kibaki. Sikashoka wants to buy. Sasa dawa ndiyo hii. Mother Karua Sifuna presidency.
Let me ask you, kwa hii mambo yote mnasema Sifuna ataingililia wapi?
Jim, are you either a slow learner or you're a poor listener?
No, I'm listening. Didn't nauliza
sasa. I have explained my synopsis. I've been a synopsis of the events of what will happen. I have said this.
Ndio nauliza sasa, unajua umesema hawa waende kivyao, but sasa ndio nauliza sasa hawa ndio wataenda kunegotiate na Sifuna ama Sifuna atanegotiate na
Gachagua? I have said this, that Kalonzo team, Mother Karua and Sifuna, they all know they will have one agenda. Should call each other and have a kamukunji together na Matiang na in that wa invite Gachagua na wakubaliane tene let us nominate our presidential candidate. So because Gachagua is still feeling he owns Mount Kenya region, he's most likely not to attend that meeting. So and because he not attend, they negotiate in his absentia and agree on their candidate and their deputy president, and then they see how Gachagua is going to behave.
Julia,
thank you.
Stop simplifying the vitu si rahisi hivyo.
Ni rahisi hivyo. Exactly, Njiru, hivyo. That hivyo.
Because those characters I've mentioned, Njiru, all of them are people who have declared they can work with one another. Even the attitude they give us.
If it was that simple. Yani hiyo kitu mnaipresent
Njiru, what is not simple by these guys calling each other the way they normally do and they meet and discuss? What is so sophisticated about that? Call Sifuna will come.
Wamebeba migogo.
No, listen Njiru. Wacha kukaa na hizo hizo zinaitwa old nini at perceptions, sijui kunaendanga like the way I hear some pundits discussing, in politics, this and that. It's because when there is ukora, but these guys, the way they have presented themselves to us, they are sincere. So if you are sincere and Gachagua, there is a meeting for Sifuna, all these guys, and they have told us they want to work together. Let's meet for what they call tea, and let's do what Julia has said. Let's see then whoever will bring complications inatoka very clearly. So Njiru sioni complication yao kumit kuongea. Yani, what is that you are calling? Ni nini umeweka hapo nyuma ya curtain unasema ni ngumu sana? Hebu tueleze with your analysis.
Let me tell you why this negotiation is difficult. And Stony PK, give me a time.
All the time, I will not even comment.
In 202,
Umeenda history hiyo sasa, which is terrible. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
In 202,
they made huge mistakes. Endelea tu.
I'm not comparing 202 saying it was a better thing. I'm just giving a reference because at least there was an attempt to bring people together. So let me use that platform. In 202, and by the way, I was following the issue. So I was following what was happening in 202 because I could see the enthusiasm in my father. Nilikuwa nikiona hata my father akiwa kwa kahawa huko akikatakata akitoa zile vigunyo kwa kahawa akiwa amefurahi sana. So I could see the energy in them. In 202, the negotiation started with 3 people. That was Ngiru, Kibake, and Wamala. That was the center stage of talk. That was where it started. They were just doing their thing. They never knew that there could be a windfall somewhere because of some people have been unable to agree on a more position. So what happened in 202 is Moi is having so many people in his yoke, and there is another divide there because of Moi bulldozing is the candidate, as you know. The reason why I've brought that issue of 202 is that when you have too many people who are talking, and you know, by the way, Moi was having like 6 people. What an honor to come outside. Moi was having like 6 people because there was Saitoti, all those guys of LDP, you know them. LDP was congested, and because LDP was congested, they couldn't be able to agree with Moi easily. Now the problem which I'm having is this. Currently, we have close to 6 or 7 principles. If we put Lene Kivuti there now, who declared is also a principal, so they could even be 9 now.
No, let me remove Lenny. Lenny is going for governorship. Let's be realistic.
No, he said he is a principal.
Yeah, by you being a principal doesn't mean presidential candidate in Jiru. Come on.
No, but his party should be presented.
Of course, it should be presented. Yes. Yeah.
It will be represented in a negotiation. That's what I'm saying. Whether he is going for governor or not. Do you know that?
But it doesn't have, again, still as if you are presented at a common principal. Doesn't have to be.
Yeah, so let me go ahead. So we have like 9 or 8 people. I'm telling you, a negotiation of 9 people to come up with a presidential candidate and a deputy presidential candidate, it will require a lot of wisdom. It will require a lot of wisdom because the problem which I have, okay, there is the uniting factor. Yeah, we don't need Ruto. That's a very huge. It is solving 50% of our problem. But the other 50%, it now melts down to interest. It melts down to the next government and what you can have, because you know at the end of the day there is an extreme personal interest which is bigger than anything. You don't want to be in the government. You don't have members of parliament. You don't want to be in the parliament. You don't want to be in the government, and you don't have you don't have senators or governors. So it is scavenging. So you are like scavenging because you know what they do. Raila Odinga has not been in the government, but he used to have like 20 governors, and those 20 governors were paying tithes. You know that. You know the reason why they want those people, because those people pay tithes. Yeah? You have to pay. I had at some particular time, Mombasa governor, the governor of Mombasa used to pay Raila Odinga 1 million per month. How true it is, I don't know, but
that's corruption. That's corruption. You
have analyzed, given us a good analysis about 202, and I agree with you. So at one time, Raila Odinga was on one side. I need to be reminded, sijui alikuwa na nani kwa side yake, na kina Ngiru alikuwa pande nyingine, sivyo?
Alikuwa na Moi.
Alafu kuna after kutoka kwa Moi alienda wapi? Alienda wapi? You are mute.
Oh, wakaform kapate ingine hapo inaitwa LDP.
LDP.
Hapo.
But
Inakapaswa reform hata
yes.
sasa wakasema sasa washikane wote sasa hata wao wakuwe ma presidential
hawakuwa wameshikana, walikuwa Raila Odinga kwa LDP yake, then akina Ngiru were on the other side with Kibaki, isn't it? And Wamalwa, right? Acha kumute, hakuna vibration, unmute so that you respond to me. So
Yes.
so they were on the other side with they were on the other side, Ngiru, I think Kibaki and Wamalwa on the other side, and Raila Odinga was in LDP. So next question. According to what you know, was Raila Odinga for Kibaki presidency?
Initially, no. But
No, let's stop
circumstantially,
there.
yes.
No, initially. But Ngiru and Wamara had already decided that it was Kibaki who was their presidential candidate, isn't it? So what did Raila Odinga do?
Raila Odinga started negotiating with other people initially, and then as he was listening to the ground, I'm sorry to use that word again, as he was listening to the ground and he was hearing the sound waves, he felt that there was some momentum on Kibaki.
Was there really a momentum on Kibaki?
No.
There was no momentum on Kibaki. You know, that's where Piquet Akwambia you are young. There was no momentum on Kibaki. On one side, no, there was no momentum. On one side,
people are not thinking that Kibaki can be a president.
On one
now
side,
everyone, even Nani, the Kisii guy. If people thought everyone had his followers.
Yes, Nyachai was a presidential candidate. Listen, Ngiru.
Yeah.
So on one side we have Ngiru, Wamalwa na Kibaki wako kwa pande yao. Then we have Raila Odinga na LDP yake, na bado usahau Raila Odinga is the time ametoka kwa mwena, anajisikia kwa powerful na kwa influential. Unaona, anajisikia kwa western, anafikiri pengine kwa
ametoka kuiba gas. Sema hivyo. Ametoka kuiba gas.
He was aggressive by then and was energetic. And he wasn't for Kibaki presidency, for your information. And Kibaki did not really hit popularity by then. Because tumetoka pale tumeita pika nakumbuka tumetoka kuita Kibaki General Kigwaya.
Yes, he was General Kigwaya.
We
That's what
from calling Kibaki General Kigwaya, even ask Kikuyus.
Yeah.
We are in 202 and we are coming from even calling Kibaki General Kigwaya. So he's not popular at all, and he's not even somebody we are thinking can become president. Even
at all.
At all. You see? Then guess what? Raila Odinga says Kibaki tosha. So today's Raila Odinga is Nani Gachagua. He will have to join them. Raila Odinga had to join them, because if you can't beat them, you join them. And he had only one option of joining them. Rest, Kamwana would have won. So,
and that's why Nyamwea, no, not Nyamwea, Nyasaye, Nyasaye was so mad, so mad. And there are even clips of how he went out cursing at Serena, so mad, and he walked away.
Yes.
Yes. And he contested.
And somebody said there was actually a song, yes, of a Kegwaya. People can remember history here. We didn't think Kibaki was anything. Seriously, we didn't consider him. So, according to what I have described, who is the mfano wa Kibaki in that whole discussion? People like to argue with me here, picking na wananikasirikia. Ati ninasemanga watu wengine hapa wananikasirikia. Ngiru, come back and show your face. Ni mfano wa Kibaki kwa hiyo whole saga ni nani? Ngiru, open, unmute. I'm your teacher today. Listen or I write you up and you respond.
Jana nani mwingine ulikuwa unasumbua hapa sasa mimi mmemnia atotoke Kibaki amefanya nini? Sema.
When you usinisikize, you're not listening.
Go ahead now.
Nimekupatia history. Mfano ya Kibaki leo ni nani? Kwa hii saga tuko nayo.
You want people to riot at me.
No, just say what you think. Mfano ya Kibaki ni nani?
All of them, what watasema mimi ndio Kibaki. Ruto amesema.
No. Jiru, you're a very slow learner. I have described the character of Kibaki. and have said we used to call him
General
Keguoya.
So,
And
so
we had no intention of making him president because we didn't think he was qualified.
Kalonzo anakaa Keguoya.
Yes. Now, good job. You got it.
Yeah, basi.
So
Kalonzo ndiye
the
Keguoya.
only Keguoya we have there is who? Kalonzo.
Hata
Now, let
Matiang'i
us
ni Keguoya.
analyze, why do people go for Keguoyas sometimes, shockingly and surprisingly?
Because
People
Keguoya
go for Keguoya because one,
unajua juria kidogo, unajua Keguoya means kuogopa.
yes. And
So
why
Keguoya,
would somebody propose a Keguoya for presidency?
Yeah, because unajua Keguoya hataki kushika kila kitu.
Na hawatawa stress, hatawapea stress, ndio. Stop muting. There's no vibration. Na hatawapea stress. Right? Now, the other thing about a General Keguoya is that even Kenyans themselves.
Kuna watu wanasema ati can we start talking this personality talks behind this that ati wanasema ati hizi vitu tunasema ati tuongeange nyuma ya tent.
Watu wazibe masikio yao. We are not playing with them. Now,
sababu hata Ruto wanasikiliza sasa, hata watu wa Ruto wanafurahi, wanasema hawa hawezi ungana hawa.
No. Jiru, you are interrupting my flow of points. Stop reading those foolish questions, statements. Now, listen. So, why do people go sometimes for the unthinkable or somebody whom we think is not heroic, is not brave, is not courageous, hana pesa? Kwa sababu there's some feeling of being safe. Unaona? Yeah, there's some feeling of being safe with that person. And that person appears neutral, like you are safe with him because you don't think he'll be outrageously a tribalist. He'll be outrageously on vengeance, you know. He'll be outrageously, those kind of feelings. So he's likely to be the person that can be tolerated by anybody. And that is why Kibaki emerged to be the presidential candidate. Because anyway, apparently, even the Kikuyu called him Keguoya. So he didn't seem like he was going to bite. He wasn't even Rizo to other tribes. You see? So he didn't even seem like a Kikuyu candidate. Yes, but the Kikuyus were going to vote for him because he was a Kikuyu. But anyway, for Raila Odinga, you'd rather have Kibaki rather than have who? Moi, rather than have Moi's candidate, you see? So what is going to happen? Finally, they will end up someone like Kalonzo. Why? Because Gachagua, anyway, with all these fights and all these quarrels and disagreements, he may not mind Kibaki Kalonzo presidency because he'll be thinking he can control Kalonzo. Now, Akina Matiang and Akina the others, Kalonzo doesn't bully them or intimidate them or insult them or disrespect them, even Akina Mother Karua. So they would not mind working with him because he will not disrespect them. Even Akina Sifuna, Akina Orengo, they will not mind working with him because he will not disrespect them. So that is what happens in such situations and such scenarios. So if you ask why Kibaki became the president, it is not because Raila Odinga admired him as a hero, or Kenyans even thought that he was the best candidate. It is because they thought he was the safest person. He was the safest landing point. Nimesoma sasa nikufundishange history. Na nikisema yote, ninaambia Wakenya kwamba ninaenda kulala. Asanteni.
Haya. Ngoja kabla hajalia aende, acha nimutume usingizi na hii.
Do you still stand firm on your pronouncement that Azimio is not the way to go? And do you feel that this is a problem and it will come to interfere with the workings of the United Alternative Government?
On the outset, I would like to be very clear that I am not against the formation of a united front between all these political parties who want to join together. But I'm still having an issue with that element of Azimio as a coalition. One is that I believe Azimio is an Azimio that was a coalition used by Raila Odinga and his team. including the former president, to Ghana for a particular election. And it failed to capture its desire. Today, as much as that team wants to solidify itself, I have no problem with the Caroso solidified himself with that particular team, which previously were under that particular roof of Azimio. But at a particular time when the discussion will come to the table, I don't believe that, in fact, personally, I'm persuaded to move by that Azimio coalition. My option, is, my take is that we need to look for another name, and a name will not come from sky. Names are there, and my only problem is
Azimio could rebrand and name itself any other thing, but the fact that Uhuru is a de facto leader of this, does that cause a problem for DCP? Does that cause a problem for Rigathi Gachagua, that he'll now come under the umbrella of his rival or former rival, President Uhuru Kenyatta?
I am not persuaded that the negotiations will be done under the Azimio fraternity. We are persuaded that if we come to a particular table, that table must be not necessarily a table that is under the Azimio fraternity.
What about Uhuru Kenyatta as a person?
Uhuru Kenyatta is a party leader of
he's the one who chaired the
He is a party leader of a Jubilee party. And at a particular time when the discussion will be in place, you cannot distance him out of such a particular discussion, because he's a party leader of a particular party, which a coalition member. And therefore, him being, I am only against that as of now, he's a chairperson of Azimio. And I don't think that when the time of discussions will come, he will be the one to lead the negotiation under that fraternity. We must look for a new method.
Kenyatta will come as an equal member.
The new formula of discussion. Because surely, I'm not, as I repeat again, I'm not persuaded that the element of Azimio is where all of us will converge to discuss the future of our regiment. But I have no problem with them, those members, and those who are willing also to join for now. I have no problem with the discussions, and the discussion should not necessarily be led by that particular cocoon of Azimio.
So the pronouncement that they will be quoting DCP and Linda Mwananchi to join this Azimio team.
Hata anaita watu kakuni. Hata anaita watu kakuni.
Okay, Mungu, it's unfortunate. Sasa, yani huyo anaongea nini?
Hata anaita watu kakuni. But his approach is okay. His approach of saying that even me, I feel Azimio should be folded and we have a mega coalition.
Why? Tell me. Give me a good reason. Sikusikia reason. What is in a name?
Okay,
because it was the Raila's thing.
Come on. Not about Raila. Let me explain to you why I personally would not appreciate as having Azimio right now. It is in life there is a risk of using something which failed.
It's on. No. Anyway, go ahead. Go ahead. Hapana, go ahead. Unajua kuna reasoning zingine za Kakuya zinachokesha if you are riding on his reasoning.
No, I'm not riding on his reasoning. Another reason why I feel Azimio should not be the umbrella here, personally on me, if I'm asked. Number two, it is because when you bring the negotiation platform is different. Issues have changed. So, Azimio and its own operating procedures. Are you going to tell me that the negotiation platform of 2022 and the negotiation platform now is the same? I think either
What are the issues? What are the issues that are going to be discussed?
I don't know the issues, but they are emerging issues as per 2027. Right now,
what are they? You know them. What are they? Wacha tuache kuhide. What is it that will be discussed? What are we telling these people to come together and discuss?
Usually coalitions,
if we don't know,
are largely built to bring regions together. I will not say that the coalition is being brought to bring any change to the country. That one I will.
What are the issues? Issue ile unaambia wakuje pamoja ni gani? Ni issue gani, Njiru?
It is to bring regions together so that we can have the people to get Ruto out.
No, it is simply merging votes together. Period. Don't talk about regions. It is the votes, mwananchi. And mwananchi amekubali. Njiru, you are also retreating huko nyuma. There's no issue. Hakuna kitu inaitwa bringing people together. People are together to remove Ruto. The issue hao wataongea ni hao watu, the self-proclaimed kings. That is the issue. For them to come to agree who is the presidential candidate. Njiru, wananchi, we are together. Na hiyo sijui kwa nini hata wewe msomi ushiki hiyo.
Okay, so but then why should we use Azimio and we are in 2027?
For me, ndio hapo nasema nyinyi na kina Gachagua, you are not Gachagua, Gakuya, you are very interesting reasoning that now it matters how you call yourself when you are discussing about removing Ruto.
Not the name alone. The platform has to be explained as per 2027 objective.
What nimekuuliza platform ni nini? Si ni meza mahali watu watakaa.
No, but
you can come in your yellow. No, unajua hizi ni vitu.
No, if it doesn't matter, then why are those people who are pushing the Azimio platform? Why do they want Azimio?
Thank you. Ask me and I'll tell you now. I'll tell you about the people who don't want to hear the name Azimio. Don't ask me those who are pushing. The people who don't want to hear Azimio are the people who are saying Uhuru is bad, Uhuru is this, Uhuru is that. And it's Gachagua and his team. They are the ones who have a grudge. They are the ones who, I told you, they will come out, Njiru. The Trojan horse will come out. Okay? It doesn't matter what uniform you are dressing in, so long as we are talking about going to win. Munaleta trivial issues that we cannot discuss. If Azimio, it exists. Azimio exists. It exists as a coalition. You come to the table and then you agree on the table that we don't want to be named Azimio. Yeah?
Right now,
come
to me how Azimio exists.
Azimio was a member. Who are the members? Wiper and all those other parties. Go look. Those parties exist. The parties exist. It's only ODM that, and I mean not ODM. ODM and Martha who resign. Go, you see the list. So let them come, and then now put in the discussion. You say we don't want to be called Azimio. Our coalition will be renamed XYZ. Simple as that. Don't give excuse that Azimio was this, was that. It's lazy thinking. Let people come calling themselves whatever they want to call themselves. And then now the agenda will be, what name are we going to use? It's as simple as that. And that's why I'm saying we are complicating very simple arithmetic. Wewe kuja kwa coalition, come and table that. Usianze kutupatia vile unachukia sijui nini 2022 and all that. It's like saying you don't want to come to discuss with PLP.
But if we are discussing the making of an association, because I don't think we are building coalition anymore, if we are discussing the making up of an association, we have to come at a neutral point where there's no any association. We now bring the parties together, and now every party bring its issues, its current issues, and we build a new framework.
Okay, pause there so that you ask me another question. We are meeting at Norfolk. Okay, that's where the venue is. All right. Then Njiru, Stone PK, and others, we ride in my car to go for the meeting. Well, everybody else comes with his own car. But Njiru, Nanani, three of us, we decide to pull into that car. Does that reduce or make us different from attending the meeting? Does it matter who I have come with? How I have come for the meeting? Come on, guys. Kenyans, we are beyond this. Let those 5 or 4 parties come calling themselves Azimio. They come on this table, which the agenda will be to look for a coalition. That doesn't, I don't know, maybe I'm the one who is off key. I don't know, but I'm finding us really wading into non-existent complications.
From what I know and what I'm hearing is the undertones in the room is that there are some people or there are some key factors who want us to be called as Azimio. They are not coming to negotiate. Ngoja kidogo, relax kidogo.
I know. Then come and say that on the table. Wao unaziita undertones. Ndio zinaharibu. Kuja mseme atutaki. Simple as that, Njiru. That's how you solve.
And that's what they are doing. They have already started saying it. They don't need to reach at the table. You need to hear it when it is in the streets. Yeah,
then stay out.
They already know.
Stay out. Stay out, which is good. Don't criticize. Let Gachagua stay out. Let Gachagua, because he's the one, let him, by the way, I'm saying the best thing we can do is let Gachagua run the way he wants. Anasusumbua sasa. Wacha aende vile anataka na watu wake, simamisha governor kule unataka, and all that. Because that is what is complicated in things. Wacha kaende hivyo. Simple.
So why do you want the name? Mbona unataka tuitwe Azimio?
I don't care whatever name. Me, I don't mind any name. So long as tuna remove Ruto. I'm not that petty. I'm intelligent enough. The name doesn't matter for me. What I want is parties ganging up and chasing away the monster.
But
period.
There are some people inside there who want to change the narrative
to what? They change to what?
Like the issue, Stone PK, which is here, and I think you are not understanding me, is that there are some people who want to come with the precursor. We have to remain as Azimio.
Hiyo ni lazy. That's lazy. Hiyo ni lazy. So you come on the table na ukatae, and then tell us why you don't want Azimio. And I told you they are refusing to say that because Kakuya amesema juu ya uhuru. That is what Gakuya ameongea.
About ya uhuru. I think
he said that. He said that.
Stop using Gakuya reasoning on everybody. This is on my own reasoning. Mi mwenye hata ningeulizwa, if you want Azimio right now, I will reject it. Why? Because Azimio, number one, it did not capture power.
Endelea tu. No, mtu akisema it doesn't mean you stop. Ni vile it did capture power, so it's
it did not capture power, so there is laxity. Kuna ile tu like bwana tunipike, hata unajua in life, wakati kitu saa zingine ikuweza kuachieve ile objective unataka kuachieve, it is better like to invigorate it so that you can be able now to maybe you can change its dimension. And then another thing ni kuulize, like when you want to bring inclusivity and include new people, kuna pahali ukienda, you are trying to market Azimio, some people will feel like this is not what we want for now. But let's see Abudi what he has to say. Abudi, can you react on that? Because Stony PK is a bit we are a bit variable on this one.
I'm just saying there is nothing in a name. Okay? There is everything in a character.
Anyway. There is everything in a name. Somebody cannot fight the whole night so that it be called Israel. Names are very important.
Anyway, I don't know what is important in Njiru as a name, but character is what I look at in Njiru. I don't care whether you are called Njiru, Njero, Njoke, Stone, but I look at the character. That's me. Thank you.
Hiyo ni idea yangu. That is what even hata nikitaka kupewa pesa pahali wanauliza are you Njiru? Shika.
Na ukichange uito Mohammed,
I will have to file an affidavit.
That is it. So what is in a name? If it can change.
I was waiting for him.
If you can change a name with affidavit, can you change a character with affidavit? Njiro.
But unaona sasa nikienda nikiitwa Abdalla, sasa kuna ile sasa huyo mtu ataanzia kuona ni kama nataka asilimu sasa. Hata kama yule Njiro.
On a lighter note, Watu wanaona ni Njirore tire Abdalla Njirore wayaga miato ya andu bwana ni waracenjirie rietwa riu etagwo Abdalla ni Stone Tigei uria ocaga Kamene ni wore Juma.
No. Nani, Bundi, can you come, please? I was actually yielding for you.
No, Bundi, labda ni neti inamsumbua. Ataingia tu.
I was even yielding for him. Bundi, come and...
Now, akiingia tutanini. Another thing, Njiru, we need to look at. Unajua, we are supposed to look at squarely, what is it that inafanya nini? Watu wanaregarega. We have to be very objective. Yani, what is this that is so nini? Na ulisema it's very hard to build a consensus. Kwa nini? You know, those are things we need to dwell on. However stingy, however smelling. Yeah, yes.
I've been in some places where we, in our literal way of life, natumia tu my life cycle. I've been in places whereby we meet like 10 or 5 of us, so that we can come up with a conclusion. My friend, sometimes for us to conclude, it needs a strong person sasa tusema sasa hii kitu tutaamua hivi. Sisi watano tunaachua hapo hiyo kitu, we are not able to conclude. Unasikia tu jamaa moja hapo anasema sasa hii kitu hatuwezi ongea miaka 5. This is what we are going to do. I'm trying to say building consensus is not easy. Especially consensus in politics, and where you have a lot of political interest, a lot of baggage, a lot of history. This thing we have to carry it with the seriousness it deserves. Go ahead.
And that's why Njiru, na wewe pia kuna vitu ninauliza hivi. Define that which makes it hard. Why are we running away? Ni nini hiyo ambayo tuna believe is hard, even in those small groups of viewers? What is this that you guys...
Madhakarwa akikuja, akuji kama Madhakarwa. She is coming as an institution. When Gachagua is coming, is not coming as Gachagua.
What institution? But he's entrusted by the institution to make decisions. What are you telling me?
And every decision which is being talked there, you are calibrating it so that whoever you are representing there will agree. Because unaweza toka hapo kwa hiyo negotiation, wale watu meacha nje wanasema tutilale tuogo.
Let me ask you, Jiro. Now, acha tuingie siasa sasa. Listen, when you call yourself a chairperson of a party, you think you are going to discuss when you don't know where the party wants to go? You are going to, ati unakuwa kwa meeting, alafu unaenda kuita watu, ndio ujue vile decide? That's not how it is done. The chairman, wherever he is, hata ukiamsha saa 5 usiku, anajua position of the party. Right now, Gachagua knows what the party wants, because the party is Gachagua. Okay? And what he wants is what the followers will want. As simple as that. Objective number 1 in a party is that they hope Gachagua will be the president. That is number 1. Okay? But then they have authorized him that in the event he is not the one he supports. That's why he issues that statement as a party. So there is nothing new that Gachagua will go back to consult about. Okay? So that hiyo toa hapo kabisa, that hata ukiwaamsha saa hii haraka piga kengele alarm, kujeni hapa. The decision they will make will augur well with their forces, with their people. And that is how it's gonna be. Hakuna mahali ati wata make decision, alafu ati my people are not agreeing with it. Hakuna. In fact, already every party, the person who makes the biggest decision is the owner of the party. And then he comes to tell people that sasa hii ndio tunaona, hii ndio vision, this is the way we are seeing. That is how it is. Okay? So the leader, the chairperson of the party is the party, and is the one who is actually, in short, dictating what the party is going to achieve. And for you to join, that's why you join the conditionalities of that party. You don't come with your own philosophies and ideas. If you have your own, you form your own party. That's why for me, I always say parties are not the best representation of Mwananchi, because they represent individuals' interests and not Mwananchi interests. Underline that, and it can be banked anywhere, and that's a fact. Okay, so for the delaying of agreeing is because individuals, I know I'll not be proposed because there must be undertones among themselves. Even the things they are discussing, they know the benchmarks, they know the checklist. What wanajua the checklist hizo unasikia wakiita scientific, and most of them have failed from the initial, from the word go. Una flop 0.1, 2, 3, unakuta out of 3 you are scoring 1. You lose, you are losing. All of them there. In fact, for them, you can only do it even a quick fire. And you eliminate most of them. Very quick fire. Rapid nini. There's nothing difficult in deciding out of those 6 guys. Kwisha, haraka, huyu hawezi because of X1, huyu nini. Evo, period. But people don't want that simplicity because that's truth. That's the reality. That's the reality. Let me disappoint you a little bit. I'll go back to the slogans, Kufa Dereva, Kufa Makanga. That would be my number one point. Why were Kenyans saying this? And if you doubt, can we go and ask them? Right? Then we go to this other one, the same. This other one, the same. Then whoever has less, becomes tunampropose anakuwa tunaenda hivyo in the order of who has less alafu tunapata the deputy, I mean the presidential candidate and the deputy. I wish they could appoint me, but now when people start looking selfish, wanaona hiyo pesa, wanaona hiyo nini, that is why they are delaying and they are stressing mwananchi, because they are not sincere that they are here for mwananchi. They are not here for mwananchi, most of them. Hiyo selfishness. Because you say this, and that is not how what you are practicing. Unasema uta support anybody. So if, Njiru, let me ask you, if they are saying that you can support any of them, where is the problem even if we wrote that paper, number 1, number 2? If you pick one, you'll be the president. If you pick 2, you'll be the deputy.
The problem is this bulldozing of we have to use Azimio as the coalition.
Hiyo toka kwa hiyo kwanza. Toka kwa hiyo achana nayo. Hiyo sasa. Nimekuambia sasa
I'm unable to get out of there because it is so key.
Yeah, because it's a useless point you are stuck on hapo. Hiyo ya jina. But now and then you are also following in Gachagua's jacket, which is what will delay, and Ruto is going to be the president again. Because that kind of thinking and reasoning, you are just giving this guy a straight ticket. And you can come and ask me. Yeah. When people start arguing, it's a straight ticket for Ruto. Yeah. Which is very sad. Very sad.
So this is what will happen. If we discover there is a straight ticket for Ruto, we better now get out and we campaign by ourselves, by our own.
Yeah. Exactly. That is straight ticket. Hiyo sasa ndio straight ticket.
Gachagua, wacha tubaki sasa timu ya Gachagua tujipange sisi wenyewe.
Exactly. And I wish they could do that. Then you see how you'll be cooked by Kasong. Tawachinja asubuhi. Tawachinja asubuhi.
Munatuibia tu uoga.
Nakwambia
ile kampeni Gachagua atagonga
wapi? Unafikiria ni kampeni ni kuenda? Oh my God, that is not all Kalau, bro. Gachagua will be screwed like he has never.
Whatever we did in Kalau, we will meet everywhere.
Never. Kuna hata Gachagua nani ataanza kunona immediately.
Nani?
With nani Ruto ataanza kunona kabisa. Na hata ataoa bibi ya pili. Because now he has nothing to think about. What are you talking about? Even if I was Ruto niambue ni Gachagua ndiye ananipinga na mimi ndio president. Namwamkia wewe ataenda wapi? Hiyo 8 million votes anafikiria akona atachanga kupata milioni 3.
So you want to tell me that hao watu wote wanafuata Gachagua, akibaki Gachagua na Ruto, hao watu wataenda kwa Ruto?
Gani?
I'm asking you an hypothetical question, a serious question. Today we have 2 presidential candidates. we have Gachagua and we have Ruto. Nasema tu, we have Gachagua and we have Ruto. So, unataka kuniambia watu watatoka kwa Gachagua waende kwa Ruto juu Gachagua kwa hapo?
Yes. Take that to the bank. Take that to any bank.
So, hata watu wa Sifuna wataenda kwa Ruto.
Kabisa, telling you. Sounds funny, but I'm telling you. Because what they will do, they will go to surround. Listen,
what has made
let me tell you, let me tell you, Sina qualify. They will all mob and go conditionally to Ruto. And because he is strangled, he will take all those conditions. And then that will guarantee people will feel that Sasa, Ruto is strangled and he will not be the one running the government. It is his last term. He will give in for him to exit properly. Take that to any bank. Too heavy.
No, I'm stuck with Gachagua. But if it is Gachagua and Ruto, niko kwa Gachagua. So
it's too heavy, but it's just a discussion. But again, for you to arrive at Gachagua, Ruto, I don't see that happening. So that can save you. It can save. And then, of course, Gachagua, despite his stumbling, he is ready to be, a fiddle to any of those. That is one good thing. So the only thing.
Kuna comments watu wameka hapo wanasema they on fire. We address them kidogo. I will bring you tension in DCP as nearing Governor Kahiga written to expose Ruto most in DCP like Kangata and Wangoko. Why is written? Si utoe mi hii ujinga watu wanasemanga ati is written. I hate that one. I hate that one written.
I agree with you. I agree with you. Kama unataka kunithreat si useme. Sema kama wewe ni mwanaume. Unasema ati nitasema. Wewe ni muoga. Na hakuna kitu utasema. Yes.
I did not appreciate Jirongo. Because Stone PK, unaona hiyo ujinga ya kusemanga ati niseme nisiseme sijui like that is stupidity of Kenyans whereby like mtu akisema ati ile kitu nitasema hapa like why don't we speak now? Jirongo preempted akauawa kabla kutuambia
yes badala angesema alafu tumprotect
hata angesema hata wangemua amesema it could have been a valuable death because although hata hakuna kifo mzuri, but at least there is a reason. But I do not appreciate when Jirongo said one day I will declare, I will talk something about Ruto. So I hate people who say that they put threats. So me, I don't like threats. I like people saying the history ya wanasiasa kuweka watu in suspense. I don't like it.
Na ukisikia wale wanasemanga hivyo they are very poor. They are very poor. Ati nitasema ni nini? You know something I also strength ya Gachagua is he doesn't say of course it's once he said he will say only once I heard him say that I will say this and that, and I don't know whether he said it, but he just comes with what he thinks it's fact or something na anasema na inakuwa hivyo na inaenda kanatamba hivyo.
Kunayo Gachagua ametuambia uchaguzi kwa ya kesho ataenda kwa TV atuongeleshe na wamama watoke na mikoba. Bado hiyo nangoja. Hiyo nangoja alisema. Hiyo ile ambayo alisema ati uchaguzi kwa ya kesho venye ataenda kwa TV aongee, mama tu atakuwa anaacha bwana yake kwenda kupanga line. Ndio ile mambo ati ataambia watu mambo mpaka masikio itoboke.
Ni hiyo ya kunyimwa. Ile
kunyimwa nini?
Sasa wewe unataka nianze kuteremka. Ile sasa utaambiwa wewe sasa mshughulike the night before na uachilie mama atoke huko saa 7. That's the joke he's gonna make.
Yeah. So hiyo Gachagua alisema ataongea alafu wa mama tu ni kuchukua tu mikoba wanaenda tu kupanga laini. Atunasikia tu we nyumagaria kabangara ini nyumagaria au wewe lakini pia naye Gachagua anaweka usiona hata amesema anangojea ati we are waiting ya handbags hata anajua Gachagua amewaahidi hiyo. Gachagua ameahidi wa mama ati kuna story atasema hakuna kukaa kwa nyumba tena, ni kuchukua mfuko na kwenda. Anyway, sawa. I think Stone PK you can conclude tufunga show sasa. I think it has been a good 5 hours muende mufikirie hiyo jina, na mbona Azimio hata isijibadilishe jina hata ijiite Azima ama kitu ingine ama Ukombozi Party of Kenya. Yes guys, I think we will close the show now that Mbudi ameringa. Mbudi, si nimekuachia.
Unasema nini Njiru?
Mbona msiite hiyo chama yetu Ukombozi Kenya?
Nyinyi ndio mna preempt hiyo majina yote inakaa. Nyinyi ndio mna panic. The names have been floated. They have been floated. In fact, you have several that have been floated. Ni ile watu sasa wanataka kutumia negativity ku rock the boat, and that is not actually a problem about what they will call it. But now akina wanaleta personality kama huyo Gakuya is feeling threatened because the bigger chunk of Nairobi don't think is the right guy, just like the way there is a big chunk of people who think Babu Owino should not be the governor for Nairobi. There are people who mean well for Nairobi, my friend. Wanajua the thuggery in some of these people. Okay, so and why would somebody think that Nani is endowed to be ati mtu fulani ndio hiyo governor, for example, mtu anafikiria ni lazima iwe ni yeye when you know what is going on in Nairobi, what kind of leader do you need in Nairobi? It is now known. It is confirmed the kind of leaders we want. And that's what wananchi will be looking for. So you could be eyeing and you are in the popular party, but you are garbage. You see? You are garbage. And people know. People know that there are things you cannot offer. Ni kama kufanya mtu kama anaitwa nani? Baba yao unakuwa governor. You know the mediocrity that you know what happened? Njiru. So yeah, I tend to think people should be allowed. Hiyo maneno ya jina it is to split. Me, what worries me is that if there are things that are not being said, hizo ndio mimi sitaki, because hizo ndio zitavunja muungano, and because the intention is there, that should be taken, that should be followed, that should be encouraged. Unaona, that unity should be encouraged. Alafu wa shelf hiyo turuke kwanza, tutoe Ruto, then turudi kungangania na hizi vitu baadaye, and but then when people are too selfish, wanaona hiyo ni mbali, and people in politics, people blunder because of those simple things. Kama hiyo wewe vile una complicate ukisema coming to a consensus is a problem. It's like telling me, Njiro, the house is on fire. Okay, then we come, instead of putting off the fire, tunaulizana nani amekosa hii fire? Nani aliacha gas on? Surely. Surely. What should we be doing initially? It is putting off the fire before we get to know the root cause of the fire and all that. So which fire are we supposed to put off now? It is this government. Remove it. Whether we remove it calling ourselves Ukombozi, removing it ourselves calling ourselves sisi ni fulani, whether like now unasikia watu wana question haki ya Mungu wa Kenya, ile wivu tuko nayo ni mbaya, jealous, I mean ile ajabu, yeah, that yani we start looking at each other, nani anafikiria yeye ni nani,
We are too individualistic. Very bad. Very, very bad. Poking holes in everything that is coming, that is to goodwill. You know, and I don't know. And that's why we will. By the way, if we blunder this time around, it will take us now another 150 years to have a revolution. Yes. Because what happens if Ruto comes back by any chance, then you are talking of him planting in another 5 years, which will be like 20 years of evil. Then 20 years plus 10 years is 30 or 40, 35, 40 years of evil. That does not take you what? If you can't unplant what 24 years of evil got into Kenya up to now, we are 60 years. And now we have another 40 years of evil. Then if we will have anything called a country surviving, you'll be surprised. Ask yourself why Somalia it is the way it is up to now. 45 or 50 years after Siad Barre was chased out of town. Why? Because there are fundamentals that had never been addressed in a two-clan country, in a space where you have two clans. The war, the vita, the hatred, and everything has been impeccable. It is unending. No one has a solution to it. And you think it's easy? Because of refusing to swallow one simple formula. The formula which has always been promoted in the by clan, whatever, is like we have alternative leadership in government. But people say, no, this clan cannot do this. That generalization. While the simple thing is that we have president for 5 years from clan A. Okay, then the clan B is the deputy. Then the other way, we turn them around. Why don't you follow that formula? If that is what will hold the people together. I mean, such simple formulas are the ones that cause people to have conflict. Read conflict management and resolution. You will get to see what causes this. It is very simplistic issues. Very simple things. Somebody wanting to take what you have by force. Is that sophistication? Is that a science? You want to take my wife by force. And if I refuse, you start telling me you are more stronger than me. Is that a science that we need to study? Thank you, Bana. Opposition, the people who are reasoning, people of reason should come out and join Akina Munya and everybody else and give us a candidate. We start campaigning because we have 11 months to go now. 12, almost, yeah. Or actually 10 of serious searching and mobilization of resources.
So nimemaliza. Haya. unfortunately itabidi nifunge sasa sababu. Thank you, bye. Oh, wacha nione po. Najua mko provocative. DCP 11.
What is the poll?
Soma. Tunauliza tutumie Azimio, Neo Coalition, ama we use DCP? You can read.
Use DCP.
Ni swali tu nimeuliza.
What a question, Njiru. You think people would want to use DCP? Utafanya watu wachukie DCP sana, Njiru. You are doing a injustice to Gachagua, my friend. Ni kama kuuliza watu watumie UDA ama oh my God. Oh my God.
Nimewaprovoke mbaya.
Unajua Wakenya they are very fragile, Njiro. Unajua unaweza chukiwa na Wakenya mpaka hata wakose kuja mazishi yako siku moja, na sisemi na ubaya. Wakenya ni wabaya bwana. Wakenya ni ngori. Kenya ni ngori.
Haya. Wacha mupige kura hapo na waangalia. Kenyans mupige kura. Aya, sawa, bye. Oh, Budi. Yes, Budi, karibu. You can react to umesikia story vile imeendelea hapa. Karibu.
Njiro, it's good to be a panelist, but at the same time, it is also awkward to be a panelist, especially when you get it very wrong. Tulizanga swali hapa, ni siku gani mtatupa Gachagua? This is the time mnaenda kurusha Gachagua. But the problem ni hii, sasa mnamrusha anaenda wapi na yeye ndio everything. You look at Jubilee, haina kitu. If you look at Linda Mwananchi, whatever that have started, I dissipate already. The only person that has a party that is formidable ambaye iko opposition ni Gachagua. And that's very unfortunate to many people. Yani kuna watu kama Stone hawawezi toka kwa hiyo shimo wasikie like Gachagua ati hiyo question imekuwa framed vizuri ama vibaya. If you are to put the reality today, you cannot push away DCP because DCP has shown that it will win the mountain. Now, is that good for the country or is not good for the country? That is for people to decide. Stone has decided, no, that is not the right way to go. Unfortunately, many people do not want that. Or unfortunately, many people do not want that kind of arrangement. Now, because of that problem tonight, that DCP is too powerful than it was anticipated. It is pulling strings, and rightly so, to the point whereby we don't want DCP to make a decision over who is going to become the next flag bearer for the opposition. But DCP is pushing and it's doing that. Now, the reason why we must come up with Azimio, it's not like Azimio is very important. It is not important at all. It is to propel Kalonzo to look like he is with other fragile parties, and therefore is not coming with a zero entity of Wiper. He's coming with a one digit of probably 9% of whatever it means of the opposition, so that he can sit on the table and negotiate. So Azimio literally is nothing but a makeshift to bring Kalonzo on the table, so that they may negotiate and say, DCP, nyinyi chukueni another thing, wacha Kalonzo achukue presidency, Sifuna achukue deputy, nyinyi tutawapea kitu ingine. That is the only reason they are bringing Azimio in. Not that Azimio has, like, I don't know what benefit Azimio has. And there is everything in a name. And that's why today we are not going to run on a Linda Mwananchi, because it's very easy to propagate and even enhance the debate about what wanalindwa. Now, if that name goes to the ballot, it works much better. That's why Raila had to come up with the name Azimio. Why? Because CORD had its own problems. So he came up with a better word called Azimio. And now we have a better word called what? Linda Mwananchi. Now, the making of a coalition is not an easy thing. However, Uhuru is not going to use Azimio to sneak in Kalonzo. He is not going to do that. It's going to be dead on arrival. So right now, the negotiation here, purely on the table, must be between DCP and Linda Mwananchi. So far. However, because they want the country at large, they have agreed now, the fringe parties, to come on board. Now, yesterday we did discuss. The question is, and I said this, Ujamaa ameleta mchanganyiko, let him go. He should not even be part and parcel of this. Ilikuwa ni juzi ama jana, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. So the question was, why is he coming up, and what is he coming up to do? There are other many illustrations somebody can use that's so strong to condemn the guy that he should stay away from politics for now, because he had the sword, he had the capacity, he had everything it takes to stop Ruto from being given that power. But he refused. So it's not now that all of a sudden we are going to say, oh, the only valuable thing that we really need from him is money. But now, we asked and we said, Olkarau has given us a template going forth. If Olkarau was given that template, one of the things that they told us is 11 billion could not buy the vote. So, Uhuru's billions are not going to make what? A coalition. And they shouldn't. And you should not agree. And also, from the beginning, I would have wanted him to compete, and if he won squarely, based on the merit on how the people of the Republic of Kenya were going to agree, which actually he deserves, because ukiangalia, he has supported Baba twice. He has delivered on several occasions. The only mistake now that Kalonzo has made going forward, he has disassociated himself with the people and he has gone to the boardroom to negotiate with the power broker, which is a very dangerous precedent. If I was him, I could fold my mattress and say, no, let the people decide. Because ultimately, if this debate was to continue without Uhuru now coming in, there was a higher likelihood for us to come to the consensus core. Kalonzo is the safest bet for everybody within the coalition. There was that consensus. Ultimately, it was going to be gruesome. It was going to boil until it evaporates. People walikuwa wanaenda kukosana. It's going to be like the Democratic nomination between Hillary Clinton and Obama, whereby the delegates were supposed to vote Obama out. This was going to be hot, but my likelihood on my part of prediction was Kalonzo was going to prevail at the end, because nobody wants Kasongo to go in, but everybody wants the seat. So consensus was going to take center stage. Lastly, and this is important, if Sifuna is going to continue to sit down to negotiate, whereby it's going to be said it is Kalonzo or DCP, very soon Sifuna is going to become a skeleton if he doesn't know the art of negotiation. And that is a very dangerous precedent, and Ruto is going to encroach a decoller. However, if he makes a smart move right now of walking away from such negotiation until the right time, he's going to make headways. From a big people are waiting for him. And I want to make sure that the Luo Nyanza, more especially the South Nyanza, he garners over 60%, which is a possibility, which is an open possibility. Utasikia watu wengine wakikataa hapa, but it is an open possibility, because people like Kajwang', people like Billy Adhiambo, slowly but steady, including the governor of Migori, slowly but steady, are waking up from that deep slumber. So when Stone sees the opportunity and asks what's in a name of our dead body, Azimio will not be part and parcel of the negotiation. It failed its duty and it is stopped at 2022, not now. It's then when you ask that Azimio still exists, it does not. ODM was the biggest partner. Yeah. Yesterday or the day before yesterday, when we were talking about that Azimio, now is when Eugene Wamalo is going to rejoin. Now is when PLP is going to rejoin. Now is when they have admitted Fred Matiang'i to it. Now is when they have admitted Munya to it. So if they are talking that way in front of us, are we fools to acknowledge and accept that Azimio still exists? When they say that they were going to be admitted, and Stone sits here and lies to us that this Azimio exists. Exists in what? In terms of a name or structures? So,
can I ask you a question as you discuss
and if
this?
Azimio was important all time long, why is it being propelled now?
There is a question. Okay, as you shikilia hapo kidogo Bwana Mbudi, ili sasa nikulete vizuri. Another thing which I also want you to touch. Also, can you help us to understand why is also Azimio coming now at a time when there is a revolution which is coming, and actually that revolution is having a lot of newness in it. Like when you want to blend people like Akina Sifuna who are coming, and then when you want to bring like the people who participated in the Gen Z revolution, and the new wave of thinking, how do they blend with the thinking of Azimio? Because you can see from 2023 to now, Kenyan politics has become like it has been overturned inside out. So how are we blending the old version, Azimio, and the modern time in Kenya, where we are now saying people are the supreme? Is that what Azimio is holding for now?
Let us never be swayed away from saying the right thing or hitting the hammer on the nail. Let us never, ever, ever walk around the mountain instead of walking through the mountain. Stone is my friend, and I've listened to him for a very long time. The people who despise and dismiss Gachagua want to sneak Azimio in to deal with Gachagua. That's the only reason. The second reason, the establishment across the board did not foresee the sudden rise of Sifuna. And all of a sudden, Kalonzo and Matiang'i have no place to go. Even me, inanisumbua saa ingine, where do we take these two people? But we don't sneak in Azimio to deal with the, the redundancy of the two right now. It doesn't make any sense. And if you look at even Amis made a very good point that made me laugh. If you look at the Standard newspaper today or yesterday, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta is yeye ndio kwa hiyo picha ndio mkubwa kabisa, wengine are just like puppets. Is the kingmaker. It tells you that the establishment, the enemy of your enemy is your friend. All of a sudden, the establishment are woken up from the deep slumber, the rise of who? So that's the other thing that Stone Picker needs to elaborate, because hiyo naye enhance because he's a Sifuna person. Now, people like Gachagua, people like Alonso, people like Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, people like everybody cannot acknowledge and accept the sudden rise of Sifuna. And therefore, they come as a negotiating partner, but they are curtailing Sifuna. Today, if everybody was to walk away, Linda Mwananchi still remains the only national party. It's not the regional party. If it was to be registered and everyone walks away, Matiang'i will lose Kisii. Matiang'i will lose Kisii.
Na tutafanyaje juu hiyo party yetu ni kama wamekataa kuregister?
No, let's not. The problem is that you never stay topical. Like at already unashika kichwa umeanza. What we were discussing imetoka. Like, my friend, this you just have to go topical.
Okay.
That will help us go there. Now, the question here is this, and actually if tumejua na tunaendelea kujua kuwa a section of people like Stone PK have said no to Gachagua completely. If that is the case, then let it be. Now, as a DCP member looking at this, we must have a negotiation, and Gachagua will not have a part, and in terms of who he endorses, that's going to be very difficult for Gachagua again. When he wakes up and realizes, look, Sifuna is not folding, and Sifuna is not going to take direction from him. So we are headed to the worst stage of the negotiation. Kalonzo wants to be endorsed. Gachagua wants to endorse the most and the safest individual. But if they do that, they will be clipping the Linda Mwananchi powers and propelling the establishment, and therefore there is no change that we are voting for. Things will remain status quo. The name Azimio must die. Edwin Sifuna should not negotiate with anybody. If it comes to a point that, and I've seen people warning Edwin Sifuna, that Kalonzo is irrelevant, Matiani is irrelevant, now the two bulls now come to the table eventually. You will find Gachagua sitting with Edwin Sifuna, and that is when now people like Stone PK, my friend, will have to acknowledge that, look, let's make a deal. If we have to take Kasongo out, because that is where eventually, whether we go round and round and round and round and round, ati Uhuru anataka kutuongelesha ama ni nini, numbers will matter. Sifuna will have to sit down with Gachagua. That's why for us, the safest ticket, we said long time ago to Kanza kuulizwa, what has he done? But it was going to be very simple. It's Sifuna, Meto. Why? Because we didn't want all these projections ambazo zitatupeleka around, ambayo inaenda kutupea nini? Esioroli. So I think it's a high time we must acknowledge Gachagua overtook us in terms of strategy. He built a party from nowhere. Uhuru had all the money, all the capacity, every possibility, every media, every platform, but he became very lazy. Kalonzo too had the same, because when the vacuum was there, he did not use it very well. He did not go to Nyanza. He didn't talk to the people of Western. Now that some outfit have come, it has become very difficult in terms of number. We remain with Sifuna and we remain with DCP. My friend from Kisii, we don't know what to do with him. Hapo ndio tunasema siasa Njiru waje nini? Numbers matter. And the numbers are in Linda Mwananchi, led by Sifuna and the brigade, and DCP. The rest, they need to decide. Kama watafuata Ruto, waende na wakienda kwa Ruto, wataenda na wafuasi wao. Wataenda tu kama Mudavadi na Wetangula. Sawa.
Okay. Gachagua stroke Sifuna. Sifuna stroke Gachagua. Okay, so if that is the case, naona Stony PK amerudi. So Stony PK, can you reconcile, or are you able to get closer to what Budi is saying, or you feel you still have that thinking that the rejection of Azimio is simply because of its proponent, rather than a methodological approach? Is that still you are thinking?
Initially in our show, we were arguing about people's perception on you, as is what you think about yourself. So I think you know yourself better than what people think you are. Those are two different things. It's only you who knows self. So it's only me who knows self. I've heard what Bundi is whatever. His analysis is his, but when he drags in on PK, there are things he misconstrues. Things like associating me with Azimio and all these kind of things. In fact, it is you, Zero, who dragged me into Azimio. You've never heard me talk about this. And for me, I was telling you, I don't care how you come to the negotiating table. It's only you people I find obsessed with the name Azimio. Maybe I'm off key, but I really don't see what is this. Bundi has given his theories of bringing in Kenyatta like everybody else. People saying, again, that for me is very tiring when people keep on coming and saying Uhuru should retire and all that. I don't understand what in Kenya, the meaning of retirement. I'm a Kenyan. So I was a civil servant. I stopped working. You want me to die, or what do you want me to do? When you say somebody should retire and go sijui fanya, I only hear that in Kenya. Come on, I have my money. I do business. I'm doing what I can. I have a right to participate 110% in party politics, in politics of the country and all that. The fact that you retire, you just retire from the work, from the office. Yeah, you are not a president, but that doesn't tell you that you cannot go there, strategizing for whoever you feel should be a president. This is the misconception of Kenyans. Again, as I say, Kenyans are too clever to be. Sometimes our cleverness makes us retarded or stunted in terms of broad thinking. So I find people singing about this song. Oh, he should retire, he should do this, and I don't know. For me, I've looked for whose name. You know this. When people are feeling scared and saying, "Oh, this money is from whom? This money." Why don't you also have your money? Like Ruto is building his money, and then you do what you want to do with your money. You want to meddle. You want to have people to do. Gachagua is doing the same with his money. He's creating kinship with his money. So everyone has. You have a freedom to create the kingdoms you want, but what will come out is how will you seduce the people to follow you? You should not lament about my money and who I'm giving money. The thing is, you do your thing, we do our thing. So basically, for me, I would not even want to be associated with a name because I don't value names. I don't see anything that is so humongous about names. I look at characters. When I hear of coalition, I'm looking at who are these going to sit on that table. And then what are they going to discuss? So whether you came putting on a blue jacket, a yellow, a red, I don't care. I just want to know this is DCP on the table, this is Wiper on the table, this is PLP on the table, because all said and done, these are their parties in Kenya, and we have agreed as per the constitution, we have the party politics. So whether DCP want to come tied together with another party, the three of them, they call themselves whatever they want to call them as they come on the table, well and good. And then we have the others do the same, the others do the same. Then what matters is the subject, the discussion. What are we discussing here? And that's why I feel safe, unlike what maybe Bundi thinks. I feel safe when I see a wider discussion, a wider group coming to discuss. And because as much as we can have perception that so and so this is the majority, those are just perceptions. They could be the majority, but they will have to sit down and agree that I'll take the steering wheel and then you take the co-driver and that kind of a thing. Otherwise, if we don't do that, then we can you can be left alone by those people who we call followers or people who are supposed to. And so today in Kenya, I don't see anybody who can claim to have so much so that he or alone you can go and try to remove the incumbent as a single person. Maybe somebody who can attempt. And this is if, again, the person or the people continue strongly without falling into the usual Kenyan thing. Oh, I'm supposed to speak fast. Mi ndio natakiwa niwe na mic. Tukienda huko mi ndio nita-introduce huyu, because I see those trivials playing a lot in every other formation, including Linda Mwananchi, which I'm so fond of. But I was so depressed when I saw them also descending into those theatrics. Those, for me, I call them very tiny things, appearing, who appears first on the stage or who does this and this. I find that a lot of nonsensical. And I'm talking this from some experience because I've been in those podiums and I see people fighting for the mics on the podium, and it is a big thing. That if you speak before Stone speaks before you, it's a big issue, and it causes big cracks in teams. And mwananchi sometimes huwa wanashangaa, what is this that has caused to split in this and that? Like what?
the issue in the opposition now. People have been toying around without getting it. But now, this week is when things are coming out. And there are things that some of us were seeing and talking about, and then people start misconstruing. I know I keep on repeating, people thinking that Stone PK hates Gachagua and, or doesn't like Gachagua. Let me not use the hates, although people have used that. Stone PK doesn't hate anybody. I've never hated anybody in life. What I do, I critique, I appraise, and I don't mind people appraising me. So I've been appraising leaders. I've been appraising, sorting people like Gachagua, everybody else. And some of the points and things we've been raising are there. They're gaping. There are issues that whether you are fanatically supportive, they keep on coming. It's like having those very canceric wounds that whatever you do, the wound will still smell. So, yeah, what we do with such wounds, you just try to dress it and dress it frequently so that it doesn't. Same thing with the leadership. If you have a serious stain, you have to be careful because the stain will still be there. So what I'm saying is we still have very strong teams in Linda Mwananchi, teams in PLP, DCP, and all that. They are strong because they are still on that one accord of removing Ruto. The other trivialities are selfish, somebody wanting to be this and that. And then the other now big thing is that which has come out now is whereby this discussion has been postponed many times because of one simple thing. People thought it was something that was very huge. Okay, and that's why we are saying we should let it flow naturally. However bad direction it might take, we do that so that we are able to correct that. Like if we let it burst now, we can be able to do that before June next year. 6 months would be enough to rectify whatever the crack there will be, because it can be very, very, very furious crack. And I'm seeing it. Nimeona ikianza tu kidogo kidogo, the way you see it showing, unaona hapa dalili. The formation of a valley, a rift valley. And this is, I don't think it can be stopped. What we should think about is how shall we feel it ikiporomoka? How do we seal that? Because it will definitely be. Why I'm saying this, the egos are there. People are saying it must be this and that. It must be this. And when you have people saying it must be this and this, forget this and that. That kind of language is what now is called the crack. Now, if it must be this and that, then what if it is not? Now we look, if it is not, then what do we do? So now we should be looking for, it is this. If it is this and this and it's not, then we do this. So in short, we should be looking for those solutions, temporary solutions to achieve the goal of chasing away this government. Examples are, if, for example, some of these pairing that have been floated, here Bundi has been floating Sifuna Methu. What if it is not? So what should we do? Because that is DCP Linda Mwananchi. And before I talk about that, Linda Mwananchi, whether they refuse to register it, I would urge Sifuna to move away from obsession of registration. I keep on insisting. I don't think there is anything that is in a name. Because the fact that they are not registered as a party, should they die? Does it mean they will have the followers of this thing called Sisini Sifuna? In fact, let's call it Sisini Sifuna. Does it mean if it is not registered that people will stop following Sifuna? And we say this is not, it's not Sifuna as a name, it's the movement. So the movement will die because there is no registration of its name. Then in Akwisha, then we are jokers as Kenyans. Itakuwa zizi ni moto ya makaratasi that I will change my stand on removing Ruto because I was not registered in the party that I wanted. That's very tired. I mean, it's naive. So for me, I don't think the movement should die because of not being. In fact, it should be strengthened if they try to curtail and refuse to maybe register it in whatever name that the movement will want to be registered in. So what if that movement and method doesn't work? There is something else. Shall we go hanging ourselves? Supposing it happens, what some of the advocates of Sifuna Metu, if it is not Sifuna Metu, you are told it is Kalonzo Sifuna or Sifuna Kalonzo. What will happen? What will these who are advocates of this do? What if you are told it is Martha Sifuna or Sifuna Martha? What will you do? What if you are told it is Matiangi Sifuna, Sifuna Matiangi? Come on, this is, for me, why I'm a very comfortable person that cannot have blood pressure because of it. It's because all these pairing are answering to one very comfortable goal, that is answering Ruto must go. That is my comfort. So when people start pairing this and that, this and this, this and that, for me, all that is workable and it works well. It works well because one of the biggest objective here today, which is underlined, is Ruto going, which has been unanimous. Okay, it is unanimously done. All right, but when we start trying to individualize, thinking that without this will not happen, then that is where we are giving in the big crack that I'm talking about, which we may have very serious consequences. So for me, any pairing of the people who have resolved to do the job, I'm very comfortable. Back to Injiro.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Stony PK, about that. I want to bring Budi on this. Budi, do you think this coalition, which we are forming or we are almost going to form or we will form, will have complexity of negotiation? And if there will be any complexity of negotiation, what do you think will be our complexity in this particular time? Budi? Mr. Mbudi, are you there? I think I've lost Mbudi, but I will try to find what is latest. So, Stony PK, do you see any complexity so far of in the making of the coalition? And how soon do you think a coalition can be formed in the opposition?
Yeah, the complexity, yes, the complexity will be there. And luckily enough for me, I'm seeing, it becomes so bad if it is a myriad of complexities, or you have so many, you have a whole list of so many things that you have to deal with. But for me now, the complexity here might be one or two issues, which for me, I think, even the proposed retreat of, I think 3 days, or they're saying, I think within a day, it should be able, because I'm looking at only maybe 2 major issues. Because, of course, the issue number 1 is, of course, setting the bench, setting the benchmarks. What is it that we are going to lay our big discussion on? What you may call them the rules or the criteria. Yes, the criteria. What is it that we shall be looking at as we discuss and see how we pick where the number 1 and number 2. So that putting that down will take time. It might take a day as they discuss that we want to look at this, and they will list that. That there will be a lot of arguments, knowing Kenyans. Kenyans want to cover things, Kenyans want to do this. When they say, for example, they want somebody who has not been XYZ, there will be whole debate, na nini, mambo mingi tutaleta mabibilia. I can imagine that will be heavy. Then, of course, once that is settled, then they'll start checking the box for each individual. That's another one. So they will check the box, and the outcome is the number 3, which means the outcome of whatever they will have checked will be the issue number 3. Either it will be accepted unanimously, or there will be the vote. So that again will be a serious issue. And then number 4, of course, they will have a resolve. They'll have a resolution. So yeah, give them 1 week, 5 days, while Kenyans are waiting. But I'll advise Kenyans also to be waiting with the rungus in quotes, that if they come out there without way forward, there's no way of any postponement. Yeah, that will be another complexity. Kenyans waiting for the results. Thank you.
Okay. Before I bring, Bud, you want to come in, or you want me to say something?
I'm not sure why StreamYard is making my phone extremely hot, and it threw me out. I'm not sure why. Maybe there is phishing or something of the sort. Let me say something in case in Chapatana Chini. I just allow to let my phone to cool down. My phone is extremely hot. And again, we cannot say something and then purport to be having a principle. For instance, today I have to deal with the words of Stone PK. Stone PK just told me, go make your own money and talk. Stop talking about people's money. You know, that statement made me laugh. And he said, just the same way Ruto went and made his own money, and now he's able to talk. That alone tells me that I'm having a conversation with the wrong person. That alone. Put that on the side. Again, when we spoke earlier, when you know somebody is a principal, and that's the largest party in the mountain, whether we like it or not, then we purport to brand them that such kind of characters do not tell us what to do. I think we allowed something that we were cautious and we knew how it's going to beat us in the end of the day. We knew who Gachagua was, but the people, in spite and despite of all these things, have allowed him to be their voice in the mountain. We warned about it and we said, you know what, it will come to a time whereby you will not be able and your voice will not be heard. And I don't think he is the problem right now within the coalition. The problem simply stands that nobody expected him to be there on the sitting table because he was not there last time. Unfortunately, again, he is willing again to negotiate directly with Sifuna. I think he has spelled that a couple of times, that he doesn't need actually to talk to Kalonzo nor Matiang'i now anymore. He has even gone further to say he has brighter kids within the DCP that actually will give Ruto a hell. At least he is better. And he said this man called Meto will give Ruto sleepless nights than even him. So, I mean, the truth is this: nobody can hide away from this, from our own words. Gachagua is a headache. Gachagua is a headache. And we just need to be topical and stop going around the bush and ask ourselves, have we fully embraced Gachagua? And if we not, how do we deal with this issue going forward? Because we cannot keep on going circle and circle and circle, yet he remains to be the center of the opposition currently. If he misses those meetings 3 or 4 times again, we will start saying that he's working with Ruto. And you have seen it. People have openly asked, even me at some point I've asked, is he building a coalition so that later on he will sell it to Ruto? The moment he is not part and parcel of our conversation, if Kashago will say what we are saying today, that I'm a character, leave me alone, and he still goes with his people will start to preempt that he wanted to create a coalition just like Raila and give it to Ruto. That conversation will creep in. But now again, we do not want to put him to be part and parcel of the conversation. This issue, whether we like it or not, must be discussed amongst us. Whether we come to the consensus, which we will not, but we will come to agree grudgingly. The same way I accepted Gachagua from the beginning, grudgingly. Because there was no option. Now, the option of saying that we can sit down and get one flag there, we are not going to get one. We are going to force one. And we are going to force one from the point of view that all of you must sit together. Because without all of them, again, we are in danger. If you look at even within the comment section, last time, about 2 days when I was here, when Roba said something that really hurt PK, another PK, akasema nyinyi mnacheza tuna Kalonzo. We have options. Everybody's throwing tantrums because making coalitions is not a park in the walk. It's not walking in the park. But unfortunately, there can only be one candidate and there can only be one runner. And those two will not make everybody happy. And we are looking at numbers that will take this thing from Ruto. And unfortunately, the only ticket that so far, because in anticipation that everything don't work out, because you take the worst case scenario, when you're working on issues that are thorny as a coalition, you take the worst case scenario. Say, if Kalonzo goes, secondly, if Matiang'i goes, what do we remain? Who are the two formidable that still will remain and give Ruto a headache? Obviously, it is not, because until today, it is not Kalonzo propelling himself as a personality and an entity or as a party. They are waiting for an endorsement. The greatest strength of Matiang'i, which we told him to stay away from, that watu wakamdanganya openly, was the mountain will vote for you. Now the mountain has gotten his what? Its honors. Unajua, it is sad uende kunini mtu akuletee ubwa yake uichunge, uipee nyama, alafu usiku uifungue, and then ufikirie iwezi kukuuma. How did Matiang'i believe that the mountain is just going to vote for him? And the mountain is coming from a very complicated scenario. For the first time, it went to a coalition with its head open, without a party. And what happened? We may have seen this and thought it was Gachagua, but when it was a calculated move, and you saw people being taken out of what? Committees, people being taken out of big jobs, whether we agree with Gachagua or not, the purge that befell on Gachagua and the rest, including Didi Nyora and the rest who were in the committee in parliament, showed the mountain people that this election, they must have their own party, come rain, come sunshine. If we are educated with that, some of us were just mere panelists, why would somebody like Matiang'i not learn from it? He thought he could run on Now he has hit a dead end. Should not blame anybody. And the mountain is not going to give out the party to anybody again. That is the nature of the complicated politics that we have right now. And if that's true, then you find that Linda Mwananchi must form its own party. They are not guys going to join DCP. So if they come from the strength of having their own party, which again we need to discuss about the name Linda Mwananchi, because Karori Omondi alichezwa tu kule. Now what next for them? They go to Resonance Party. They go to Inject Party. They have options. They will opt and take any other makeshift party, just like Ruto did, and other people, and the TNA did last time wakati walikuwa wanapewa shida za mapati. So where they will go, we don't know. But there is a party that obviously they will take. Karoli Omondi owns about 4 parties. That's a fact. Uhuru Muigai owns, we have almost like 100 parties in Kenya right now. So there are so many parties that will come. TNA, nobody knew about it until it was sold to Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, and the rest is history. URP, the same thing. UDM, the same thing. So a party will come out. But what I know and what I can tell you, those negotiations, it's about stamping that they're about to stop Gachagua from stamping his final decision on how he wants the ticket to look like, and also what kind of government does he want. Is it right or wrong? That's where democracy comes in. Numbers matter. If the people of the mountain are going to sit down, come in as one basket, and are able to bring somebody who can become a president or a deputy president, I mean, it's going to matter who they are. In the committees in parliament, they might decide to take a speaker. They might decide to take a majority leader, PSC, all these things. They will negotiate, and then they negotiate again on cabinets, essentially taking the entire government and leaving the puppet president with no change. So people need to wake up and ask themselves, okay, in the event that now we are forcing Edwin Sifuna becomes the president, then another person, what is it there for DCP? We need to interrogate more instead of those 2 seats. There is more to it, because let me tell you, and Njiro, I want you to pay attention. The mistake we made is this man called Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta thought a presidency and 3 important ministries were able to run a country. Ruto took the police, Ruto took the military, Ruto took the institution, Ruto took everything. While Uhuru was just there. In the first term, Ruto was so powerful than the... Are we going to repeat the same mistake? Yeah, DCP is coming and negotiating from that end of point. DCP literally is going to take the government. You saw the Minister for Agriculture do everything and anything he wanted to do, and in the last minute, that's when he was fired, Kiunjuri. But Kiunjuri was the conduit through which Ruto stole almost the entire Ministry of Agriculture. Because the coalition making they made in 2013, Uhuru and the Kikuyus looked at the president as if that is the entire government. And Ruto took over. By the time Uhuru is realizing that 2 billion is going a day, he wants to rescue the country, he had to use the opposition. You want to tell me that Gachagua has not learned that trick? This is where we are. This is where we are right now. We are looking at the presidency and we are ignoring and thinking that the seat of the presidency alone can change. It will not. How did Muturi end up supporting Ruto? It's because Ruto had a deal with him over the 10 years. So I think the bet safe, if we have to go again and be sane and look at things from every perspective, is these talks must stop. Let Edwin Sifuna be Edwin Sifuna, and people decide if they want to vote for change, well and good. But if you want to go to boardroom negotiation, again, it will be another emotional election with no results, and the establishment will have taken over, and the suffering of Kenyans will continue. What we call boardroom negotiation is just a change of hands, of roles within the establishment, those who own Kenya. And right so, they are putting their money in every campaign. They are scattering their wealth in every campaign. Why? Because that's how they sustain their wealth. And I'm looking at Sifuna and wondering if he knows that. I don't know. But for Gachagua, I think he knows. He's making money so far right now. People like Jimmy Wanjigi and the rest of the people have started paying courtesy in Wamunyoro. And don't think that people like Jimmy Wanjigi, when they go there, they just go for the sake of it. They go there and put money down. Yeah.
Okay, I want to ask you a question. I want you to give me a methodological approach of why is Munya Katirao, Muturi, and Lene Kivuti complaining and saying to the extent that Gachagua should tame his mouth. So what do they mean? And is it consequential to the movement when they say that? Like, are people listening? Like, if you try to judge what Munya and Muturi said today, are people listening to that?
Listen, Muturi failed in Bere. He made a lot of noise. He negotiated with Gachagua that let them run. He failed to deliver. The consequences of it is the very people who went to vote and their votes were not protected are the ones that today are supporting Gachagua and say our votes are better protected the way all Karao protected their votes. So those internal wrangles, rightly so, because you see, negotiated democracy, when it soars up, the consequences are worse than even elected election democracy. Now, when those sentiments don't seem to be coming from those only. It's unfortunate that they are in our coalition. That is why, obviously, we are taking note of them. But if you look at overall, including the DP, including Ruku, including everybody from the leadership up there, for some reason they want to disassociate themselves with the main Mount Kenya. And, you know, Ruku was close to say something that usually we talk on our dining table, but on a national platform, we avoid it seriously. Ruku was saying, let's be honest, apart from us coming from the house of Mumbis, something of the sort, we have serious internal issues that we have never spoken out. I think it's Ruku who said it openly. We have serious. And when you hear him say that, it is true. It is not Munya alone. The entire Mount Kenya East, if they should be honest, this time around they do not want kingpin from the main Mount Kenya, including unashika kichwa yako hapo, you know, and you cannot say it openly. Maybe you are tired as a moderator. But the issue of Gachagua again, ni nzuri again kutoa Kasongo, but now internally imewa disrupt.
Wewe wacha kujifanya mtu ya mlima wewe. Budi for others pretending to be from Mlima. Siwite yana hapa akuje aside
No,
na wewe.
I'm not pretending. I'm using the words of the leadership of the mountain. Umeambiwa tusiingilie maneno ya mlima. I am quoting the entire leadership of the East Mountain. Wote ukiwaangalia. Yes, they are happy what Gachagua has done. Wacha akae kule kwao, but every time he comes to Embu, Mbeere and Tharaka Nithi, none of them is happy. And you know, this is after the successful rally in the Meru. The problem again is the man chauvinism. The only person, now this is interesting, Njiro, and you need to discuss about this. I know you will not, because you are a woman, you are a male chauvinist. The only person that can counter seriously Gachagua ni Fagia. Na ako wapi? Na kulinda mwananchi. And that brings all the male together against her again. Unfortunately. Then Munya start agreeing with Kiraitu Murugi.
But I think Mama is following that path very carefully, and she is not willing to scatter any one of those people. She just said that she is in Linda Mwananchi.
She shouldn't walk on eggshells. You people are making her not even to campaign the way she ought to. Because you are saying she's that path carefully. She shouldn't be careful. Why should everybody not be careful? You're careful.
No, I'm saying that because
you are a true chauvinist. Wewe wachana hii story. Na nilijua hii ni story ya mwezi ongea ukweli kabisa. Mtaongea ya Gladys Wanga na wengine ukweli kabisa, but ya hii
no, the reason why nimesema hivyo, unajua I'm behaving like mtu ya mlima. Unajua sasa mtu ya mlima anajiuliza, yani huyu mtu ametuacha hapa mpaka kaenda kwa chama ingine na huko. You get?
You tell me how was that woman to rise up to be where she is today again? And obviously everybody has seen whether she was good or not. The alternative that took over is worse than anything else you can imagine. Okay? And then again, the people who look the other day, Kiraitu Murungi is saying that Ruto has never lost an election. You saw him speak arrogantly. Unaelewa? So the Mount Kenya East this time iko na shida. Wao wenyewe wanasimama in the podium one day because they are drunk with power and say, as long as Ruto wins, we are ready to give up this seat. The next day they realize it's too dangerous for them.
Let me tell you something about Mount Kenya East now. You see, and all this confusion was somehow brought by Ruto, where now Ruto strategically wanted to split out Mount Kenya by giving them that sweetener ya Kindiki. The unfortunate situation ni Ruto aliwaekea mtu ambaye hata hawataki, hawapendi. That is the problem. Let me tell you the underlying issue of Embu and Meru. The issues of Embu and Meru is a typical case of where I'm giving an example. Wewe na bibi yako, there is a third party, mtu anakuja anakutana na bibi yako anamwambia wewe uone uko na shida mkiwa na Mbudi. So this is what is happening. Mount Kenya East and Mount Kenya West, they have thrived together and they have not been having extremely major problems because they have the same way of life. That is what actually so these people, they have no cross-cultural differences because their way of life is the same. Their way of raising money is the same. So like many things are aligned. But what has been brought to them by foreigners, when I say foreigners, is the other people who are not them, is that these people from West wamewakalia. Let me use that one. And now, because that one is an emotive issue.
For the purpose of honesty, what are your topic? Because you are handling it as if our history we don't know that history very well. Foreigners have never divided you people. I mean, the issue of independence, how the Mau people actually were more from your area. Your leadership, the entire leadership, how still it remained in the forest. ABCD, how Kenyatta did all these things. Let's not even go to that history. Tafadhali, stop lying to us that we are the foreigners who have brought that. Tuendelee topic ingine. You know, when somebody is not honest, you are blaming me that sisi ndio tube. Let's just go. Unless Tom PK wants to respond to that, because for him, he doesn't fetishize life. He will say,
in other words, would you want to
hata
say
kama
that
mimi ni mjinga aje, ati foreigners ndio wanaku. You want to tell me that the Mount Kenya East refused to come out of the forest? The land issue, ABC, like you guys, cross cultural, ABCD, you are okay, everything. My friend, wacha na your topic.
No. There are so many things which are working in all the groups.
Everything can work, but one thing that does not work that is making politics this time around difficult is what we should talk about. For instance, I'll tell you, well, the mountain, hata kama sahi tunaongea, the West itself has its own issue. Kiambu, and the other side, yes, Nani is very strong, does not mean that across the West is accepted, but he has bulldozed. The Kiambu mafia, for the first time, have been totally deflated. They've tried every aspect to bring Gachagua down, but wameshindwa. Unaelewa? So let's agree. Everybody has a problem within their region, Jiro. But don't come to say the foreigners are the ones who are coming. Everything is right for you. And ni Ruto too. No, before even Ruto is taking advantage of an existing problem. He's putting fuel and lighting an existing problem that has never been resolved. Even when West comes to power, it has ignored in resolving that issue. Kibaki tried with Miraria, Murugaru, so on and so forth, to make sure that his government actually tackled that issue, but in vain. If you go that way, then I think me and you can agree. But totally saying that it is Ruto, no. Ruto is taking advantage of an existing problem, but he almost tore the mountain into two. Almost does not count. Unaelewa? Almost doesn't count. So thank God for that.
So Njiro,
go ahead.
What is it when you was beginning to say about to introduce the foreigners? What did you mean? What was in your mind? No, just say it. Don't be subdued by Bundi. What is it you are trying to bring out?
What I'm trying to say is that the communities within Mount Kenya, largely, I'm using that word, largely, close to 90% of their issues are the same. And I said their way of life is the same. And when it comes to politics, they will easily agree on the fundamental principles because politics affect them almost the same way. But what I said is that at times, foreigners have been seen coming to that area and having their stooges who have come and engineered artificial discrepancies which are not there. For instance, these issues like which Ruto is doing now, they were also there even during Moi time, where like you could see, yes, there could be like those issues whereby maybe people might feel like these people are because like what Ruto is saying or what Ruto is saying the Ruto Co is that Mount Kenya is that is Embu and Embu Mbere and Meru, they have never produced a leader for the whole society. That whole society. And now Ruto is now fueling that you people, you have never produced a leader, you are subservient to the other guys who perennially produce leaders. to the extent they have even gotten 3 presidents in that wave. So you people, unless these guys from the West support you, you will never even have a president. And now the platform of support is not even coming with the wrong person, who is Ruto, to try and actually tell the Westerners they need to support the East. You know, the problem is that arrangement of even the West supporting the East can be there, but it can only exist in the right leadership fundamentals. So why is the East and the West being forced to support each other on a wrong leadership platform? Like, for instance, mtu anakuja anatuambia, this time round you have to support Kindiki. Who is Kindiki to us? Like, it's a question like which I ask myself. The problem is, yes, the East could want to be supported by the West if in any case those regions exist. The East could want to be supported by the West, but it must be a unilateral leader who is not a fake leader. The problem is the leader who is being forced to people is a leader who does not who is not appreciated by people. Then the others who we have who are in the united opposition, some of them are not vigorous leaders who you can say they are dynamic, because we have those leaders, even if they come from small communities, they have that nation outlook na ni watu wanaweza kujituma, and they can be able to give that assertion that they have that national purge. Right now, I do not see a leader in our areas, for instance, who I can say he has that national purge. He has that enthusiasm whereby he can shake the institution. I don't see them. So those are the things. So that's what I'm trying to say. Right now, what I see an artificial divide which has been instituted by Ruto. Ruto is the one who is coming to explain to us our problems. Ruto ndiye anakuja kusema nyinyi mumekaliwa na hawa wamekuwa na uongozi all the time. Yes, I know there are some fundamental problems which are there. What Budi talked about, what happened in Mau Mau, that is something which happened, and I don't think our elders have been able to clear out that. As to if there are some of the reasons why our politics is not working, I don't think, because I don't understand. Baimungi was killed in the 60s. Akina General Madenge and all the others who felt like they were betrayed by Kenyatta, they were there in the 60s and the 70s. But even with that betrayal, that region has largely worked and had the same political identity. So why is that political identity becoming bigger now, while our forefathers, they were able to work together? That is my reasons, Tony PK.
Yeah, thank you. Now you've come out very, very clearly as to what the background is, and it is critical. You see, the most ridiculous thing here is that while Ruto, or Ruto or any other person who is in that league decides to use what you're calling fundamental issues, these are historical injustices that I raised earlier in our discussions, and I said this is not the moment to bring those, because every other community will bring them up. So it is upon us to ask ourselves, especially as the opposition, do we want to bring those sideshows and allow Ruto, because they are very strong sentimental, they are serious issues that we should not bring them at this hour when we need that drive to chase this government away. They are very, very legitimate issues. And these legitimate issues, which spread all over the country, can only be addressed when we shall have a just government, when we shall have a government that the interest, and I'm repeating this and I said it earlier, a government that will be having the interest of the people, but not self-interest of individuals. A government that will arbitrate, because these are heavy issues. They will need a very strong leadership to look at them softly, humanly, and balanced. They are there, and they will one day be addressed. Because why they are simmering and coming out is because everyone who wants to use them for his benefit, like Ruto, is clever. He has brought that because they are existing. So he picks one and it picks a spokesperson in the name of Ruko. Now, ask yourself, when did the Ruto pick Kindiki? He didn't pick him yesterday. He had picked Kindiki initially when they were in Karen, when he was looking for a deputy, because he had a long-term plan. Long-term plan that has always been indicated in his speeches. He had objective number one, to finish Kikuyus. So he, being I would say, a tactful person, how do you do that? You start by fighting Kikuyus. Don't appoint any one of them as your deputy. And people didn't know why he picked somebody. When he picked Kindiki, people were like, oh, shit, no. And that's why they were banging of tables. That's why they stayed the whole night. Okay? He was overwhelmed by the mountain. Okay? He was overwhelmed by the mountain. So Ruto never picked Gachagua for his deputy. Point number one. Point number two, because point number one was his choice was Kindiki. For what? For his reason, for the beginning of his journey towards eliminating Kikuyus. When I say Kikuyus, we are saying the area he has demarcated as the Kikuyus. So it failed. And when it failed, he had to use tactic number two, which was impeachment, which he succeeded. And when it happens, what does he do quickly? He picks the guy that was his choice. That's Kindiki. And then now he's on the journey to do the needful. On the side, pick Kindiki and then look for soldiers to fight and show how fitting Kindiki is. One, because this region, you've never had this closeness to presidency. So the region is fooled that you are heartbeat away from presidency. Now, the big question here is, your heartbeat from the presidency. So all these other regions in Kenya, wamekuwa frozen. They are not thinking, they are not ambitious. The West, the Nyanza and everybody else. Tulikuwa tunacheza game ilikuwa inaitwa kauka kaukika. So wamekaushwa for all the years until the East will get Kindiki to presidency in 20 when Ruto is over, atapatia Kindiki, because all these other regions in Madwanzi watakuwa tu wamenyamaza as the ping pong is being played between Ruto and the East. Is that what people think it will happen? Is that what Ruku thinks will happen? No. So what we are seeing, Ruku and Ruto, we should take it as it's nonsense. It's not anything that people should say it's the time for the East side of, to take presidency and all that. Things are changing. Things will change. That's why the dynamics are, like any region can produce the presidency and the deputy president, and that's where we are headed. Hence, you can see now the uprising of the Sifunas and all these other guys. They will not just sit at frozen as Ruto dictates and shows people how fitting Kindiki is. So this project, the Kindiki thing, Eastern Ruku and all that, I tend to think it should be hit very hard, not ignored. It should be hit properly. That some of the issues Ruku is raising are historic injustices that will be addressed by, and I would want like the Linda Bonanchi and all these other guys. But Sifuna has been addressing a lot when he's talking about values and constitutionalism, which guarantees fairness in most of this, and revisiting, in quote, when we talk of fairness, is we revisit some of the things that we feel have been really hurting to Kenyans. Look at the coast and land. Look at even some places in the eastern also still have issues of land. Northeastern issues, serious, which need to be addressed if Kenya is going to come back as a nation. Otherwise, we are going to disintegrate into, the region yetu, watu wetu, my tribe, now from my tribe it will go to my clan. And that is very dangerous. That's why for me, in all these discussions, I don't want trivial issues. That's why I insist we have bigger issue. The bigger issue is to lay a platform that or a foundation that we shall be able to build some of these issues. Some of these very critical issues cannot be addressed if you don't have stable leadership, if you don't have an accepted leadership, because it's deadly. Some of them will need truth and reconciliation committees that will meet and address injustices that have been muted against various communities. Of course, some of these are the distribution of resources. Yeah. There will be what we may call affirmative decisions in terms of redistribution of national resources. So for me, I'm looking at those kind of complexities, and that's why I really want to have a very strong presidency and also a very strong team that will work with that, who will become the president. For me, it's a serious card, serious game. I'm not only seeing like ping pong game. No, I'm looking at that which will either break this country forever, and it will not be able to be, will not be able to put the pieces together, or that which will cement relationship, and then we'll now begin to build a nation. Back to you, Njiro.
Okay, so Bonambudi, are you there? I get back to you.
I'm here, I'm listening. You know, this topic is difficult, and I like the fact that in all its difficult, we are willing to engage each other until we come to a consensus.
Yeah, so ndio nataka nikuulize swali sasa. So now I wanted you to explain to me based on this. Okay, let's say there is that existing divide between East and West, which let's say there is that historical difference which exists between East and West, and then there is Ruto here, maybe who could have standed that divide. So the question which I would want to ask you, is this the first attempt to try and have Mount Kenya East reason differently than Mount Kenya West? And if it is not the first, was the first attempt successful?
Obviously, it's not the first attempt, neither is it going to be the last attempt. But this time around, I think they are wasting their time. The pain of the people of the mountain is not just a pain of mismanagement, it's betrayal in the city. Yeah.
Yeah, correct. So,
and wait. In addition to what Bundi has told you, remember this time around, this divide that is being created, it's for to help Ruto come in for a second term. So it is personal. It is a carrot that is being floated there for the East to swallow and bolt out of the collective responsibility and power to remove Ruto. Because when we split the two, then of course we bring in the so-called Northeastern and all that and play around with the numbers. So it will be advantageous to Ruto. It might be the last, because if we manage to get other leaders that will not need being there by dividing people, it might be the last. But if we continue getting the Ruto's type, Ruto now gets it because of this formula. And then by the time he is leaving, he will introduce others for his survival, just like the way maybe Moi did. Maybe he will want to maneuver it so that Kindiki is voted in as the president to protect him and all that. So if it works, it will be a disastrous chain. And that's what I say. So if we hope it doesn't work, and because it is only being done not for the community at all, no. It's not justice being sought for the community. This is Ruto survival bill. Okay, so this is something that we need to pronounce to the people. And I don't know why Roko, hakuna mtu anacounter Roko. So Roko feels like he's a giant. Of course he's tall, but he feels like he akona vitu ine, he's soaring. And while we have these guys who are just lying low, they are not sure, disapproving his theory. There's nothing new he's telling us. It should be told, we know these things, but we know when we want to address this, and the way we want to address it, it's not by trying to elevate a person who wants to take advantage of this. We know resources have been concentrated in some areas more than this. It's not only that they were concentrated in Mulima West and denied Mulima East. How about when you go to Nyanza, you go to other places? So it is not, it should be really watered down seriously. And then what Kenya will do, we will pack it somewhere, but we will address it holistically as an entire country policy for coast, north, and all that, because that is what we are looking for. Getting a government that will be able now to revisit fairly. So tuitoe hiyo, mkuu aonekana ati ni kama king, ati yeye ndiye anaokoa wa mbele na waembu hapo. And by the way, he was told off by one guy in from Meru. Aliambiwa, wewe Ruku, you are rubbish, don't give us this. He was called rubbish in Kimeru, which means it almost means Ruko, although it's R-U-K-O, but the leaders should pick it up and pin it down. Back to you.
Okay, so the question which
hold on that too, and I hope you'll forgive me for meddling in the politics of the mountain, because naonanga watu watakangi mlima iguzwe. Ruku
ulishaguzana.
Yes, hata akiguzwa saini usiku. Ruku does not feel powerful. Ruku has become very powerful. And in essence, when you saw this man called Oscar Sudi, actually he was curtailed down by Ahmed Nasir. Ahmed Nasir saw what actually is coming out. There are people in some quarters forcing Ruto to do a reshuffle on a serious note. And one of the target of the reshuffle is the Ministry of Internal Security. There are people who believe that it is a high time now we must have a Zakaya Oyubi and unchallenging in Moi cabinet that is extremely powerful, that will be able to deal with what? With an insurrection within. Now, you look at the history of Kenya very well, which I don't want to remind people for those who do not know. When Moi post-1982 coup, Moi had trusted the people like Njonjo so much, but after that, the trust was gone. But he did not, the direct people that he could choose from the rift that could become Minister for Internal Security were ineffective to quiet that, because it was out of his jurisdiction, more especially it was in the mountain. So what he did, he brought an outsider who was Simeon Nyachai, who had been a PC for so long in that region and also married to a Kikuyu, to actually deal with the Kikuyu. History tells us that Nyachai was used by Moi wrongly. And some quarters, I think that history may repeat itself from now to the election. One thing that Ruto has come to consensus is that in as much as he loves Murkomen, Murkomen kazi imemshinda kabisa, and we are going to an election, and with Murkomen becoming a social media internal security cabinet minister, Ruto is being forced now to poach and look outside, more especially see how he can punish the mountain. The name that keeps on popping up is Ruku. So Stone PK, Ruku is not just doesn't just feel powerful. Ruku in his own mind has become powerful because this is the first time in terms of position he has risen where he is, and I think that has made him become sick. It was too quick, and obviously it looks like he never expected it in his lifetime. And Stone PK, you have to look at history and see how it's made people betray a whole community without even blinking their eyes. We'll talk about people like Kamoto, Ndolo Aya, people like the former Minister for Agriculture and Education from Bungoma. So Ruku will not be the first or last, but Ruku does not just feel great, but the position that he has been given, compounded with the budget and the money that is passing through him to do everything. Remember, recently, the money and the convoy of Kindiki was shot down and actually was transferred to Ruku because Ruku was the one doing the work and Kindiki was ineffective. You can imagine money channeling to you of so-called these these things that Kindiki used to go everywhere, a World Bank to launch it. These kiosks that alikuwa na launch all over money a World Bank. Now that money has gone to Ruku. So in your own estimate, do you think Ruku feels or he has become to his own eyes? He has become, and therefore he's not thinking anymore. So people need to come hurriedly and stop that situation from hemorrhaging further. Because this man, the way he speaks, the way he talks, the way he takes the mic and talk in the podium has become a venom. And that venom, if you don't look at it very well, if it is frustrated, it will shed blood. You saw sijui jamaa mmoja jana alisema tu kitu kidogo kwa if you vote for Ruto will be dealt with. But other people have come openly to speak worse things than him, and they went scot-free. So you can almost see that the pattern of Ruto is to create individuals like those so that they can agitate and mess us up so that we can almost fight and go to anarchy. But we must hold our horses so strong because the numbers are with us, even if we're having a problem of a presidential candidate, but the number is with us. And after the election, we will deal with Ruku. For sasa, let's use Edwin Sifuna's word, enjoy it while it lasts. You know, he is powerful in terms of money and position that he has never held before, Mr. Stone PK. Whether he sees that it's a betrayal or not, that is up to him. But the money that is coming out of that is going through him and out to whatever it's called in the Meru or East Mountain is too much. The guy has never seen that amount of money, and that is why he's so sick to a point. They say, even if we lose the seat, we'll still vote. The president will have to choose mwenye anataka. Even if he doesn't choose us, what makes a man talk like that? Obviously, he has become too powerful in this administration than he ever thought. Thank you.
Do you think Ruto might think of making Roko an internal CS based on what you have?
He is next. He's the next. They are agitating for him. They are, because he has become the only one. Because I think to the estimate of Ruto, Kindiki has failed significantly. And even you and me can say that handling a man like Gachagua and Kindiki, that was not, if really Ruto wanted to handle Gachagua, Kindiki was not the right person to pick at fireman. I mean, if you look at how weak and breathless he is, you can agree that that was a wrong excitement. You know, it's like putting.
So, do you feel, Kidogo, do you feel Roko could have served as a better deputy president to Ruto, not to Kenya?
Not really. Not really. At that particular time, no. But as time has gone, he has proved to be a better sycophant than Kindiki. At that particular time, he wasn't.
Lakini psychopathy ya Roko is beyond. Unasikia?
That's why I'm letting you know.
Did you hear him?
Let's stay topical.
Yeah,
if you look at that particular time when they removed Gachagua, the people that were on the line, there is this guy called Kamau or so. There's this guy that I don't know if you have ever. He's an MP, but his name is Kamau. He worked in the banking sector. And the Mount Kenya Foundation were propelling him because of, his deep roots. Ndindi Nyoro was also in the pipeline. Nani was also this guy who defected to DCP,
Kangata.
Yeah, Kangata was in the line. But above all, Ichungwa was supposed to be. So for me, if I were Ruto, I could have taken Ichungwa. Because Ichungwa decided to die with Ruto. The moment the DP became the DP, he even actually extended an olive hand in his first interview as a DP. Kindiki, to his credit, refused actually to criticize Gachagua completely. If you remember that TV interview that made Ruto become very mad. He said, my brother, my brother, my brother. The same thing now he's saying after all these things are happening. So I think they are going to make a reshuffle, and the reason is because I think they made a wrong calculation, and I think this time around, I don't think Ichungwa atakubali kuchukua hiyo seat because he has realized that in the end of the day, Ruto is going, and if he's when you see your own brothers, everybody polepole anaenda DCP, na unajua wewe hata ukienda huko utakubaliwa, it is very painful. So, but the only person who is willing and ready to risk is Ruku, and the Roko one, whether he's foolish or he's obviously doing it with his mind, I don't know.
So, PK, you will have to explain to us the psychology of Roko.
Why I'm laughing? Is, of course, we actually, I don't want to go there, but these are guys we know each other very well, and these are some people. Achana na hiyo acha. Sasa una short change Bundi. I want Bundi to understand. Now, why I'm laughing as Bundi was concluding is because he was almost touching a very, very soft part of why you see Ruku being this wild. You know, when we are back home, we look at Ruku and laugh. You know, you'll ask me why we laugh. But everybody, then in Mbere and everywhere else, Ruku is a cartoon. Ruku is like, sijui kama mkiwa vijana mmewahi kupatia mbuzi, kondoo, ile machicha ya busaa. I know Alex might be knowing this. When these people make busaa, in Mbere we also have another pombe we make almost similar to busaa pia. Tunatengeza na mawele. So when you kamua hizo manini machicha, they are very nice to eat. Now people eat without knowing that it is alcohol. So umekula ni njaa, small boys umezikuta zimewekwa kando hapo na you are sure unakula haraka kwa sababu ya njaa. But suddenly you start going round and round because, of course, it's alcohol. Now, it's the same thing that would happen when kondoo ama mbuzi zikipata zinakula haraka haraka. And can you imagine four-legged animal staggering because of alcohol? So the Mbere people, we look at Roko ni kama kondoo imekula hizo machicha. So we don't nini. So why I was laughing is because Roko cannot, what you have described, Bundi, about Ichua, how isolated and terrible situation he will be in, as a person of that stature. It will be terrible that it can cause depression. Unlike flip it over now, put Roko. Roko, who will promoka in one of the worst things that has ever happened to people, to cabinet, once Ruto is out. Roko is insensitive of that. He doesn't see that. Roko is blinded because, by the way, there's another disclaimer. What I'm saying is almost permanent. It's almost true. Roko is taken as one of the most actually daft leaders in Mbere. And most of you can access even the way he argues things and discusses things. And even people are, once sometimes you argue things in a certain manner, people start even now looking at, wanaanza kuulizana, huyu mtu by the way alisomea wapi na alisomea nini na aliinteract wapi. When people start doubting you to that level, mpaka wanaanza kuuliza, kudig around because wanawanda hii miaka huyu jamaa alikuwa wapi, sijui nini, and all this, what happened, is because when you start behaving as if there will never be end. Ruku does not see at any one given time kama ataweza toka. In fact, Ruku akafanyiwa rishaba sahi, ataenda up in hospital. Because one, he believes he is even more close to Ruto than Rachel. Okay? And that's why you see him saying and pronouncing the things. So when it would says he might be floated as security this, security that, yes, he can. Because for him, it means they are headed to heaven. And once you are headed to heaven, hakuna siku utarudi duniani kusumbuliwa. So for him, he's saying like Ruto is the ultimate in life. And he will not ever need to interact with anybody. And he will do anything. And presidents like Ruto will want to take such a person who will be, worse than Murkomen, who will even talk whatever he wants to talk, who will even take a gun and eliminate anybody that is talking against Ruto, and he doesn't care about the consequences because he believes he's a god. There are people who believe in that they are not going to die. It's the same as when you find a madman in the market and you're trying to challenge him when he's going there naked, running towards women. Mnamchukua, mnamchapa. It doesn't. I say the best you can do is to tie that person and put him in a pickup and take him off to some Madare hospital or whatever. Beating him doesn't help. Okay, so the same thing. This is wrong. This guy is commercial, and Ruto will use him because as of now he has proved to be what Ruto would want to have as a, in quotes, protection, and somebody who will revert and try to hit at Gachagua. For every word Gachagua talks, then this guy will come out from whatever corner and try to fight back. Of course, he doesn't know that there is nothing you can use to hit back at Gachagua. Sometimes you should look at who you are fighting with. Gachagua has his strength in demeanor, in the mouth, and in all that. And then again, the worst of it all, he doesn't care. So you pretend you care, till you don't care. Unapata mtu mwingine anasema he doesn't give a damn. So yeah, there you are. He thinks, and if you ask him anyway, he will tell you he's ndio kiboko ya Gachagua. That's what he believes. Yet he's not. It's just nonsense compared to Gachagua. But you were saying something,
And that's why you saw what Roko did in Bere. No sane man can do that openly. And he went scot-free. And that was actually the president's plan. Now, the credit, and let me say something that is very dangerous, that I know many people are going to hit me. To the credit of Murkomen, Murkomen is the weakest internal security minister we have had over the years. Apart from this tourist guy, what was his name? This governor now. I think Murkomen, I think at least he has a little bit more credential than that governor. And I think in my lifetime, Murkomen comes second to the worst, apart from that governor. But in spite and despite of that, Murkomen is informed about the ICC and he does understand how things proliferated to the point whereby people found themselves in the ICC. Now, there are things openly Murkomen has refused to do. Openly, and he has told the president, I'm not doing. If you watched this man who fears English, Sudis, saying machane manane ya kizungu mingi, mbona mshiki Gachagua? Murkomen understands, ukishika tu Gachagua hivi, the insurrection that will happen, you are complicit and culpable to it. And therefore, as part of the intelligence, if you are warned that if you do that, this will happen, you are already an ICC material. And Murkomen ataongea tough during the day, but Murkomen will never make the reality of going to do what? Kushika Gachagua at any point. The only mad man in town who can do that, and he will not use the police, he will use goons, or he will go himself as a fool to arrest him, will be Ruko. Wacha tumwite Ruko, it sounds better than Ruko. It will be Ruko who will do that. And I'm telling you, in the quarters of UDA right now, there are people ambao mate in our dondoka so that this guy could be given that ministry so that he can overrun and create every possible anarchy in this country whereby the president is not going to be, culpable. So Ruko comes with advantages that Ruto wants right now, that only him in his entire cabinet is mad enough to do. You ask me which minister right now hata akipewa apewe hata billions and billions, 11 billion ilipelekwa kule Olkarau, anaweza enda kushika Gachagua? Nobody. But imagine Ruku as a minister for internal security. Will he last 1 hour before anze kutafuta Gachagua ni kwenda kumshika? It won't take even 1 minute. And I think that is what people like Nani wanataka, watu kama Sudi wanataka. Is Ruto ready to do that? I think eventually Ruto is going to do that. Why? Because including people like Ahmed Nasir, people obviously, even if they never liked Ruto, somehow they were averaging in a way that, we cannot speak to the presidency like this. But see how now the president's, personal, the presidency, Ruto's presidency, not the general presidency. Ruto's presidency has degenerated to a laughing stock. That leaves him with nothing but to do that. And the fact that now he does.
Let me ask you. Let me ask you so that you incorporate in your submission. If what would be like if somebody was told to arrest Gachagua? What would you arrest Gachagua based on? What is it that you would pen down or Ruko would pen down as you continue? Because for you to arrest Bundi or Stone, there must be something that he has said or done against the law. Looking at all what Gachagua has been doing, can we pick 1 or 2 things that somebody can use as an excuse? Endelea.
Okay. I want you to take back a step and interchange the position of Gachagua today and say, let's say Gachagua still was in UDA and we are still in the opposition. Do you know how Gachagua makes things irritating? Do you know Gachagua is the worst political irritant that we have had in this country? Like Gachagua opening only his mouth. He's saying the truth, but also in a way that is demeaning. Let's say, for instance, the last mini press conference about 2060. You know, he names only 2060 in about 3 or 4 times, but he names 2030 about 30 times. Okay? And then he demeans that mtoto wetu, mfalme wetu, kiongozi wetu tunampenda. Sasa umchague. Then he goes on not only to make us happy, but to really make Ruto not sleep that night. So the people who are supporting the president are having a hard time. I can imagine how Gachagua made me feel throughout. And all of us in 2021, 2022, we couldn't even listen to him. We thought he was a madman. And the Gachagua could make you not even sleep. For instance, I'll tell you, when Gachagua went, there's a time we had a debate in Mutembe. And me and my very good friend tulikosana sana because Gachagua came there. The first statement he said was, "My name is Gachagua. I am married to a wife. I have children," only to castigate the deputy presidential candidate from our side that he is not married. He is not saying it directly, but he's insinuating it. And it's already irritating us at the beginning of a debate. So the problem is not that there is something that Gachagua has done that is going to be arrested. He has irritated them beyond. Nanielewa Stone Picker. And every day he opens his mouth, he's irritating them more.
So there is no way irritation can be a charge in the court of law.
In politics, irritation is a charge when you are in charge.
No, you can't arrest me. So that is the quagmire these guys are in. Yes.
Listen, Nani, listen to me. There is a difference in politics and in court. They will arrest him, but they will not charge him. Do you hear me?
Oh, yeah, they will torture, arrest, of course. No, yeah, that one of goonism. That is
So
goonism
who is going to
now. It's not
arrest
the law.
him? We are not talking about charging him. Do you get me? We are not talking about charging Gachagua here. Gachagua has not broken the law. But who
So that
will
will
arrest
be banning
him?
the country now. Mm.
That is why I'm saying the madman who is willing to arrest Gachagua for no apparent reason, for being irritated. Unaelewa? The premises is just irritation. And I totally understand how Gachagua is irritating. I was where Gachagua used to irritate me every time.
Yeah. Yeah, so they are in for a big surprise because you see that the Gachagua is endowed in number one is naturally very sarcastic, and then fortunately he went and enhanced it through studies because he studied one of the subjects that you can use, and it hurts more than a gun. You know, that subject once you study it, you have the weapons in terms of language. So he's not he has no short of descriptions, and he can choose to be he can choose to use the worst examples and the worst symbols and all those kind of metaphors on you. Yes, very irritant indeed. But now the thing unashindwa utafanyaje unless now you just go the shortcut of ile ya mtaani, mtu akikujamisha mnaanza vita tu.
Remember, it's not even irritating one person. It's irritating the entire system. You know, anakuja naita Kindiki Soprano, this short man, this fireman, this, yani amepea Kindiki majina nyingi mpaka saa ingine haukumbuki. Amepea Ichungwa sijui ni bibi ya Ruto mpaka yani he has problems. Amepea Murkomen majina nyingi mpaka Murkomen anashindanga kitu ya kuongea na run away. I mean, he's just like another Trump. He will wake up and give you a name and it will stick. Unaelewa? So that irritation is not within the presidency itself. It is the entire machinery and the system. And everybody fears to be attacked actually by Gachagua. I think there are people who will rather even pay him so that they will not be attacked.
Yeah.
But naona hapa Njiru ni kama ameenda tena. Njiru akiamua, nani ebu weka Njiru, ebu weka keep hapa juu. Sijui Njiru anaendanga wapi. Ndio shida ya show yake pia.
Yeah, unajua Njiru
Keep hapo huko nyuma, sijui nani anaweza mweka juu.
hakuna mtu because Njiru kifunguo hiyo ni yake. Kuanga hii ni kama vile huwezi patia mtu kifunguo ya mahali bibi yako huwa analala bedroom, so because you don't know when someone might come and you are absent, so that is Njiru. Now keep is there in the cold. Yeah, maybe I don't know how to wake Njiru up. I'm using my phone, so I can't call him. But
Maybe keep can rolling. Ama mtu ako kwa comment section kule anaweza mpigia.
Comment section tuitie Njiru aingize keep. He's dozing. He must be asleep.
But let me say something. Ruto has been cornered. Even his cabinet reshuffle should be the last one because you can't keep making cabinet reshuffle like a fool. And actually, he needs to do a cabinet reshuffle because if he goes with this way, atapata heart attack. One of the things, ambazo, obviously, that we are crossing our fingers that should not happen. We are crossing our fingers that it should happen. In the event it happens still, it is going to be worse than anything that has ever happened. If Ruto was not to finish his term, let's say the act of God visits him and he dies in office, you are going to get one of the most bitter president in a short time to come. If Kindiki was to take over, the way I've seen him the last few days, Kindiki's blood is venom right now. He has been sidelined, mistreated, and shown every kind of political misfortune. That if he was to take charge a few days before elections are held in 2027, the guy will just massacre Kenyans in order to get respect because he will not control anything. He will not control anything. In fact, he will be a president by a mere name, but the entire system will not even respect him. And therefore, the few people that will respect him will just commit genocide. I'm folding my fingers that let just Ruto finish this term. Atikufe awachie Kindiki because we will witness the worst and the worst because the guy, I don't know how he can operate as a president in a few days because he stepped into a seat that was too big for him. And all this time he has lied to himself that he had the social capital to build it, only to realize that he was sidelined so much that he doesn't even know what is going on. He has no clue what that seat is. He has no clue because the moment Gachagua was taken, it was clipped off. Yetuni, this development fund amekuwa akikimbia. The other day, the issue of intergovernmental chairing, amekuja kujipata, Musalia is the one chairing. Like literally, the guy, even Ruto, ni ile ability to command the governors to come that was taken away. But for Kindiki, even the seat of intergovernmental coordination has been given to Musalia Mudavadi while he's looking. So if he steps in as a president, if Ruto dies, He has to kill Gashago. He has to kill Mudavadi and Wetangula in order to control. Like, he will have a hard task in the next few months just to put the government in order and then face an election. Kenya will degenerate into the worst police state just to protect him, because the things he will be doing will not be normal things. And that is why I'm just crossing my fingers. I'm saying, let Ruto finish. If Ruto was to die today and Kindiki kuingia, he has to do a lot of killing just to bring sanity to his office. Thank you.
Yes, bring security to his office. You have to eliminate everything. We're talking of cabinet reshuffle. There was somebody in the inside there, well, not very inside, but he's not far away from the circles there. He was telling us, somewhere we were discussing, that Ruto has been scratching his head for the last 1 week, and he doesn't have an answer. Because what he tries to do is, it's like when you are supposed to shuffle around 10 eggs, and all of them are rotten. So you try to now figure out which one should be put on top of the other, yet. So he has that very serious problem. He doesn't know what to shuffle with who, where, because the overall problem.
Let me give you a
not
snippet of that. He wants to take the Ministry of the Exchequer, which is the finance, from Mbadi, but he wanted to give it to a Kikuyu. But who? And the person he wanted to give it already criticized him. He said he oversees every institution. This guy who said that when Kibaki was the minister, when Kibaki was the president, ministries and institutions had what? The immunity to do as they desires. Not only that, they had their way of dealing with the current, not only of political, but economic, perception of where we are headed. And Njuguna ama anaitwa nani? I'm not sure. This guy was...
Yeah, anaitwa Njuguna.
Yeah, he gave a scathing attack while Ruto was actually forcing him to be. And he warned anyone who will take over and say, no, this is not a man you can work with. That's not a job anymore that you do. You take a position and you are not able to execute its mandate. Now, that is the biggest headache I can have, because the Luos want the deputy president. So if they do, they cannot get the finance. The finance, he wants to give it to the Kikuyu, but nothing. Not only the Kikuyus, but he wants to give his own individual who can quell the waters. Now, the internal security, he wants to take it from Murkomen. That's where he wants to give it to Ruku. Ruku now is on the safe hand because he wants that. The other things, the other headache and the biggest headache that Ruto has, that very soon he has to deal with it. And the people think that he's not able to deal with it, is this man called Duale. Duale has made more mistakes to Ruto than any other person in his entire political life. Duale has become a thorn. Duale has become the Joab of David in the Bible. All the dirty things they did together cannot be compared to what it is costing him. Okay? But he doesn't know how to deal with it. So the cabinet reshuffle should have come out, but those three positions are the ones that is a problem. A lot of people have told him, like NEC Tumbi, that you cannot put Ruku. Remember what we had to deal with last time to exonerate you. It's not that you are not guilty. It is the disappearance of the witnesses. This time around, they are not going to disappear. You never know. So Ruto is having a big problem. And those are the main ones that he wants to target. Because I think the rest he has been able to deal with them effectively. But these ones, it is very, very, very difficult. Energy, he can deal with it, but minister for, for, for treasury, internal security, imekuwa kisungumkuti. The other issue is he's having the weakest attorney general because Baba had a purpose of putting that lady there as an attorney general. And I think the attorney general seems to walk on eggshells, just like Muturi did. He went there thinking that the things were not that bad, only to realize that Muturi was happy actually. Because Muturi, if you saw Muturi very well, any person who followed Muturi actually wanted to be fired, which tells me that Muturi, there was something that hata yeye alifanya, alikuwa na ataki ofisi anymore. Muturi was actually looking to be fired. When you are attorney general, you don't just say, I don't believe in housing, kabisa. I don't attend cabinet, these people, these are people are morons. Imagine you are attorney general and still, before you became a minister for industrialization, he was saying things that an attorney general shouldn't talk about this president because you are the legal advisor to the government. But Muturi used to be so outlandish on how he projected things. I don't know if you remember that Stone PK. So that was very clear. Lastly, when he became the Minister for Industrialization. Remember, Nani was the one who was there, Moses Kuri. He never became as, Moses Kuri had become being a populist, using that ministry as a populist leader. Remember, even sneaked during Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Memorial in Kisumu. But this bit of Attorney General inasumbua Ruto sana because that lady is working with LSK and also working with Institution for Human Rights. And if I was Ruto, I would never have that lady to be my attorney general, even if it's an agreement. Why? Because that woman, as I know her, she is worse than Maraga in terms of being honest. If we blame Maraga for being honest and nullifying an election, then if you want to know the most honest person is the attorney general, if you follow her path. So Ruto goose is cooked. But maybe keep another tuambie ni mkale.
Samuge keep karibu bana.
Sema bana, nimekaa mpaka asubuhi bana.
Bana,
6:30 hapa.
We are dying for our nation, for our country bana. We are seeing our country. We are advising our country from this side.
On top of that, as Skip comes in, did you guys see Ruto saying that some of the things he changed, there should be an act of parliament that even if it's to be removed, they should never. Did you see that? That it should append a signature that
by December.
All these things that he has changed the names.
Selling the public assets. There are a few promises he gave to his
and you know the reason he's saying that? The company that is printing money, that dossier is making him panic to a point that he wants the parliament to bring a bill on his table to say that everything was done legally and it cannot do it reversed because of the dossier of the printing of money. Can you imagine that?
We will reverse anything. Nothing is cast on stone that you can take to any bank. We will reverse anything, anytime.
That goes to tell you that he's panicking. Yeah. He knows that he's not going. It's sure bet is coming out because I think they've done the mathematics. Mtu hawezi sema hivyo. You can see him. He's talking to those ones as the chiefs. And watu wamepatiwa vitu bana, watu wamepatiwa vitu. That 5,000 idiots that were in State House, wamepewa vitu, wamepewa kila kitu, but it's impossible. So most of them are going to betray him. Most of them are going to betray him. You've seen the way the Luya nation is right now. Luya nation, ukienda kuongea wantamuko, utachapwa ngoto bana. There are a few idiots here in Nairobi, these Nairobi boys, when wanakula pesa, I want to term hapa hivi hivi. I've come to ignore those ones on social media. Ushago hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Ukienda hapo, ukienda Central right now, you can't do nothing. You can't. Like, Gachagua has openly stated, and this is where the other leaders need to pay attention to him. Alisema Malava tumeshinda, Imrudikir tumeshinda, hizi zote tumeshinda. The unfortunate thing is amkunipatia hiyo kazi kuchunga kura. Umewekea aibu hapo bana. Kina DP, kina DAP Kenya, umewekea aibu hapo na Gachagua. Msema, if you had given me that one, I would have sorted that one. I don't think it's the truth, but you know what he's trying to say.
Yeah, those are villain kind of, those are the gloatings hizo ndio sasa zinaharibu. We've not, they should accept we've not lost in any of those things. This is where I have problems with ourselves. Like even when we lost as Azimio, people came slowly wakaadmit, oh, we didn't have agencies. We keep on justifying that mtu amekuja amekuibia, unaambiwa ni kwa sababu hukuweka kufuli ile strong, uliweka na kufuli ndogo ikavunjwa haraka. The act of kuvunja it's illegal. The act of Mbere, Ruku going and beating people and arresting them, putting things on fire, that tells you that people won and we won, and the justification is wrong. So Gachagua never lost there as much as he was there also supporting. So I don't count like we lost in there. No. Neither did we lose in Malava. Yeah.
Malava.
So I would say opposition has done already the climax of Olkalau, of course, was because of what the mishaps. We improved on what the tricks we had. Unapiga bunduki, we don't run. That is how it was. You want to enter into the polling station, we put many stones and miti kubwa kubwa, which we didn't do in there. Otherwise, if we had done that, Ruko and the rest would not have entered in the tallying center, even in counting classrooms. So what did we do in Olkalau? We physically blocked people, inspected vehicles. Remember in Mbere, we allowed vehicles to drive in and out. So for me, I think the performance of opposition so far, sioni mahali ilikuwa weak. Ni ile tu sasa, we got bolder. Tukasema sasa, Olkalau watu walikuwa wanasema tuue sisi wote. You must kill all of us to gain access. So I was just interjecting kidogo kusema we should never feel like we failed. We were wrong to quickly accept ati tulishindwa. Even Amur Dikir, mchezo ilichezwa hapo. You cannot imagine that kind of nini. Yeah. And they are saying it themselves. Back to you.
So, Apo, that is the way forward. And now, I think you guys were discussing Azimio Jana. I think Azimio needs to go. You need to start from scratch. The remnants of Raila, Kalia Vituza. First of all, that name was bullied into us, and I think he insists on it, and I think it was stupid then, it's stupid now. Azimio la Umoja sounded nice, but then somebody else had to come and say, Azimio won Kenya. I don't know for what. That goes to show you the immaturity of Kalonzo. So he thinks that, I have to talk about these things. I think some people say, don't get principles. No, these things have to be discussed. I don't even think Uhuru is interested in that party. He's interested in the winning association. The people who are going to win. Wacha Gachagua mbweke huko. this hour, but you know, there's situations he knows at a particular point in time, kuna kitu kama tutakuja kupatia presidency. And if he goes for presidency, for me, I'll be just a spectator, to be honest, because I cannot see that man as presidency. Akina Sifuna, yes, your gang naitaka sana. Your gang naitaka sana ingivi. And there should not be negotiation. Because Azimio as a joint, combined Azimio, peke yake. Remember, PLP is not there. There's another party that's not there. It's just Wiper and smaller parties. So there's no strength Azimio is bringing. When you build a coalition, you start from strength. So remember when Azimio was built, it started from ODM. When Kenya Kwanza was made, it started from who? It started from UDA. Then UDA started telling the others to come and join them. So when we're continuing with Azimio, the most senior party there is Wiper. I'm not undermining the Kamba vote. I'm just saying, compared to the other heavyweights that are outside Azimio, where the party leader has already been decided, Secretary General has been decided, unakuja kutoa watu aje.
So what do you want to have, Mr. Kip?
They need to go to the table and start a new coalition. I even think a coalition should be built after.
So what should they do before then?
What they should do is you run your own parties. Kimbia fanya hizo vitu zako. Then, as they had agreed before, as they had ultimately agreed, wache kitu ya kusema Azimio, deputy, whatever, you know, ujinga. What you need to do is
so how do they get the one flag bearer?
waongee tu pamoja. You don't have to join a coalition to agree.
So what do you call that when they sit on that table? Your table itaitwaje? Mnataka what is it?
Does it have to be called anything? The United Opposition was fantastic. It was okay.
That name, waseme United Opposition.
Or alternative government.
Or alternative government. These are things we need to suggest as we discuss. So alternative government.
Because if you think about it, ukienda ushago. Linda Mwananchi is so easy to sell to your grandmother.
So I'll call it Linda Mwananchi then. Tuite Linda Mwananchi. Huwezi sema we can't call her Linda Mwananchi. So they should call the coalition Linda Mwananchi.
But they want to register as a party.
No, you could register as a party. Hawatapata. That is one of the things that will be curtailed by Ruto. So, is it possible to register a coalition? I doubt. Because it's the same thing.
You can even change the name of Azimio to Linda Mwananchi. But still, there's some hyenas in Azimio right now that wamekwama kama kupe. Why is it?
Nani? Who are they?
The guys who are currently in there. I'm just saying it generally.
But there is the Wiper guy, Kalonzo, and who else? The smaller parties are of no consequences.
And Kalonzo would want to keep them around. Coalitions are very difficult to keep.
No, I don't think anybody is. You see, I don't think, we had a long discussion earlier in the show, and I was of the opinion that we are trying to give some lame excuses for our problem, because one, we have defined the destination. The destination is get Ruto out by having one candidate is the candidate plus his deputy. So our issue should be, how do we arrive at that? And then we start talking of naming names, parties and all that. Are we not losing the steam? Why don't we then say, instead of talking about parties and all that, it's like now you have players, 11 players who are supposed to go and play a team, and you have agreed you have the best 11. Sasa mnaanza kupigana nani atakuwa captain, na mmesema hawa ni best 11. Alafu tunapigana ni story, is it worth it really? Sasa hiyo tunapigana hivyo, ref anapiga filimbi tuingie kwa kiwanja, lakini hatuwezi ingia kama hatujajua nani atavaa baji ya captain. You see that scenario? Yet tunasema we are best 11, because best 11 means what? Any can captain the team, anybody in the field for the 90 minutes. Sasa that is how I'm equating our issue. Tunaenda ma side shows zingine zinatudelay, alafu tunaanza kuargue hii timu yetu hatutaki akina fulani yetu tumesema ni best 11. I mean hatutaki Kalonzo, sasa already we are. So what do we want then? Who do we want to go to that team and negotiate? For me what I'm seeing, kuna sumu ya Ruto imetuingia mpaka we are scattered already, and we are now actually on our path to slaughter. We are going to be slaughtered because once we start discrediting the players that we have in our team, in our 11, we are doomed. We are doomed. We are doomed already, in my opinion.
I don't think we are going to be doomed. Watu watakuja, unajua wana delay, but it's going to happen soon. It's going to happen soon. Musiogope.
No, do you know what the latest? You know the latest? Maybe you are too busy for the day.
Tell me.
The latest is that Gachagua has been cautioned by his people in the opposition to watch his tongue.
Who told him?
He was told by other principals. There was a press conference of Mr. PNU, that is Munya, with JB Muturi and with Lenny Kibuti, JB of DP and Lenny Kibuti of Mbas party. So this issued a press conference asking Gachagua to kindly stop demeaning other party members. Remember now they echoed what your party leader has been doing, but very diplomatically. So, trying to caution the big brother, big brother, Manini. She's been trying to bring it up. She has been doing that, but she has done it so diplomatically that people didn't pick it quickly. But today is when people have seen it and they're saying, yes, even Mother has been warning it. Yes, it was all over our comment section today. Yes, Mother has been saying this. Yes, but when Mother was saying, nobody wanted to say, Mother is saying, please, my brother, tuko hata sisi, tafadhali. We are there. We all are we are in the same basket. We want to send this guy home, but let's respect each other. So today press conference was emphasizing on respect for all other parties, whether small, whether big or not, because of what you can't demean. And why was that? What provoked that? Gachagua in Meru was asking people to fold their parties in Lima.
You can't.
How can you go to that level?
It's not normal, Bana, because he just.
Amelewa kidogo. I said this earlier when we were discussing, nimekuwa so hard on him. Watu walikuwa because I was saying where to make mistakes zile Ruto alimake bwana. Anaambia watu wa fold party yao. He has formed a party and he knows what it takes to form a party.
He can continue. Who's told him to stop vying for Meru? You see, the problem is kuna ka formula ako nayo, he does not want to share. What he did in Olkarau. Kuna ka formula hapa anakataa kuambia watu.
Formula iko open. No, formula iko open. Ni kuembolden watu. It was do or die. You could not afford to Ruto win Olkarau. Otherwise, this ipinge kufa.
Mimi naona mother-in-law, my mother-in-law hawezi mfanyia hivyo bwana. Mother-in-law lazima kwe lazima ingie bana. Kawira is my friend.
She's your friend, she's your mother-in-law.
Sinasema tu kwa sababu nilienda huko.
Sasa wewe niambie we think Kawera will buy and yet bado
No,
kesi
she's
yake
got her
iko.
own. No, she has a governor. She has a governor.
Which governor?
Her husband is running.
Murega Baichu is running.
I'm sure her husband is
But,
running.
well, I didn't know that.
Why don't
I didn't know that.
Because hers the proxy.
But look at it. Is that what you want to propagate in Kenya? Is like when somebody dies, you vote for the son or daughter. Is that really what we should go for in this time and era?
I don't like it, but she's very popular in Meru.
She is, I know.
Yeah.
Kawira is popular, but also people realized her popularity is not the management of Meru as a governor. This is where people go wrong. She can run. She runs an NGO, a local CBO, or other local. It's called what, local NGO within the region, which is her kiosk. That and a TV. She managed to do a TV. That doesn't say you can manage the county, and that's why she had issues, very serious issues, by the way. But people don't know. Very serious issues, politics aside, in terms of resource management and all that. Right? So the fact that she whatever doesn't mean the husband can run and manage those. Hapo Wameru wanaweza ingia hiyo popularity. Yes, of course, na sympathy vote and all that, they might give it to Morera anaitwa Baicho, but it's not a criteria worth following. Remember, there is somebody else there called Linturi and Peter Munya. It's not gonna be easy. Then, of course, with the Baicho, it can be sold on the line of the youth and all that. But
so now, listening to that compared to Embu, listening to that, what you've just described, how can Gachagua come and brush those people aside? Those are heavyweights, all of them. All those people.
Yeah. So you can.
Peter Munya and Kawera. How do you just brush them off?
Exactly. That's what he was told. I described here that before going to the podium.
Yeah.
Before going to the podium, he was advised. Normally you are advised what you are going to touch, the speeches and all that. But he was told, for me, we should ignore mentioning those guys, mentioning the governorship. Like the way wherever he's going, he says, Atambua Meru, go slow on it. Don't talk about these guys. Just say, may the best candidate win. Aliambua, you have to talk about it. Na akasema aseme tu encourage watu waingie deep, generally. But now you went into
go to Meru.
Yeah, you went into direct eating at them, and that's why the press conference came up, which is very serious. When they come and saying that ni kuvumilia, wanajaribu kuvumilia, he's very arrogant, he's all this, wanamuask kindly to that's a bubble that has been busted. And because we've been seeing this, it's not, of course, only that nobody was able. Of course, Mother has been mentioning it, but again, when it is issues that Gachagua watu wataki zitolewe, Gachagua hata akikutukana watu wataki useme ametukanana, because people are obsessed with him. But that is what has, that's why you've been asking, kwa nini fulani hayuko, fulani hawako, is opposition together? That's the problem. Ask yourself why they appointed a spokesperson called Mukisa Kitui, and that was almost put on idling. Who? Why is it that he didn't take over immediately to speak on behalf of them? So Eco issues as even when we are talking about things like the name and all that, we have bigger problems than the naming.
But it will work out. That's a good thing. This time, we don't have the big guy. The big guy is gone. Right now, battles of supremacy will not work the way it worked before because these guys have been playing the same tricks over and over again, and it shan't work. This young man's popularity is just way overboard. I'll be honest. It's too much. It's too much. Like the kind of wave that the two parties, the kind of wave that Gachagua and Linda Mwananchi have, it's too much for Ruto. So you asked me about strategy. Yeah? My strategy is the only problem is that seat of deputy. Yeah? Stone. Eh? Do you understand? My problem is the seat for deputy.
So number one is
That
no.
is the only one. That's the only one. The only problem is that seat for deputy. Otherwise,
Number one is no.
Number one, tuseme sasa, they don't even have to have a name. Let's say wasikwe na umbrella. You ikuje from you after elections. Eh?
So flag bearer.
Flag bearer. Sasa hapo ndio nilikuwa nasema. They are already agreed. Out of all of them walikuwa washakubali wachukue mtu mmoja.
Nani?
So goja, ujaelewa, just wait. Don't lead. Pole pole. So they had already agreed that all of them will have one flag bearer, sindio? But who says it has to be through a coalition?
Doesn't have to, of course.
So that's what you have when they say the deputy seat is the problem. So DCP, which I don't want it to happen, but I know this is for the sake of argument. Gachagua enda kwa president na atafute ka deputy kake pale. Watu wa ignore your kiti. Ignore it for now. Aenda kuwa na deputy yake, sisi wote, alafu other parties kwa nguvu yao yote waende wauze sera zao, go to the wild and get good MPs, get good MCAs, get good governors. Hiyo ndio itakuwa kazi yako. One party will have a flag bearer so that in 2027 they can come and sit together and decide now, okay, who have like-minded, wewe unataka kujoin coalition yetu tufanye hii kazi pamoja. Linda Mwananchi, maybe it's Sifuna aseme sawa, Wiper tuletea watu hapo, DCP leta watu, PLP leta watu wako, tukuwepo na coalition tufanye kazi pamoja. And in some counties you don't necessarily have to work together. There could be a coalition. Think about it. There could be a coalition between PLP, UDA and maybe DCP or Kaya because in that particular county, they're like-minded as MPs from that region. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Coalition can be done after. It doesn't necessarily. Hii kitu hapo mna struggle, mnakaa kwa meza, mnakuna kichwa. Coalition should be built after the election. Imbia huko mfanye run for president. It's just that Raila confused us all. This is where he gets confused at the end of the day. His base should have been expanded. Oh, but because of coalitions, due to Lukana, Wetangula, na ma-DVD, 20 kwa zone yao. You know those zones for akina Wetangula na akina ma-DVD? You shida ingekuwa isha solve a long time ago. If Raila had decided to go full-blown with ODM, the people's mind was stuck that hii ni chama yetu. Kwa sababu Raila did not go and sell sera za ODM huku. Look how easy it is to penetrate those regions with Linda Mwananchi. Because Raila did not want to step on stones or step on the toes of his colleagues. Right now it's free for all. Jubilee will compete with DCP. Linda Mwananchi. The only problem was the All Karao thing. But I think Linda Mwananchi should go there again to talk to those people. Zoning inafaa kutupilia mbali kabisa. Go get good MPs. Let the people choose good MCAs. Let them. Kama ni independent, enda. Mwende huko sasa mfanye kazi vizuri. Get good MPs. Good MCAs. Good governors. Yeah, juu sasa ndio I don't know why they're making it so important. It's not. Pick one person to get rid of Ruto. Plain and simple. All of them are capable. Sindio?
Yeah. Yeah.
Mbere chukue na DCP huko wote waende wapiganie huko. It's good. First of all, Mbere should have had Jubilee candidate, wangekuwa na wote wangeenda huko kufanya kazi yao. Karis would have had brothers that are also helping him protect those votes. Anyway, I have to go to work now. It's 7:05, brother. Nikimbia kazini. So
That's good. So yeah, we will just have to go. I think
yeah.
Njiru amelala kawaida. Nani alikuingiza ni Njiru?
Njiru, acha mimi nilale sahi. Mimi niende kazini, sorry. I have to go to work.
Waenda kazi. We'll see you later. Huh?
All right.
Haya ni sawa. So can we close now?
Yeah.
Yes, we can close. It's morning. It's wee hours now.
Haya sawa. Tuonane
Sawa.
kesho.
Kesho bwana. Thanks.
Okay.